would make it this far. They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That mean you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Ay, please don't play no games with me. I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart. We always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous.
All right, ATP, what it do? What's good, what's goody? I am still playing with this damn platform, but I'm hoping I'm coming in clear. Everything is good to go. So much to talk about. This is the Saturday show. You know, we've lowered it down. We're not doing the week shows, the pop-up shows. The schedule doesn't permit for me to do it the way I'd like to do it. But, you know, working with it. A lot of news to talk about in the boxing space. Hope everybody's good, man. Hope everybody's on their game, man. Big takes to take today, man. We're going to go over a couple of things today, right? I mean, news coming out on, obviously, the Tank Davis situation is out there. So that is what it is. But we'll talk about it, you know, as far as the event is concerned, how that affects what we're going to be looking at. Moving forward, Jake Paul, from my understanding, putting out some feelers out there. We'll talk about that. We'll talk a little bit about the Joseph Parker, Fabio Wardley fight as well. Just putting into perspective what the heavyweight division is looking like now that Fabio Wardley's put himself into the conversation. It's become way more interesting with him there, to be honest with you. And we'll talk about that and how that looks with him and potentially Alexander Usyk, or maybe these guys might rematch. I don't know. Who knows what might happen, right? Is as well, we'll talk about Schofield Jr. And him pulling out of that fight with Jojo Diaz, and talk about the future of Schofield Jr. a little bit as well, right? His future at 135 and what he plans on doing. And obviously, you can't talk about Junior without talking about Senior, right? So we'll talk about that a little bit. Tap in a little bit into the conversation of Terence Crawford as well and what he plans on doing as the space is starting to crunch down and apply pressure to Terence Crawford. They want decisions. They want fights. You know, heavy is the head, as they say, right? So options on the table for Terence Crawford and what he's been doing in the space as well. Looks like he may be pointing us in a certain direction soon as to where he might be interested in heading, right? And we'll talk about that as well. And, you know, how that affects everything, right? And what does 168 pounds, the division, look like now on the back end of this Terence Crawford victory? The undisputed super middleweight champion of the world more than likely won't be defending his title at 168, even though he still may do it, but he very well may more than likely not do that. So we got some champions we need to talk about as it There should be some elevated champions in the division. That opens 168 up, makes it an exciting division now that we'll have new champions, new possibilities for unifications, and maybe even some 160-pound fighters might, make that move up to 168 now that the division is not monopolized by one fighter, right? We'll talk about that as well. Mayweather, Pacquiao is circulating in the space of a fight that Netflix may be working on. Is the PBC involved in that? And if they're not involved in that, is Mayweather taking food from the PBC's plate? As we know, Pacquiao was working with the PBC to put together a fight with Rolly Romero to do a Netflix event for Rolly Romero's WBA title. We'll talk about that, right? Because Rolly Romero has some unfinished business or some things that he needs to be handling. It looks like he may be getting in the way of this Manny Pacquiao fight. So Manny looking for that right dance partner. Mayweather does share a history with Manny Pacquiao, and obviously Floyd Mayweather on his own merit is we'll talk about that, right? And of course, what you guys are probably in the building for, we're going to talk about Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. as they're beginning to do their media tour, weeks away from their big event in Riyadh season. Some saying one of the most anticipated fights of the year. Co-main eventing David Benavidez and my guy Anthony Yardy. We won't be talking about David Benavidez and Anthony Yardy today so much. We'll be focusing more on Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. Videos circulating as far as workouts and what they've been doing. We've been seeing Brian Norman circulating a little bit as far as what he's been working on. But Devin Haney doing interviews, Ariel Helwani, not Breakfast Club, with what's my girl's name? Angela Yee. And look, he's looking real good. So we'll talk about him because 147 pounds on the surface level from the outside looking in looks like it's settling well with Devin Haney. Looks like he's real comfortable in a good state mentally going into this fight. So we'll talk about that and what that's going to look like. We got some intangibles that we're going to talk about as well in that fight because there's a lot of things moving in that fight as far as the jab. I mean, a lot of the advantages that Devin Haney had going into most of his fights. I mean, his biggest fights, he's always been accused of weight bullying or having leverage, whether it's arm reach, height, whatever it is, fighting smaller fighters, fighting older fighters, right? All those things out the window in this fight right here, more of an even playing field. Experience still on Devin Haney's side of that fight, but still for the most part, an even playing field. We'll talk about the intangibles. What does Brian Norman need to do to win this fight? What does Devin Haney need to do with this fight? And the probability of either one doing what they need to do, right? It is what it is. I see Raphael 32 says we got Buatsi here. Joshua Buatsi is definitely fighting today. Actually, I was just watching Liam Cameron fight. Let me see what's going on over there right now. I actually got, believe it or not, got that spinning in the background. Is this the fight right here? Are they in the ring? Oh, looks like the main event might be kicking off right now. What time is it? It might be main event time. Okay, Joshua Buatsi and Zach Parker are in the ring. All right. Maybe I should call that real quick. Maybe I'll call that as well. I don't know. But before I do all of that, let me bring in my co-host. You guys know who it is. You ain't seen him in a minute, but always in the building, always ready to go. I got Ray M. Effing Davis in the building.
What up?
I'm just learning how to.
Yeah, I got it, man. Listen, we good. I'm actually going to make some adjustments myself. I'm actually see my camera. I'm moving my mic up because I want to make sure that I'm nice and clear when I'm coming through. That's something I've been working on because I have my mic set up in a direction where it's not where I would always want it. Shout out to 2 Cents, long time no see. I've been seeing you other places, but on the channel. I'm not saying you haven't been here, but you know what I mean? Better late than never. I see you now. Kayla's World, shout out. Yeah, more in the building, my homie. You know what I mean? Just want to shout everybody out. Clay will go through that later. But if I didn't
get you, I'll do that in a second right now, actually.
Yeah.
I was just doing right quick. Let me just go ahead and knock that out.
Yeah, knock that out. Because I was going to say, if I ain't get you, I'm with you. You know what I mean? It's all good.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Salute to Mr. Jannard Hill in the building. Hold on here. Let me fix this as well. So many things to fix on this stupid thing, man. Let me see. Is this it? Is that what I want to do? Yeah, we'll rock with that one. F it, right? Mr. Jannard Hill, salute, said, this fight can't come fast enough. I can't wait. And I got to assume he's talking about the Devin Haney, Brian Norman Jr. fight. And yeah, I got to agree with you, Mr. Jannard Hill. That fight right there is just, there's so many intangibles. And in this space right now, obviously you have people who already made their picks. So you're hearing a lot of takes being made on this fight, but really from the supporters, right? People who support Devin Haney will give you a lot of reasons as to why Devin Haney is going to win this fight. People who support Brian Norman will give you a lot of reasons as to why Brian Norman is fight. But I think if anybody's being fair and unbiased on this, they'll realize that this is as close to a 50-50 fight as possible. Now, it doesn't have to be 50-50 for you, but this is definitely not a 90-10 fight or a 70-30 fight. This is a 60-45, 55-45, 50-50, somewhere in that range fight. When you really think about all the different variables that are involved in this fight, the power of Brian Norman Jr., the experience of Devin Haney, the transition from 140 pounds to 147 pounds for Devin Haney, the weight cut, the pedigree of Devin Haney versus the tenacity and the dog of Brian Norman Jr. Stylistically, this fight just lines up to be a great fight, and it's real good matchmaking. When you look at a fight like this get put together, it's real great matchmaking. So yeah, we'll talk about it, Mr. Jannard Hill, for sure. We're gonna dive all into that. Matthew Manhunt Walters in the building says Devin by stoppage. That's gonna be something we talk about, as well as a lot of people in the space are calling for Devin Haney to stop Brian Norman Jr. Guys, listen. We know what the narratives were about Devin Haney at 135, 140. He was pillow fisted. Nobody who's ever been worried about Devin Haney stopping anybody. I think the last time he may have stopped somebody was Antonio Moran years ago. So that's even more interesting as well. We'll talk about that as well, because a lot of people are calling for the stoppage, and that's crazy. How does Devin Haney stop Brian Norman? I see where you guys are coming from, though, because I could see a stoppage too as well if he's able to execute accordingly. People say he doesn't punch harder than Brian Norman Jr. I always say it's not about whether he punches harder than Brian Norman Jr. Does he punch hard enough to stop Brian Norman Jr., right? So he doesn't have to punch harder than Brian Norman, right? He doesn't have to punch harder than him. Does he punch hard enough? We'll talk about that as well. Devin put out some video looking real good in the video, looking good on the mitts, and we'll talk about it, right? We'll talk about it. Shout out to Mine Yours in the building. Mine Yours says, salute, Clay, salute to you. Devontae Richardson in the building says the drought is over. What is good, family? Yeah, I know, man. I know. Salute to Shelton Moore said, why not? New schedule. Kind of new schedule, Shelton. Yeah, man. I work at nights now, and I can do something. And there's going to be shows during the week, right? But I've been adjusting to the new schedule, and I haven't been able. And plus, this week I've been up on the Boxing Voice with Ness this week. I'm working with him a little bit this week. Shout out to Ness and the Boxing Voice. Kind of working that out as well, right? So spending a little time over there is why you didn't see me this week. Shout out to my guy 2 Cents in the building. 2 Cents, what's good, family? Good to see you in the building. Like my boy like my boy Ray said, long time no see, man. Clear World in the building says hello. Hello, Khalil. What's good, man? Let's see here if I'm missing anybody. Raphael in the building says Boachi all day, yeah. And actually the first round. Oh, hold on. Is this the Boachi fight?
No.
This ain't the Boachi fight.
Rhea Arthur.
No, this is Lyndon Arthur. Right. I don't know who he's fighting against. Against Rhea? Yeah. So it's not the fight is not actually on yet. OC, the boss in the building, say, yo, salute Claymore TBV fam in the building. No doubt, OC, salute, family. Salute, man. Yeah, man. I made some new friends over there at TBV, man. I like building over there, man. It gets kind of messy sometimes, like any good, when you got a panel, it can get crazy up there. So many different points of view. But I like it over there, a real balanced boxing fan space. You got some of this, some of that. It's not, when you go on some of these channels, Ray, it's like a Tank Davis channel, a Devin Haney channel, this channel, or that channel. That channel they're all over there, right? So they're all fighting each other. Devin Haney fans are going at it with Tank fans. Terence Crawford fans are going at it with Jerron Ennis fans. Canelo Alvarez fans are going at it with David Benavidez fans. Just across the board, right? Brian Norman fans, they're just all clashing over there, and it's a lot of good. It's fun. It's fun. Right. It's definitely fun. Right. Low Nose Boxing in the building. Salute my guy. Low Nose Boxing in the building, because Low Nose Boxing, man. My God, man. Salute, Low. Sam from Jersey in the building says, woohoo indeed, man.
Shout out to Jersey. You know what I mean? Yeah. Represent.
So, no doubt. Fight Sports Talk. I'm calling from the other side of the pond, man, out of New Zealand. How you doing, man?
It's beautiful over there. He ain't got no hurricanes to worry about.
No doubt, man. Hope all is well, man. Good to see you guys in the building. Motown 909 in the building. Salute. John Parham in the building. Salute, salute, salute. And Trini BX in the building. Salute, salute, and salute. So how you doing, Ray? What's good with your family?
Good, man. You know, just chilling, maxing, relaxing. You know what I mean? Been working like a dog myself. You know what I mean, with everything going on, and always tapping in, trying to stay in the channel as much as I can. You know what I mean? Because that's where I'm in. I'm the first member of the channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's keep it clear. You know what I mean? And I always have my resignations. You know what I mean? To stay here and make an appearance. But I like to be here as much as I can, Clay. And you know, maybe some days I can, some days I can't due to scheduling, like you said. But you know what I mean? I'm always there to support, man. You go on Boxing Voice, I'm there. I just went up on Johnny's channel the other night. I thought I heard you, but I was actually at work, so I couldn't pull out the phone and get the visual.
If I was on Johnny's show, it was probably my face wasn't on there because I'm working.
I think it was just
I have my little emblem up there, but I don't know if I was on the show on his show. I probably was. I just don't remember.
I just wasn't.
Shout out to Johnny at the hangout.
You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? But shout out to Johnny. You know what I mean? I made myself known, not out of anything negative. You know what I mean? Just to support the channel because I support real boxing talk. And you made a mention of everybody having a battle when you go on these panels back and forth and it's nothing but nonsense. You go on these other channels where it's boxing talk, it's clear. It's where it's at. It's where you want it. You know what I mean? If we're not here to talk about boxing and keep it fresh, what are we doing, man? You know what I mean? All we doing is just pushing narratives, painting pictures, you know what I mean? Speaking to certain fans and yes, it works, but at the same time, make sure you say that's what you're doing. Don't sit there and paint a picture one way and then turn around and be somewhere else because then it's the old rope of dope. Like my man Muhammad Ali said, I'm gonna bring you in, you're gonna keep throwing those punches, and I'm just gonna sit here and let you wear yourself out, and I'm gonna hit you with this is our conversation all day. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. If you represent what you represent, be proud about it, right? Stand on the square.
Exactly.
But so catching up on boxing though, we're coming off last week, Fabio Wardley and Joseph Parker. I don't think we've had a chance to speak about it on the show as far as what you saw in that fight. Great fight, man. I mean, honestly, a great fight. Fabio Wardley proven to be a he's just gonna make the fight exciting with the style of boxing he brings to the table, right? Like, so wherever you are, no matter who you are, Fabio Wardley, I think, has earned that. He's earned the respect of, man, if Fabio Wardley's fighting, we probably want to watch him fight, right? Like, no matter who he's fighting, right? Certain fighters have done that in the past. Gervonta Tank Davis being one of them as well, right? That, you know, you want to see him fight certain people, but at the end of the day, you don't miss him fighting no matter who he's fighting because he brings an exciting style of boxing that just makes the fight interesting. And I think Fabio Wardley checks the boxes on that, fighting Joseph Parker, somebody who's not necessarily known for being the most exciting fighter, but still known to be a fundamentally sound fighter. I've noticed, you know what I've noticed, Ray? Chaos is an attribute.
Yeah.
The ability to cause chaos, the ability to be unpredictable and explosive is an attribute. And sometimes I think we sleep on it a little bit. Like Deontay Wilder brought that, right? The ability to disrupt whatever the game plan is and whatever the fundamentally sound aspect of the fight is, that chaos and that explosive power and the ability to disrupt all that makes the fight that interesting. Because in this particular fight, Fabio Wardley seemed to be you just knew the whole fight as you were watching it, because Joseph Parker was winning the fight, right? Like, just outboxing Fabio Wardley for the most part. Fabio Wardley having his moments here and there, but I think there was always an idea of imminent danger, and it made the fight. It made you not want to turn the channel or walk away because you felt like at any moment Fabio could do what he ended up doing. Am I bugging?
No, you're not, because it's like, and we noticed that too. So I can name multiple fights that we've watched over the last 2 or 3 years, or 2 years together. And we can sit there and say, like, yo, we've seen this happening multiple times. We've seen the boxer get in there, dominate the fight, and then something comes out of nowhere and it changes the outcome. Or, you know what I mean? Or one punch does what it's supposed to do. That's what it's called, boxing, right? We seen it with H2O and our boy Booty, whatever. But we seen it with that fight. You know what I mean? Dominated. H2O's not beating him up. One punch took him out. H2O has never been back in the ring since that I know
Yeah,
of.
Lucas Body. Yeah, and that's actually, H2O now is over there at the Misfits. He's over there working with them. So I think he's gonna be involved in some decent fight. I expect to see him come back around, to be honest with you.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But that's just one point. So
Mhm.
even with Joseph Parker, I think it's time to just really look at the change of the guard in the heavyweight division, to be honest with you. With that fight with Wardley, I think we're starting to see the change of the guard. We're starting to see younger, and I know he's like fresh in the game, but he's he's a little seasoned, but he's still fresh in the game. And when I say young, I mean ring experience. I think it's time to let these guys rock. I think all these fighters from that era of Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua, their days are coming to an end. They're becoming the guys of yesteryear. They're still there for their paydays, just like they were in there, and they were dominating the Klitschko's, and they were dominating the older fighters as they were leaving. Lennox Lewis was lucky enough to escape out of that ring before those guys got to him. But you know what I mean, it's always a change. And I think this is the change of the guard. I think we're getting these guys in here, and it's just looking great with all these young fighters. And Wardley, actually, Fabio Wardley looked amazing with the stalking, with the cutting off the ring, letting this guy blow his load.
And decent combination punching too, right? Like
That's what I'm saying.
Fabio Wardley definitely improved a lot from the Justice Hooney fight. And you'd have to say, I don't know, you let me know what you think, but that matchmaking and the experience you get for being in those kind of fights, even though we saw him look bad in that fight, but in spite of that, being able to stop Justice Hooney, I really believe that experience, we saw him translate that into this fight. Like, you saw him be better, right? You saw him be a better fighter, and you'd have to ask yourself, or there's an argument to ask yourself as to whether or not he would have been that without that experience. That Justice Hooney fight might have legitimately prepared him accordingly for a fight with Joseph Parker, right?
I will say the preparation was there, but I'm going to say this, Clay. I think there's a real chance that he fought down to his competition. I don't think he took him that fight too seriously, and then when he knew he was getting in the ring with a Joseph Parker, and having that experience of what he went through, it prepared him better mentally to get in that ring and to fight up to the competition instead of fighting down. And I think sometimes we see that a lot with boxing. And I think this homeboy right here, Wardley, just was like, yo, I'm coming in here to win this fight at whatever it takes and whatever I got to do. And I think that's what came in. That's what he did to step up to the occasion, because sometimes the lights get bigger, and when those lights start shining brighter and they get bigger, what do? We sit there and sometimes we have to absorb it and we shrink a little bit first, and then we absorb that light, and then we grow into the moment. I think he grew into the moment in that fight. I think he came out there, he was like, okay, I know what they expect. I trained for this. I've been in a fight where it was tough, so I already know what it's like to be in a tough fight. Now I got to go get that dog out of me, and I got to come in here and win. And I think his motion was, what is this guy going to do? As he's filling it out, he was getting touched up, and I think the confidence grew in Parker. Then I think when second round, Parker got hit with that shot. You know what I mean? He kind of woke up, was like, okay, I can hit this dude. Then Parker came out, he started, fighting again, and then 10th round, 11th round, we started seeing something different. That's that right before the stoppage. And I think, whether it's questionable or not, Wardley was really putting the hits on him, man. And I think it showed a lot. It showed the growth. And like I said, these younger generation of fighters are really where it's at. And they're definitely making their statements.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think that obviously, and we can segue into that. Obviously, there was a stoppage in there. A lot of people felt like the stoppage was premature. I understand where people are coming from. I've rewatched it multiple times, and I get it. Right. Joseph Parker was fatigued. Number one. Number two, he was actively in the fight. He wasn't out on his legs. He was slipping a lot of those shots that the referee is watching. I'll be honest with you. I believe it was an accumulation. I think the referee was looking for Joseph Parker to do something that was going to make him feel more confident about what happened. Joseph Parker got away with something earlier in the earlier rounds, got his mouthpiece knocked out, or he spit his mouthpiece out. And there's an argument there that Fabio Wardley would have stopped him if the referee didn't get in the middle of that. And in the previous round, I think round 10 or 9, the round before he stopped him, he hurt Joseph Parker again. There was actually multiple moments in the fight where Joseph Parker did get hurt. As I stated, me watching the fight, I saw Fabio Wardley having moments in the fight,
Right.
whereas Joseph Parker was consistently being the boxer that we know he can be, right? He was winning those. He was controlling the jab. He had the better jab that night. But Fabio Wardley did a great job of selecting his shots, working off of his jab. A lot of good punch combination, 2-3 punch combinations, not just pop shotting, taking advantage of any moment he could get. And I guess at this point, we can't cry over spilled milk. If people want to disagree with however the decision went, is this rematch worthy? And what's the chances of us seeing a rematch? We know what the prize was on the other side of a victory for either one of these guys was a chance at Alexander Usyk to be undisputed champion of the world. You got to argue Fabio Wardley is looking at Alexander Usyk as the next option. We still got to wait for Usyk, who moves on the drum of his own beat. What are the chances of Joseph Parker, Fabio Wardley too? And is it worth it? Does Joseph Parker deserve another chance?
I mean, Parker's a warrior, right? He's definitely from the South Pacific. He's definitely one of those guys that just loves to get in the ring and battle. He's lost before, gotten up and made a name for himself after his losses. So I don't think that Joseph Parker will in any way shy away from a rematch. I think he'll actually do things a little differently. I think he knows where he's at.
Not to cut you off, right? But not shy away or whether or not he'll accept it. I know he'll accept it. What I'm saying is he deserving? Should Fabio Wardley give Joseph Parker a rematch, or should he tell him to pocket? I'll be back with you when I'm done. Let me get my opportunity.
I was definitely getting to that. You know what I mean? I was getting to that. So as I was saying, him shying away from it. This what will happen is Joseph Parker knew that he had moments. He could speak to those moments and say, look, they stopped the fight early. I didn't feel like I was in danger. Yes, you hit me with a couple of good shots, but I felt that you missed those shots when they stopped the fight. I just wasn't punching because I was putting my head down trying to get out the way because you weren't throwing uppercuts. You were just throwing haymakers. So you were missing on all those shots and they stopped it. So now I feel that I can get back in this ring. Now I know what to expect. I know what to stay away from. And guess what I do know? And I can trim down a little bit more, get more comfortable in weight so I don't gas out, because I thought if I put on some weight, it might help me a little bit absorb some of these punches, but obviously it didn't. You still were knocking me back. Or maybe I put on weight and I train a little bit better and a little bit harder. And then I can come in there and keep the dominance that I had, what I thought in the boxing part of the fight. And I can hit you with something to knock you out, just like I did Bacoli. Now, in the reality, did he knock out Bacoli because he was boxing? No, he backed up into the ropes like he did here, and he hit him with a crazy headshot, which hurt him. But at the same time, Worley would basically be like, yo, listen, bro, I dominated you. I was hitting you with everything I wanted to. Kitchen sinks, trains, planes, and automobiles. So what are you really getting at? I can come up in here and just show you that I can do it again. And not only beat you because they stopped the fight, I can knock you out because I know I have the power to do so. Sure, let's run it back. And you know what? Winner takes all. I can see that happening, Clay. And I can see both of them accepting it. Now, Fabio Wardley also has an opportunity with Usyk. Usyk is sitting there, doesn't want to fight to 2026. It's very possible we can get this done early 2026 as a rematch and have Usyk in the summer. It all depends on which way the wheel turns. If he decides that he doesn't want to give Parker another shot and Parker doesn't feel that he needs another shot, then you know what I mean? So on. Let's move on from it and keep it moving.
Yeah, I agree with you. Joseph Parker definitely deserves an opportunity. I think the match was close enough. I mean, obviously it was close enough. I think most people, I don't think anybody I've spoken to thought that Fabio Wardley was winning that fight, right? Joseph Parker was definitely one winning that fight. You got a questionable stoppage. There was a lot on the line. Joseph Parker did give Fabio Wardley an opportunity that he probably didn't need to, probably shouldn't have with hindsight, right? But he wanted to stay active. You know what I mean? He didn't want to sit there waiting on Usyk, as Usyk was taking his time on returning and just came from 2 wars with Tyson Fury. And, he's earned his right as a 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion to move on his own schedule. And so here we are, right? He gives Fabio Wardley the opportunity, and this is the way it swings. Fabio Wardley has the opportunity to fight Alexander Usyk, and like you said, Usyk may want the fight to happen spring, summer. That does give some time. I think there is an argument here for a rematch. Whether or not that'll line up, we'll see. But I think everybody would dial in for that. So it is what it is. The division is lit now, though, that with a Fabio Wardley in there who's proven himself no matter what at the end of the day to be another addition to the top heavyweight division that we're dealing with. And I say top heavy because there's not a lot of guys in the middle so much, or even down at the bottom. It's real top heavy. And Fabio Wardley was like prospect, contender. He just wasn't worldly. He wasn't a world level fighter.
Right.
Confirmed. And I think that fight with Joseph Parker confirmed him as a world level fighter, right? And put him in the conversations of the Geek Cabiels, the Alexander Usyks, obviously, the Daniel Dubois, the Anthony Joshuas, the Martin Bacolis, right? All these guys, Lawrence Bacolis, all these different names in the heavyweight division that are now considered part of the cream of the crop.
The new generation, yeah.
Exactly.
Shout out to Blue Blood Sports, my brother. Salute. You know
Blue at? Blue in here?
Yeah. And Blue, listen, man, I'm gonna hook up with you. I need one of those hats that got the double B on it, bro. You know what I mean?
Salute Blue. I see him right there. Bong bong.
I want to put it in my background. You know what I mean? I got you, my brother. For real. But yeah, Clay, absolutely right, man. You nailed hit the nail on the head with that, man. Like straight up, we have to understand that that this fight leads to a whole bunch of or led to a lot of open what do you call it? Future moves. Yeah,
future big fights. I think Fabio Wardley is a great dance partner, and whatever he's involved in makes it interesting in the heavyweight division because of the weight. Exactly. Let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
What do you really think of a fight between Fabio Wardley and Alexander Usyk? I mean, clearly there's experience. There's levels to this. Usyk is proven he's at the number 1 or number 2 spot pound for pound in the world, depending on what you're a fan of. I mean, I got Terence there, but he's right there. 1, 2, 1, however you want to line him up. And Fabio Wardley is as exciting of a fighter as he is, we can't throw away the fact that we saw him getting dominated by Justice Uni, right, in his last fight, and he won it. And then we saw him losing to Joseph Parker, right? So he has his way of winning the fight. Like I said, the chaos is an attribute. He brings that chaos into the fight, and it makes him there. I can't help in my mind but think about Derek Chisora versus Alexander Usyk, right? Derek Chisora brought that chaos, and it seemed like it gave Derek Chisora, it gave Alexander Usyk some issues. Like some might say that was probably one of Alexander Usyk's more difficult fights that he had in the heavyweight division, right? Not against Daniel Dubois, not against Anthony Joshua, and really not so much against Tyson Fury. I mean, Tyson Fury, it was a competitive fight, but he was tall, long arms, a big guy. For the most part, he's going to be difficult for anybody to beat when Tyson Fury wants to lean on you and put that weight on you, be that bigger guy. But I think Usyk still had a good control of it. The Derek Chisora fight was a more competitive fight. And is it me, or does Fabio Wardley bring that aspect to the game? And could that be the kryptonite for Alexander Usyk? Could that give Alexander Usyk some issues?
I've only seen Usyk chin check once, where it took him where he had to think about what he was going to get into when he went back into that realm of fire, and that was with Tyson Fury, believe it or not. That's the only guy I actually seen him where he was hesitant to get involved in going to a fight. I think Derek Chisora was a good fight. Yes, it was an awkward fight for him, but you got to remember, a lot of those guys were able to take advantage of something Usyk has we all seen has a disadvantage in, and that's absorbing the body shots. Right. And I think a lot of these guys were able to do so. Now, if Fabio Wardley was able to take advantage of that and utilize the body shots, that means he has to get in close. And where's Usyk going to shine? He's going to shine on that in and out movement, right? He's going to stay there. He's going to pop shot you. He's going to beat you to the punch. He's going to be elusive. And when you go to try to tag the body and you're not in there to get clean shots, because Usyk is such a great boxer, what does that do for you? That leaves you vulnerable and exposed. And I think that's where Usyk would take advantage of a Fabio Wardley. And if Wardley is able to get in there and throw some feints and some good positioning shots to get himself to attack the body and hurt Usyk, that's where we see Fabio Wardley even taking over and winning this fight. Because we already know that's the breadbasket is where it hurts on Usyk. Every fighter that he's fought that you mentioned, Dubois, Joshua, Fury, Joshua, Chisora, those guys all hit him in a breadbasket and it hurt him. The only person that didn't really go after the breadbasket was Tyson Fury, who was using his range and his jab to control.
I think in the first fight he did hit him. He did catch him in the body in the first fight, real quick. Like there was a moment when he caught him in that first fight. The second one, not. But yeah, no, go ahead. I agree with you. Susceptible
for the most part, he was hitting him with the jab, and he hit him with a nice hook that actually shocked Usyk and made him think about coming back into that like I said, into that that wheel of fire, that firehouse. That's using that word. And when he decided to go in there and just battle, I don't know what they said to him. He came back in there and started and went in there to battle Fury. That's when he got that overhand right going. And once he got that overhand right going, it was almost lights out. The ropes didn't save him. The ref just didn't allow that to be knocked.
I think at worst case scenario, it's a great fight because one thing Fabio is going to do is push the pace. And
I agree.
And I think what's great about that is he's going to make Usyk look great. If Usyk has to look great to win that fight, Usyk will step up and look great. Also, we got to factor in that Usyk was definitely transitioning from a cruiserweight to a heavyweight during that Derek Chisora fight. He's acclimated to the division well. He's actually, I consider him a straight up heavyweight now. Like I don't even know if I would see him at cruiserweight right now where he's at right now. His powers is developed well in the division. We saw him stop Daniel Dubois again, like easier the second time than he did the first time, dare I say. So he's a different fighter, right? So I only brought up Derek Chisora just because of the chaos. I think sometimes when you deal with these fundamentally sound fighters, sometimes the chaos with these fighters have a harder time dealing with those Deontay Wilder's, Fabio Wardley's, Rolly Romero sometimes presents that with his chaos at times. A lot of these chaotic fighters, make these fights very interesting.
And to your point, that's 6 fights removed. So how much does he remember that moment where he had that type of fight, and he would consider using that as a starting point to train for? You know what I mean? Because he's so far removed from that fight, that changes a lot. So good point, Clay. I like that.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that one, man. Heavyweight division doing what it does, becoming a more interesting division. A lot of just interesting fights out there. Some people want to just shoot the heavyweight division down. I don't think it's in its glory days, right? It's not that, but there are very interesting fights and style matchmaking that can be made in the heavyweight division, and we'll keep our eye on it, man. So salute to Fabio Wardley. We'll see what Joseph Parker comes back with. From what I understand, he's not retiring. He has done an interview where he said he's interested in a rematch. We got to see what Usyk does, obviously, because I don't expect Fabio Wardley to leave Usyk on the table to go and justify something with Joseph Parker or convince people. I don't see him passing up on that payday and that event and that undisputed championship. Yeah, he's not passing up on that. But if Usyk, like we said earlier, decides to make this a spring-summer situation for himself on his return, then there is an opportunity there. There's a window that opens up, and we'll see if Joseph Parker pushes forward to get that rematch, tries to get that rematch with him. And obviously Moses Atama in there too. But that being said, let's talk to the elephant in the room just a little bit before we get into some real boxing. Well, I'm not going to say real boxing, right? But Tank Davis strikes again. Tank Davis, Jake Paul, supposed to be happening in 2 weeks, right? 14 days, 13 days from today, November 14th. And Tank just seems to have a hard time staying out the limelight for the wrong reasons. Already getting pushed back for putting this fight together, leaving a Lamont Roach rematch on the table or on the floor, not responding or looking like he's anywhere near even agreeing to or in the future seeing him fighting a Shakur Stevenson, agreeing to fight Jake Paul at some crazy catch weight. Most people thought the fight was a circus show, but people look, I'm going to say that after a while, people started to ask legitimate questions. They thought, hey, man, you know what? To see the little guy knock out the big guy, Jake Paul's been running his mouth. Can Tank shut Jake Paul up, knock him out? I was hearing a lot of different things in the YouTube streets. The Tank Davis fanatic channels were trying to make this fight interesting. And it was a decent undercard as far as Alicia Baumgardner, as far as Gary Antoine Russell fighting against Andy Hiroka. There was some people were going to watch the fight. It was going to be on Netflix. They were going to watch it, anticipating to look at the fight. And here we go again, unfortunately. And it seems to be something consistent with Tank Davis with this DV, domestic violence, seems to be his thing that it's involved with these women, whether, I hear people trying to really put some toxic energy on the women, but hey, bro, it takes two to make a thing go right and go wrong. When you see somebody, I'll tell you the common denominator in all of these situations is Tank. It's not like it's the same woman over and over again. The common denominator is Tank. So after a while, hey man, it is what it is. But look, get your therapy, do your thing, whatever it is. But I guess more importantly, from our aspect and our perspective is, there's an event that looks like it's in danger of being canceled, right? Jake Paul has to find somebody else to replace him, or does a card hold enough weight to be on its own weight, on its own shoulders, to carry on without Jake Paul working or headlining that card? Rumor has it in circulating that he's reached out to the Ryan Garcias, the Edgar Belengas, even Terence Crawford. I've heard in the conversation him reaching out to all these different potential opponents. Opponents, in my opinion. Okay, I don't know what happened. Hold on a second here. Bear with me. I might have just pulled him out. Let me pull him back in here. Was that you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Was that you?
Yeah. I don't know why it's frozen. It just like froze up on me. I was like, what the heck?
Oh, Restream, man, having a good time. But yeah, man. So rumors have it for replacement killer for Jake Paul. But I mean, where are you at with it at this point? You know what I mean?
All right.
So I know how it is. Go ahead.
3 things I want to mention.
Right.
I want to leave that. We get a DV thing. You know what I mean? Another time. I want to talk about the boxing aspect of it. The whole point is to the building of this fight. It was always about Tank getting the bag. You know what I mean? We don't care how he looks in the ring. It's just an exhibition. It's this and that. They're going to make numbers. So everyone only cared about 2 things.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Everybody only cared about 2 or 3 things when it came to this fight. Nobody really considered that this could be a real fight and it can go bad for Tank, and it could easily damage Tank being such a bigger fighter, and him getting hit by a Jake Paul who would try to take his head off. That could be really bad for him. I hope that would not be the case. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Jake Paul has some type of a heart. I mean, I know they're boxers, but some professionalism in them. And then another thing I wanted to mention is everyone wants.
Yep. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what Restream is doing or why it's doing whatever it's doing.
Driving me crazy.
I don't know if there's a timer on this thing. I don't know what it is, but salute to everybody.
They keep telling me on my end is reconnecting, and I'm like, why am I reconnecting? And everything else is playing in the background. So I'm like, it's got to be. I don't know, Clay.
Yeah, I don't know either,
but I was just breaking it down. That the other point I would like to make is everybody was talking about how, and I hate to bring the comparisons up, but this is what the fans of Gervonta Davis were saying. Bill was trying to get Devin out the fight, trying to get Devin out. Did we even see enthusiasm with Gervonta Davis wanting to make this fight besides the money? So let it be known that what if he was trying to get out the fight? What if he's? I mean, like I said, this is speculation. There's no real answer to this, and just me just throwing it out there in space, just to really just counter a lot of thoughts. I don't think that would be his level of things to do. So let me be clear, and I'm not saying this will ever happen. But what if it was the situation where he just didn't want to fight? He just didn't see a value in it, and it was a way for him to get out of it. So
who, Jake?
No, Tank. Listen, it was a way for him to get out of it. I'm saying
it's a domestic violence charge.
No. That's not what I'm saying, Clay. What I'm saying is there was so many reasons for people to criticize the other boxers for trying to get out of fights and making excuses. So I'm saying let's flip that script a little bit, right? Just to throw that out there. Now, I'm not mad at it if it's not, who cares? Tank, like I said, didn't even show interest and look like he cared about the fight. Another thing I wanted to point out very clearly, and you can touch on this, fans will probably be mad that they're looking to replace Gervonta Davis. And let's look at another situation where Gervonta actually replaced Rolly Romero in a fight when he had a domestic situation. they pulled him out quick, and then they moved Pitbull right into place. So why not?
Fans are upset about that. People are complaining about him being.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be upset about it. Yeah, his fans are going to be upset because the bag is going for him, right? So where does he go from here? So we're going to see it and hear the news if it does happen, and wary of it, because you already had two situations, right? The fight was pushed back. I mean, moved out of Atlanta to Florida, all this other nonsense. It's going to create more turmoil than necessary. And I think we'll start hearing some fans on the feedback of it. And I think that we just always have to remember that they did the same thing to Rolly. Instead of letting the Rolly fight go on, they moved Pitbull in place because he had a situation going on. They didn't know the outcome of it. Just like Paul doesn't know the outcome of Gervonta's situation. So why take the risk on keep going with a fight when you're 2 weeks out and you don't know the outcome, and this guy last minute cancels, and now you're out of a whole card. You know what I mean? Out of a whole bunch of bread. So I get it, and I understand.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't believe nobody's trying to get out of anything. I think Tank just has a bad habit at this point of getting in his own way. I think, he spoke about already on therapy, and the things, he's clearly has some anger issues that he needs to get ahead of. That's why I've told people from the beginning, I haven't been a person who's been pushing back so much on Tank Davis' retirement campaign. I feel like if you need to step away, that's what you should do. I look at this situation. Did I see something like this coming? No. But at the same time, just being a father with children, daughters at that, or a daughter and a son, and dealing with all those things, boxing is here for our entertainment. It's a living for him, but at the end of the day, so obviously certain things need to be prioritized in any man's journey in life. And good luck to him and however he figures that out. I'm sure, like I said, I'm hearing already in the streets, the fans are, questioning the credibility of the young lady involved in the lawsuit or in the incident, and they're questioning they've been doing this from the beginning, right? But it's constantly happening, and when it gets in the way of events actually coming together, when it gets in the way of fights coming together, this is the second time we saw it happen with the Lamont Roach fight, where we saw it happen with the Lamont Roach fight. I don't know what just happened there. Good. All right.
I'm here. I got a question for you before you, if I can really interject. I just noticed something, Clay, and it's kind of weird to say this, right? Did he know this was going to happen earlier on? Because after his situation, didn't he make a statement about leave Devin alone? You know what I mean? His situation, stay out of it, not get out of our personal lives. And knowing that this might have been coming up, because if you actually look back on that document, I think the timeline kind of is around the same time when he said that, and we didn't have information.
No. This was October 27th. This happened. This
right, 27th, right? And then he posted. Then he posted that. Oh, okay. I thought
it's like a week ago,
but
like inside the last week.
I got the document.
Today's the 1st, bro. It's like,
but the document was signed when?
I don't know when it's signed, but I don't know. I don't think none. I don't know about it. Right?
I know. He was just saying stay out of my thing. I got the document.
Right.
But regardless.
Yeah. He will figure out what he needs to figure out. But as far as boxing is concerned, there's an undercard that suffered. There's fighters, Gary Antoine Russell being one of them. Other fighters that were removed from the potential undercard that was going to be there are now, were moved over to the Sebastian Fundora, Keith Thurman undercard, and that ended up falling apart. And so we've seen those things moved over to the Usyk Pitbull Cruz card, in Lamont Roach card. But this one right here, Gary Antoine Russell, once again caught up in other fighters being caught up in this Tank Davis roller coaster ride. Boxing should visit how we're going to deal with this Tank Davis situation in the light of things like this happening, right? I'm sure there's been a lot of money and resources allocated behind putting an event like this together on Netflix at that, big paydays for Jake Paul and Tank Davis, obviously in the crosshairs of being compromised, and the undercard also probably sitting here floating in the air wondering where do we sit. And Alicia Baumgartner has to be sitting there thinking like, damn, well, am I fighting or not? I've invested in a training camp. I've been cutting weight. I've been working out. I've been eating the right way. I've been sparring. I've been putting in a lot of pain in the gym to get ready for this big event. Same thing with Gary Antoine Russell getting ready to defend his title, a mandatory defense, and he wants to move on with his career. I'm sure he has aspirations of getting past this fight to get to to the bigger fights, to unifications, to the potential Teofimos, Richardson Hitchens, Sabril Matias, or, whatever it is that he might be having planned for his career. Everything can't be planned around this one event taking over my whole year. It becomes very disruptive to the space. And Tank Davis tying up a WBA lightweight title as well, that he's not defending, that he's holding. People like Lucas Body and Floyd Schofield Jr. Are just waiting in the background, waiting for him to get his money, get his little event out the way, and figure out what he's going to do with that as well. Right. So, that's what boxing has to deal with as far as Tank Davis's personal life is concerned, right?
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and make a segment and get all long-winded about Tank Davis not putting his hands on women and needing to get his emotions together and all that. That's part of it, but that's a personal journey for him to get on. And, the girl has filed the charges. She's got a lawsuit going. I don't know, right? I'm not a lawyer and I can't represent that, but this is a boxing channel. As far as boxing is concerned, Tank Davis's personal life issues has gotten in the way of boxing. Correct. One might say too many times, right? I mean, all the way from the Ryan Garcia situation, he had that fight, then he had to take a hiatus. Then he didn't fight Frank, he didn't want to fight on the first event at between Amazon and the PBC. Right. You know what I'm saying? They had to put Tim Tszyu in there to headline. Tim Tszyu could complain about it. Like, damn, bro, I had to pick it up and fight a Sebastian Fundora out of the blue, who was the last minute replacement to put this fight together. I wasn't even supposed to be on this event. I was negotiating my career to move forward and fight Terence Crawford to make a big fight, right? And I end up getting caught up in heat. Where's Tim Tszyu now? And then, like I said, Lamont Roach, just holding him up and messing up his whole entire game plan and trying to figure out when that was going to come out with his second or third domestic violence charge. And then here comes a third or fourth domestic violence charge that's inside of months from the last one with a different female, right? Not even his baby mother. This one with a girl from a strip club.
Crazy, right?
It's just getting in the way. It's getting in the way of boxing moving forward and doing what boxing needs to do.
Exactly.
Right. And that's what the WBA needs to be concerned about. That's what anybody who's trying to make a fight with Tank Davis needs to be concerned about. The Shakur Stevensons, the Devin Haneys, the Jake Pauls, whoever it is that's looking at Tank Davis as an option. You got to think about this part now, right?
Right. And not to mention, and I don't want to draw a long story short, but even like looking at what Big Sarge said, like it's like, yes, there are allegations, but we have the documentation, right? So the documentation it says is all there, regardless of what we think or what happens, if it's false statements or whatever the case may be, payoff. I don't really care. The point is, it keeps becoming a problem, and I think that's where we're getting sidetracked. That's what Clay is talking about. If it's a consistent problem, it's going to hurt your career. It's going to make people like move away from you. It's going to you're not a dependable,
right? You're becoming not dependable. We don't know. Even if it's like I think I see what you're saying. Somebody in there talking about who say he's guilty.
That was aircraft
carrier. It's inconsequential, right? It doesn't matter at this point. His name is always tied up in something. Whether or not you want to believe he's doing this or not, that's your personal business, right? Some people are going to say this is enough for me to think there's an issue. Other people are going to continue to look at the females and be like, are they credible? That's all good, right? One way or the other, however you choose. I won't even communicate to you what I think is real or not real when it comes to that passing judgment part of the conversation. But the reality is, the facts is it disrupts things. It stops things. It pushes dates out. Right now, it's circulating in a space that Jake Paul is reaching out to other fighters. Why? Because at a minimum, he's wondering if this is something that is going to happen. We're 2 weeks away from this event happening right now, and he's in the dark. Like, damn, what does this mean for me? What are they going to do? Will he be able to compete with me? Will he be able? I'm dealing with millions and millions and millions of dollars trying to build a bridge in a relationship with Netflix. I have other fighters with my promotional company who are anticipating me headlining this card so that they can fight. There's a lot on the line, and it's not worth it. At some point, you have to say, is somebody considering whether or not it's worth it or not to put a whole head? He's a headliner. He's not a fight on the card like Floyd. We'll get into Floyd Schofield Jr., but his not being on the card is not affecting Virgil Ortiz and Erickson Lubin from fighting, or the rest of the fighters on that card from fighting, right? But at least he has a legitimate reason. But this with Tank Davis, it's a different conversation. So people want to, you know, make little of it or whatever it is. Right now, it's back again. I didn't bring it up. I didn't tell him to do what he did or didn't do, or be involved with who he was involved with, whatever it is that's happening. But I do think that at this point, and I'll send it back to Ray. At this point, is it time for the PBC? Is it time for the Netflixes, the Jake Pauls? Is it time for boxing, the WBA, as a sanctioning body, to start asking themselves some real hard questions about what their future relationship looks like with Tank Davis, at least until they're able to get that confidence back that he's back where he needs to be, and they can depend on him to be here for these events.
And the best case scenario to really look at this is as you're like, if this was your child in this situation, would you tell your child to keep going and pushing and still have these situations, or will you sit him down and get him away from the environment for a little bit so he can, you know what I mean, rethink, recalibrate, get back to where he needs to be, regardless of what he has or what's on the line? You know what I mean? I think a lot of us
it's
really
horrible, bro. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, you Mag 7. I'm gonna be real with you, right?
What you say?
You know, let me just speak to this and just say this, right?
Oh my God.
Our this community can be very toxic, right? This man has been in the limelight for this particular topic so many times.
And on camera dragging a girl out of a basketball game.
Right.
At
some point, it's up to Tank to. At what point does Tank have to prove to you that it's not an issue? And I'm going to tell you why. Because at some point, it starts to become, you guys are okay with him beating on women, right?
Pretty much.
Where's the concern for, hey, bro, is this real or not? Because this whole technical aspect of swinging from the idea that, oh, America, it's like criminal shit, right? It's kind of like people are treating this like I have a friend who got caught moving some things around, right? And it's like, yo, bro, I know he's guilty, but I don't give a, right? I want him to get off, right? But if I find out my friend is being charged with sexually assaulting a woman, I'm going to be concerned with whether or not he did or he didn't. I'm not caring. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit there and be caught up in, yo, they got to prove it. Hold up, bro. Did you do that or not? Because I don't roll around with dudes who sexually assault women. That's my concern. I don't care about the court as much. I want to know if he did it or not. And if he didn't do it, then I'm like, yo, I'm with you, bro. Fight for it. But if I feel like he did it, so people who are still defending this, right?
Yeah.
You have this. I think our community has built a stomach for domestic violence to where
no. They built a stomach for this gentleman just not doing anything that they put out there.
No, I've seen this in my community. I've seen people deal with domestic violence. I've seen people.
Of course.
Relationships.
I know what you mean. Okay. You talking about as a whole.
And I think what we have is we got a tolerance, and Tank Davis has definitely been suffering from tolerance to move like this. The people that are around him, the Calvin Fords and the Kenny Ellises and his entourage, and the people, if this is true, who have understood that this man's been dealing with this all this time, how much tolerance? You know, at some point, something has to give, right? And credit to the reality that I don't know if it's true or not. But I'm gonna tell you, man, at 48 years old, bro, I'm 48, man. Man, bro,
you can't.
When it quack, it's a duck. You know what I'm saying? Like when enough people call somebody a crackhead, bro, it's like, what are you doing, man? They make people keep calling you a crackhead. I can't continue to just keep fighting for you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry that this tickles people, and then people's instinct is to continue to come to this man's defense. It's your instinct to do it. As a Tank Davis fan, you instinctively feel like you should be defending him. But nah, bro, after a while, I don't know. And I think the more you defend him, the more you better hope he's innocent. Because if the video comes out or something comes out and it's proven without a shadow of doubt he gets convicted for it, then what are your excuses how you got, I don't know. I don't think it ages well. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just leave it there because I got a lot of other topics I want to get into. I'm going to land the plane there and say that from a boxing point of view, the volatility of doing business with this man for millions and millions and millions of dollars. How many people are affected? Jake Paul is not in the business of leaving 40 plus million, 50 plus million dollars on the table because somebody can't keep their hands off a woman or can't stay out the limelight for the wrong reason. Netflix is also under scrutiny because they're dealing with their own situations. Netflix has like, you know, LGBTQ, you know, there's issues out there. People who've actually pulled away from Netflix because of Netflix being open to a whole bunch of different topics that we don't need to get into this. So do they want to be affiliated with this at this point, going through everything that they're going through, trying to keep their company where it was? So many people are dealing or affected by something like this. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is, right?
Like, I mean, I know you landed the plane. I just want to say this, and I was actually going to type it in. If you're a manager at a company and you got your favorite employee that just keeps getting in trouble and HR keeps getting these calls about him,
horrible.
You can't keep defending him and saying, "Look, he's employee of the month in my store every single time. He, you know, what I mean, he does everything I ask him to do. He's great with customers. He's great at this." But he just continues to get in trouble with the same thing every single time. Eventually, you're going to have to tell this guy, "Yo, you got to get help, or I got to let you go." You know what I mean? The consequences are severe now. Like, this is like the 6th or 7th time. And I've seen you once in the parking lot arguing with one of the employees, and you know what I mean? And whatever the case may be. And I kind of ignored it because I know you were dating or had a relationship at one point. So I ignored it. But now this is starting to become a problem. And it's starting to affect all other employees where they don't even want to work with you anymore. That's the whole point. And you guys got to look at it in the sense of that. It's not about anybody hating Tank, disliking Tank, or having a problem with Tank. It's a situation. It's a problem. And you guys have to address the problem. Address the problem is not be supportive of it in the sense of it didn't happen. It's like, why does it keep happening? And that's it. You have to understand that. I'm not pointing the finger and saying he did any of these things. But, you know what I mean? The same people were so quick to push the button on Devin and saying that he pushed his baby mama down and did this and did that and laughed at it when Jamar Charlo had his situation, so quick to talk about that. But now in this situation, you guys are sitting there. I mean, even criticize Terence for having a kid outside of his wife. It's crazy.
Yeah, but the reason we don't, and here, no, listen.
Go ahead. I'm done. I know you want to land.
I want to be clear, right? I genuinely don't care one way or another in real time,
right,
about what Tank is doing outside of the ring. If he is putting hands on his female, that's his business and the female's business. Right. I don't know that she's so innocent either, right? I don't know what part she's played in it. What I'm saying is it's affecting big cards for big money and big business, and that's the issue, right? I don't care. You guys are okay with him. Hey, bro, if somebody came in here and said, how do I know you're going to be talking about Tank? Maybe because he was in the news yesterday, bro, and he's all over the tabloids today for a fight. Maybe that's why it is, right? So I have to be patient with you guys because I don't want to like talk down to you guys, but the intelligence from my heart, bro, it's sad. I have a hard time sometimes dealing with you people because you people are so like low on the IQ level. I try to just carry you, you know what I'm saying, and not make it about like shitting on you, but it's horrible. Why are we talking about Tank? It's fucking crazy. So, but at the end of the day, in 2 weeks, November 14th, there's supposed to be an event. And it looks like the event is in danger of not happening because of this. That is unfortunate. And you got to think the people who are involved with this event being successful are concerned and probably going to be a little bit more weary dealing with Tank and making plans with Tank. He has a habit of pushing dates out, canceling on Lamont Road to the last minute. Now this, who knows, right? So what happens if, let's say Jake Paul replaces him with Ryan Garcia? Does Jake Paul chase down a Tank Davis fight again? Does Shakur care about the business of the game is affected, right? It is what it is. People can say whatever they want to say, bro. It is what it is. It lands where it lands.
Eastside status, all that. It can be affected, man. You got to understand what this is
Shout out
really
to
is.
Tank fans, man.
But let's move on, man.
Be loyal, support your guy, man. I hope he makes it out on the other side and he makes you guys proud. And yesterday I was on the Boxing Voice, or the day before yesterday, and they were talking about Devin Haney, and there was a British guy, a Rico. He's a
Rico,
guy, right? And he was talking about, he was asking the question, why has America abandoned the Devin Haneys? Why is Devin not being supported? And I said, it's a toxic space. You know what I'm saying? They don't like the clean cut version of what he represents, him and his father coming together, the Islam and what he represents. Is he perfect? No, he does things that can rub people the wrong way. But I'm just saying that this particular boxing space, this urban boxing space, doesn't resonate with the Devin Haney. They resonate more with the mischievous, fly, swagged out, you know what I mean? Whatever it is that attracts you guys to him.
The material people.
The material, whatever it is that they resonate with. And so somebody comes up on the panel, calls in and goes, man, for real, he said, I'd rather my son be like Tank than Devin. And I was like, what the fuck? He said, because Tank about his money and I want my son to be about money. I was just like, and I didn't even respond to him. I stayed quiet. It was his time. He paid for it. You know how it works on Boxing Voice. He paid for his opportunity to speak. But yeah, bro, to say that we're in a fallen state, I could say that like a broken record, right? And I try to keep it boxing. And just to say that on the back end of this toxic energy, a card has been affected. People's careers have been affected, potentially. Gary Antoine Russell didn't ask to be involved in this. He's preparing himself to fight and defend his title. Alicia Baumgartner didn't ask to be involved in this. Most people, if they could avoid being involved in something like this, would. So in the future, will they take this as a sign as far as what they have to take into consideration when making plans with him? Let's just keep it real, right? It is what it is. It is what it is, right? Yeah, Clay, you brought it up, fam. Yeah, once again, you lost the aircraft carrier, right? So my English is out of the downfalls that I have in life, I'm pretty articulate, right? So I'm responding to somebody who's asking, why am I speaking about Tank Davis? And I'm responding that he's in the news. That's why I'm speaking on him. So for you, you're laughing because you're hanging off of some space of privilege where you feel like you've caught me in some shit, right? And I'm sitting here wondering why you are so OTM, one track minded. I'm trying to figure out why you can't comprehend and understand and follow along with the pace of the conversation. Right. That's what I'm doing while you're trying to
first conversation. This is a boxing channel. We're talking about he's a boxer.
Straight up talk about boxing.
You're a fan of a person, so the drive is pushed to a different degree because you're not in understanding of the conversation. The conversation is there because it's news. It's not there because it's we want to talk about it. I don't think we even talk about them enough. You know what I mean? Like other people. So it is what it is. But we can move the needle since that's the case, and we'll shut the door on it. Pow!
Yeah, it is what it is. We are where we're at with it, right? So we'll see how that develops. Jake Paul supposedly shopping for a potential another dance partner. We don't know what's happening with Tank and these charges. I don't think it's far-fetched at all that money will get moved around and people will get paid off and charges will get dropped and maybe this event could be saved. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of time though to get it done in. So I'd say within the next 5 to 7 days, if there's no real answers that come out, that come out on the other side, then maybe the fight will come out. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening. I want to move it on though and segue into somebody who's involved with Tank Davis as far as when the conversation of Tank Davis comes up, which is Shakur Stevenson. And Shakur Stevenson lining up this fight with Teofimo Lopez, but in the meantime, helping Jake Paul out to prepare for a Tank Davis that might not be fighting in 2 weeks. Where are you at on that? As far as the ridicule that he's getting, that Keyshawn Davis is getting, that Raymond Ford is getting. How do you feel about that? People are feeling that Shakur is being hypocritical.
What I just say, you shut the door on it because every time you get the fans that they interfere with the wrong nonsense. They don't look at it as a sport. People spar all the time. Let me tell you, it was no problem when Tank was getting a bag, but when Shakur went to go get a bag, why not? You know what I mean? He ain't getting a full bag, but he getting a bag to go out there and train with this guy. He getting some paper. You think he might get a potential lookout. Remember, he's a free agent, so he might be going out there to look for to do some work for to Jake to maybe get on one of them MVP cards. We don't know what the substantial situation is on
Could
this.
he just be out there because he feels like being out there?
Right. And maybe he just wants to test his work against a bigger fighter and see how they fight because he's moving up to fight somebody at 140. Do we ever think about that? No, we don't. We only look at certain things because it involves our favorite fighter, and we have to dangle the Christmas tree in front of everybody's face and kiss the mistletoe and call it some bullshit just because our favorite fighter is the GOAT, in our opinion. Yeah, I said GOAT because never mind. Anyway, the GOAT, that's in our opinion. So, and nobody else can touch them, and they shouldn't do anything. Even they're chasing coattails and this and that. Listen, it's a boxing game, and if y'all ain't gonna get it by now, both of them dudes. Praise to y'all for getting y'all bag. How about that? Because y'all sure as hell praise the other little man for getting his bag, which he ain't get yet because he in trouble. So you know what? Salute to y'all, gentlemen, for going out there and preparing this man in any way, shape, way you can. It's cool. I'm with it. You know what I mean? Go do what you got to do.
I mean, I'm okay with him. I'm okay with him literally doing it just to say fuck Tank. And why am I okay with that? Because it don't make no difference to me. I don't give a.
There you go. Look.
I'm okay with him completely being petty. I'm okay with him completely being petty and just doing it just to be an asshole. I'm okay with that because I don't care. I'm not friends with Shakur. I'm not friends with Tank. Either one of those guys don't make me shit. I don't give a damn. I think it's actually funny as hell to me that the space would want to stand on some sort of loyalty and boxing got to stick together, and I don't give a damn about none of that shit, bro. I watched Ron Boots Ennis go and spar Canelo Alvarez, and you weren't even allowed to ask why he was doing it, right? Being that Terence Crawford had a fight lined up with him. I don't care. I didn't care about Jerron Boots Ennis being over there, and I for sure and the hell don't give a damn about Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis in there going over to a arguable face of boxing candidate and Jake Paul in his own right with how much energy he pulls in to say that these guys are taking opportunities to get pictures, to get attention, to get this type of attention right here, and that they're pushing and putting themselves in the conversation of a circus of a fight to keep their name in the space. Why would I give a half a rabbit's turd as to what that man is doing over there with Jake Paul? I think it's hilarious. Yeah, no issues with it at all. That being said, Floyd Schofield Jr. and Sr. back in the news, not for the greatest reasons, right? Schofield pulling out of another fight. This one due to a hand injury, which I'm sure is real. They showed pictures, and he looked like he had some mosquito bites or something on his wrist. But I'm assuming the swelling or something like that is more so what they were showing. And he can't fight Jojo Diaz. First of all, how do you feel about that? Them pulling out because of a hand injury, pulling out of that fight. What do you think?
I mean, if he's injured, it is what it is. I mean, this guy's starting to become a regular Keith Thurman, to say the least. Mm-hmm. I don't know, the mental things and the substantials of it is just becoming weird. The energy is becoming weird. You just came off a good performance, and you would expect something to be a great follow-up, and it's not becoming that. It's becoming a circus again, and you can't get your dad can't get out the way here. Your dad can't get out the way there. You have more than enough reasons to say that you're a heavy fighter. I personally, can I tell you what I really think? I think there's an issue with the weight for the second time, and I think because there's an issue with the weight, we need to postpone it to get some more weight off, or do what we got to do, or maybe possibly move up, because this is just taking too long, and we can't really sit at 135 anymore. It's time for us to grow, and that's what I really think it is. But
why do you think is that? Why do you think it's the weight? I mean, why do you think they would? I mean,
because
they're still pushing for the Lucas body fight. They're still looking for the championship fight, but they're not looking to leave. Why do you think they would do this to get out of a fight with Jojo Diaz because of weight?
I just think
there's no rehydration.
and crazy, and that's the crazy part, right? Because I think Jojo Diaz is fought at 140 already, and it could have just been a catchweight fight or something like that. But you know what I mean? Like it could be true, but I just think that they've played so many games. You know what I mean? It's like the boy that cried wolf or the kid that caught fire. Like you did it so many times, it's starting to become annoying, and it's like I don't believe you anymore. It's really hard to believe you. That's what the guy was laying in the hospital bed saying somebody rubbed massage cream on him, Clay. And you know what I mean? Like, come on. The guy said the guy flattened his tires, ran in his house, cut up his passports, like all types of nonsense. You see what I'm saying?
I think that it can be. I think it's legitimate, right? I think I got to put perspective on it, right? Not everything has to do with everything for me, right? Yeah, the Riyadh season is very questionable. The whole build up to that, what happened, how the fight ended up not happening, that was some weird shit, right? The thing that makes it cringe with the Schofields has always been the father, obviously, who just, I mean, even watching Schofield Jr. explaining with it, it's awkward to see a grown man with his legs crossed, his arms like this, staring a hole into the side of head of Floyd Schofield Jr. While Schofield Jr. is trying to answer a question. It almost looks like hostage worthy. It's incredibly uncomfortable and awkward to watch that dynamic work on a TV screen. And I don't think, and as much as Schofield Sr. wants to paint this picture of being this, it's incredibly weird to know that young man, 23, 24 years old, who has a son, can't sit down in front of a camera, do an interview without his father, if not sitting directly next to him, staring at him, waiting to cut him off if he says the wrong thing, knowingly as a person watching it, knowing that he's probably standing in the corner of the room or behind the camera or around, and that you can't help but feel that there is a legitimate eyebrow beating and pressure being given to Schofield Jr. by his father that's just weird to watch. That being said, I'm sure that Floyd Schofield Jr. may have jammed his wrist, hurt himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's far-fetched that instead of fighting a fight against Jojo Diaz that doesn't really mean anything in the bigger picture of things, why fight him with that kind of injury, knowing that injury can turn into something that can compound into something worse, knowing that you have some of the biggest fights in front of him that you're trying to get him involved with. So why even play in that pool with the Jojo Diaz? The fight holds no weight. We watched Shakur Stevenson fight through a hand injury for years, and ultimately we saw him even take a fight one-handedly, arguably, to fight against Edwin De Los Santos and injure the hand to the point to where the next fight he had to get ready for, he broke his hand in the ring getting ready for it, right? And had to have surgery on his hand. And we know right now that Shakur Stevenson deals with chronic hand injuries, frail hands. His hands are they're breaking almost in every single fight, including the fight that he was supposed to fight Floyd Schofield in, where he fought against Joe Cordine, where he fought against Josh Padley. He hurt his hand in that fight, right? So I get it, right? There's no issues. If there's a hand injury, so be it. You want to pull him out the fight because I'm okay with it. I'm all aboard, right? But then again, you dial back into Shakur Stevenson and you say we're still looking to fight him. Shakur doesn't want to fight us. That starts to look weird. You're calling out somebody, Shakur Stevenson. You're calling him out. You pulled out of a fight. You want to blame it on the British Board of Athletic Commissions, whatever, that they pulled you out. You're not taking any ownership to say that you had these people thinking that your son was poisoned or was going to die, and that you gave them no choice but to pull him out the fight because of the accountability. You want to paint this picture constantly. It seems disingenuous, and it's not aging well at this point, being that Floyd Schofield Jr. has pulled out of his second fight, and you're still pushing the same narrative, right? You're turning it into some you're the smart guy type of thing. I think it's weird, bro.
Yo, tough fight. That's what I said. Boy that cried wolf. It adds up to a certain point, and you got to look at it like, yo, is it real? Is it not real? We don't know. And I got to look, as a man, I want to say I would understand that and honor the fact that it happened, right? You're wearing a cast or whatever the case may be, your hand wrap, whatever. I can live with it. But at the same time, you have cried wolf so many times. I don't know what to believe with you. And I'm going to actually take the high road to say, who's to say you're not trying to get out this fight right now because you're having a weight issue? You had a weight issue with Shakur Stevenson.
Or you're having an opportunity issue because like they're saying, Tank Davis in that WBA I think it's fair. It's probably a good argument to say that Tank is not coming back to 135 at least, right? That he might be coming back to fight in a professional space of boxing again, but 135 very shaky, and that something's probably about to happen with that WBA title, and that he could potentially be fighting Lucas Body for a vacant WBA title.
Yes.
And you know me, I've been the one kind of like
asking
the charge on the Schofield Jr. making the weight at 135 thing.
Yeah.
My gut instinct says that weight cut is becoming tighter and tighter, right? Like he's a growing man. He's 24 years old. He's growing. He's a big muscular guy. He doesn't have a lot of fat on him. That weight cut has to be becoming more of a challenge for him. So do we save ourselves? Do we risk at all with our hand feeling however it's feeling, get in the ring with a Jojo Diaz who gave Regis Prograis issues in that fight, right? Do we even risk playing that game knowing that it looks like there's an opportunity coming right around the corner for us to become a champion? So do we pull out the fight? Do I think all of that plays its role in the decision to move out of that? Yeah.
Right.
I think it all plays a role. I think the weight cut, I think the opportunity to become a champion, I think the hand injury is part of it. I think it all has come together where it's just makes sense to pull him back out of that situation.
Full circle. Clay, damn, bro, you never miss a beat, bro. I be telling you, you should have dropped this on me earlier, bro. Look, I'm on board with everything else, but yes, how many times have they gotten a little birdie in their ear?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Look, think about to drop the belt, or hey, they might take the belt from him because he's not fighting. Yo, interesting.
So we'll see how that plays out. Shout out to the Schofields. I think Schofield Jr. is a great fighter. I follow him on Instagram. I watch him working out on Instagram, like when he's doing his workout. That dude's a beast, bro. He's an amazingly gifted athlete, bro. He does a lot of stuff in his on his videos that just showcase his athletic. He's a super athletic kid, man, and a great personality. When he gets an opportunity to speak for himself and not have his daddy just eyebrow beating. I literally saw him playing with his cast or whatever it was, and right in the middle of him talking, Pop was like, "Stop doing that! It was just I don't like it, bro. I was somebody who was close enough to Schofield Sr., who had some sort of like weight with him, could just respectfully speak to that man and say, brother, let that boy do his thing. Like, get off the screen. Go take a drive. If he's got an interview, just go watch a movie, bro. Go eat at your favorite restaurant. Go on a date. Do whatever you want to do, man. Let him, for the love of his growth at this point in his life, man, bro, even if you want to rewatch the interview with him later and you want to critique the interview with him later, you know what I mean? And be like, hey, right, but for the love of God, man, you're making that boy look horrible sitting next to him that way. I'll pull it up, bro. I'll pull it up and show you him staring in the side of his face. It was so uncomfortable to watch, bro. I was just like, yo, bro.
Yo, yeah, he be on some. Yeah.
I'm like, please, bro. It don't need to be like this.
Crazy.
Like, why are you doing this, bro? It don't gotta be like this, bro. Don't tell me that this is. And Junior. Oh, I feel so bad for you, bro, because it's like, dude, why are you allowing this? To even if it's not. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Was it Mill City, right?
Was it Mill City?
I believe so.
Was it? I don't think it was Mill. I think it was Fight Hub. He has a couple of them.
Yeah, I thought it was Mills, but let me see.
Hold on, let me see here. Junior cancels. Let me see here. Is it here? Yeah, this is it right here. Here it is.
Okay.
It is. Hold on, let me pull it up. Awkward, bro. Like, stop, man.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let me show you. Let me pull it up here. What are you saying uh-oh for? What happened?
I'm about to send you something. See if I can. You can look at it on your.
I gotta see screen share. I gotta see how to do this. I've never done this on this restream.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's the same thing. It's in the bottom here, and you press. Yo,
Okay.
you can do stuff.
Look at him, bro. Right now, pay attention. Watch this. Ready?
Sitting like that though.
Look.
And I was trying to kill my. I be trying to kill my rounds after that.
It's not even a carrot. It's a brace, bro. Hold on, time out.
Probably just
watch this.
Added more damage on than you should have.
Look at the eyes. So look how he's staring at him.
I be trying to kill my small part,
bro. Stop, man.
Yo, that's not even a cast. That's just a brace.
Right, whatever it is on his arm. You know what I'm saying?
I'm dead ass. The cast would be sticking out the end of the brace, right? And it would be a blue brace. That's the cast. That's the brace you put on after your hand heals.
Right. So what I'm saying is whatever it is, right? Because you was playing with it, and I could play that part too, but I don't need to get that deep into it. Stop. Is the point? Stop, bro. It doesn't look good, man. I hate looking at it, man. Like, and I watched the interview against not to say my better judgment, because I wanted to hear what happened. But I generally, whenever I see a thumbnail or I see it look like that, I won't even watch it. So you're making it to where I'm not even watching him because it makes me that uncomfortable to see that dynamic where I don't even watch it. So even when they're talking regularly, I don't even watch it because it's weird. It's weird, bro. And there's a part of me that feels like screaming at this dude, like, yo, get the fuck out the screen. Why are you there, bro? Jesus Christ, bro. Like, it's horrible, bro. I don't care how much people try to sell me. I talked to a friend of the Schofields a couple of days ago who was like, yo, no, they actually have a good relationship. I don't care, bro. I don't care, bro. That should look weird, bro. You ain't gonna see Brian Norman do that to Brian Norman Jr. You ain't gonna see Bill do that to Devin. You ain't gonna see Teofimo Sr. do that to Tio. I don't know who you're gonna see that from. Daniel Dubois has a father who is a micromanaging son of a bitch. He won't do it. He knows to stay out of the screen. He knows how it looks. Even if he's controlling it, the way he's controlling it, he knows just aesthetically, It's not a good look. He knows it's not. I'm not doing that, bro. It makes him look weak. It makes him look soft. It makes him look, it makes it look like he can't stand on his own. Brother, leave the damn room, bro, and let that kid do an interview, bro. Wow. Crazy. You know what I mean? Please. For the love of God, man. It is what it is. It is what it is, right?
I just sent it to you. I tried to send it on the page, but it don't have a private chat. So I don't want to send it. But it's crazy, bro. I don't know if you've seen that yet. You might have. Asking about Jake Paul and Ryan Garcia. Let me just tell you why this fight is not going to happen. Ryan Garcia fights for DAZN, and Jake Paul fights on Netflix. I mean, that's pretty much the bottom line. Golden Boy has a contract with DAZN. Ryan Garcia has a contract with Golden Boy. And that's just the way it is. I mean, this is business. Whoa, some Jeopardy, Clay.
Yeah. Oscar De La Hoya is a whole nother topic. He kind of annoys me too. But yeah, Oscar's not going to let Ryan Garcia make money without him. That's what it comes down to. Exactly. He got in the way of Ryan Garcia making money in Japan while Ryan Garcia was suspended, and he's going to get in the way of this. Why? Because Oscar De La Hoya's hands is tied. He's not allowed to make money outside of the zone. Right. Same way Eddie Hearn is tied to the zone. He's not allowed to go make money outside of the zone. So unless the fight can be on the zone platform, they're not allowed to be involved in it. Now, that doesn't stop him from allowing Ryan Garcia to go and do his own thing, but he legitimately is in a spot to where he cannot promote or co-promote outside of the zone's ability to get paid. So it brings another layer and another player into the game that you have to split the pie multiple ways now in order to make that happen. So the only option for Oscar De La Hoya is to let Ryan go make money without him, and that won't ever happen. He's not going to allow that to happen. And that's what you're going to hear Ryan Garcia, if he complains, he's going to come out, and that's what he's going to say. That's why I don't like this motherfucker. Because Devin Haney, Eddie Hearn would have got out the way, bro. Yep. He's done it before. He would have legitimately got out the way. That's what he would have done. He'd have been like, go ahead, bro. I'm not going to stop you from going to make some money. And Oscar De La Hoya is just not going to do that.
Crazy, right?
it is what it is. Like I know,
And,
I've been shocked.
you see the announcement. You see the announcement that Ring Magazine just put out there, right? Speaking of Ryan Garcia, him and Barrios fighting for the WBC title.
That's what they're gonna do.
Check your phone.
I mean, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it.
It's in the group chat. I just seen it. Crazy work, right?
No,
things is just. I'm just saying.
Boxing, man.
That's what I said. Look, boxing is where it needs to be. Big fights happening.
I mean, big fights also happen, but there's an argument there to say that the sanctioning bodies are diabolical for allowing Ryan Garcia to come up with a loss with Rolly Romero and jump right into another title fight with Mario Barrios. That's another conversation, right? Where it's just like, what in the hell? What the hell are we talking about here, right?
Coming off a no contest and getting a title shot.
Yeah, bro. Salute to everybody who's in the building, man. Take a moment to please go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't done it as well. If you haven't done it, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Let's continue the conversation moving forward here. We'll see what Schofield Jr. does, man. It looks like if you were asking me personally, what do I believe he's probably in line to fight for a vacant WBA title or an interim title of some sort that could be elevated to a full title. When Tank vacates it, or whether the WBA strips it from him. I think that's what we're going to be looking at. It is what it is, right? I want to move on to the next topic: Terence Crawford versus who? Right now, look, a couple of weeks ago, or like a month and a half ago, Terence Crawford shocked the world. They shook up the world, Craig. And he defeated Canelo Alvarez, face of boxing, undisputed super middleweight champion of the world. He is currently that face of boxing, and more importantly, probably just as far as boxing is concerned, a undisputed champion at 168. A lot of pressure coming into what Terence Crawford's, or a lot of interest going into who is Terence Crawford going to fight next. Shout out to Ennis at the Boxing Voice, who's made his opinion very clear, putting the pressure on Terence Crawford, saying the only fight that makes sense and the only fight that the boxing space needs to see is Terence Crawford versus Jerron Boots Ennis next. I feel where he's coming from. I think if Terence Crawford were to sit down in front of me right now and say, yo, Clay, it's on you, bro. Who you think I should fight next? You're a loyal fan of mine. Whoever you tell me to fight next is who I'm fighting next. I'm like, say less, champ. Jerron Boots Ennis. That's what I'm telling him, hands down, 10 out of 10 times. That's a fight I would love to see more than any other fight. Before Terence Crawford retire, that's a fight that I would say years down the line, we'll be like, Terence had a great career, but you know that one fight I wanted to see him in? It'd have been the Boots and Crawford fight. But that being said, respect to the champ, who's now in the prize fighting chapter of his career. He's at the tail end of his career. He's accomplished so much. Respectfully, I have to ask and wait patiently for the champ to tell me what he wants to do next. And that's important, right? Now, I know as boxing fans, we play with that, right? We pick and choose our battles when it comes to that, because when it comes to certain fighters, we don't apply the pressure, but when it comes to other fighters, we demand the pressure, and to the point where if he doesn't reply to the pressure the right way, we'll discredit his resume, we'll discredit his accomplishments, and we'll discredit ultimately him being the fighter of the era. We'll say he ducked even, right? Even though the fighter's not even in his weight class. But I understand the boxing space's wanting of this fight to happen. Then we have Janabek, who is currently a unified champion at 160 pounds and is getting ready to fight Erislandy Lara in December to unify and be a 3-belt unified champion in the division. And we know how Terence Crawford is about his accolades and his legacy, and becoming a 6 weight class champion would be a huge accomplishment for him. And even being able to push it further to become a 4 weight class undisputed champion would take him into a whole nother hemisphere for himself personally. And when you got a Turkey Al-Sheikh involved in the conversation, money is not a question. So Terence would also probably be looking at a big payday just off the strength of Turkey. Whether or not you guys think the pay-per-view sells or people care or not, don't matter. Turkey's not tripping. If Turkey sells, I'm cutting you a check for 70 million. It's 70 million. Whether it sells, whether 41 million people see it on Netflix or a couple 100,000 or whatever the number is. However you guys would like to discredit and dismiss the value of this fight, it doesn't really mean anything with Turkey, because Turkey circumvents all that and just hands money success or not successful just to make the fight happen. And then, of course, I think the elephant in the room is the reality is that Canelo Alvarez is just coming off of surgery, minor surgery. He seems to be on point. He hasn't spoken about a rematch. He hasn't told us he's interested in a rematch, but I don't think it's far-fetched that he may be interested in one. I'm sure his fan base would love to see Canelo get another shot at Terence Crawford. A lot of people felt like that fight was super close. Not everybody shares that same perspective on the fight. But regardless, I think there's still a demand. If that fight were to be announced as a rematch, I think it would get a good response. Probably even more people would watch it the second time because they'd expect Canelo to make all kinds of adjustments, right? And make the fight more competitive, maybe even win the fight. And clearly there's going to be a huge payday there for both fighters in that situation. So, and then the last thing is the big R word, right? 38 years old, done everything he's done a lot, and you're dealing with a very ungrateful boxing space. So, he might just walk away and retire. Either way, a lot of options for Terence Crawford. Where do you stand on this topic when it comes to Terence Crawford and what he should do next, I guess?
Well, here it goes. The big question. Why do they want to see Terence lose so bad? Because he beat your favorite fighter, right? We need him to fight Benavidez or Boots next. That's all he got. That's all I got. I don't care about nobody else. That's it.
Oh, and Jamel too. By the way, Jamel.
I heard that too. Oh yeah, put Jamel in the picture. Well, Jamel just ran around the ring by the same guy that Bud just beat with no weight clause, no nothing. Went going up in weight from a lower division with one fight at 154 when this dude was undisputed there and should have been an easier fight. He was actually really the bigger guy walking into that ring, but he got hurt, got put into somewhere he didn't need to be, ran away, did all types of things. But yeah, it's okay. We're gonna move the needle. It's crazy. I think Terence just needs to sit back, enjoy his situation, look at what's best for him. I know him and Adames are really close. That might be a fight that we may see happen. I think we left like to leave that off the board. That may be a good fight for him to move up and move to the right spot. We just got to knock down with Parker and Buatsi, by the way.
Let me go back there and see what's going on.
But yeah. So with that being said, I'm looking at it as why not? Why not have a situation where he fights who he wants to fight? Does Boots call out Terence Crawford? Haven't heard him really say it once. I heard him say that, he wanted to fight him at 47. If the fight's there, they'll take it. Never said that, hey, just because the fight's not there or whatever the case, I'm going to fight Boots. No, he never called him out. He never made it a point to say, look, this is the fight I want. And if you want the fight, you get in the way. He's at 154. He jumps up. He goes into 160. He gets one of those titles, if not the title, or the both titles if they unify, get in the way, and then let's see what he got there. And then Terence has no choice but to come down and fight him. Or three titles. There'll be three titles if one of them win, Laura or Janabek. Let's be clear on that. So that's the way you do it. You get in the way. He hasn't gotten in the way at 154. He hasn't gotten away at 160 yet to grab anything because Bud says he's going to 160. He hasn't even called him out. So Boots is out of the question. Benavidez has already made the point that I am not going down to 168 to go fight no Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford already made the point, well, I'm not fighting Benavidez at all. I don't even belong at 168. I just took the fight because it was an opportunity. It was something that somebody told me to do. Go fight the best to prove that I'm the best. And that's what he did. As far as retirement, that seems to me to be the most likely thing to do. Maybe take another championship, just become a 6-time champion in another division. Grab a belt and just retire. Walk off into the sunset. Go fight Adames. Make that happen. Walk away. Be crowned the best of our era, and just move along. Who cares? Everything else, if he's trying to break records or trying to become 50-0 and all that, then you know what? Go for it. Whatever you want to do, the world is yours. You have proved you don't have nothing to prove to nobody but yourself. I just think that Terence has the like Canelo did. You know what I mean? He has the world in his hands of boxing. He can do what he wants. I don't really care what he does. I'm not here to pressure him to do anything. If I want to see something happen, yes, I want to see him with Boots Ennis. I think the styles are very good, but I don't have a say in the matter. Terence does and his team. So I don't know, Clay. I stand off it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna take my time with this one, right? Because I've had a conversation on Boxing Voice with Ness and a lot of people who are split in multiple directions on this. And here's where I stand on it. I couldn't have said it better as far as Ron Boots Ennis showing interest. That's what I stand on, right? I keep telling people that I believe if I were to say to Jerron Boots Ennis, if I were to sit right now and speak to Jerron Boots Ennis, I would say to him, first of all, congratulations, champ. You're doing your thing, man. You're a lineal champ, unified in 147. You sat there and you accomplished your goals. Congratulations to you. The second question I'm going to ask him is, man, you just had a performance against Usman Lima, a knockout that was beautiful. You stopped him, and you called out a lot of people inside that ring at the end of the fight. Pretty much the whole entire 154-pound division. You even called Jamel Charlo, who hasn't been active in the division for years, but you let him know he can get the smoke. And you've communicated to the space that you want to become an undisputed champion at 154, unified a minimum, and that you want to do the same thing at 160, and then at some point see 168. That's awesome, bro. To aim to become a 2-weight class undisputed champion or 3-weight class champion, that's got to be a lot for you, right? And he'd say, yeah, man, that's what I want to do. And then I'd ask him, would you be willing to throw that all the way to go fight Terence Crawford at 168 right now? And I'd wait for him to answer me as he looked at me and weighed out the reality of the situation. And I wish the boxing space would weigh that out in an equal fair way to say that you guys are putting Boots in a situation. You've been doing this for, oh my God, bro. Somebody
I got it. I'm blocking it right now.
That you guys have been pushing this man and keeping this man in a conversation with Terence Bud Crawford, where the only thing that Terence Bud Crawford and Jerron Boots Ennis ever shared in common was both being in a division, Terence Crawford occupying a belt that Jerron Boots Ennis wanted. And the moment Terence Crawford moved on out that division and Boots was elevated to an IBF champion, there was no more relationship between them. People want to build up this nonsense story that Jerron Ennis has been looking to fight Terence Bud Crawford, where clearly he's never put himself in a position outside of what he did at 147 to fight Terence Bud Crawford. Now, that being said, Jerron Boots Ennis has an opportunity to make his own legacy. Right. And I think that's what he's trying to do and what he'd rather do.
Yep.
The fact that people have put him in the same conversation with Terence Crawford for all these years have put Boots in a situation where he's constantly having to have himself compared to Terence Bud Crawford, which is unfair to him. If Boots wants to make this fight happen, he has to weigh out what I said earlier. He has to weigh out leaving his own personal aspirations to the side in order to please the fan base and make a fight with Terence Crawford. Now, I want to be clear. I do not believe that man is scared of Terence Crawford or that he would not fight Terence Crawford in the right situation. But I think him and his father have made it clear. We watched this man not fight Virgil Ortiz for a big bag of money at 154 to stay at 147 to get a belt. We've seen Turki Al-Sheikh be frustrated trying to make him fight certain fights, and he fights the fight that he wants to fight or he thinks is the correct fight for him to fight next. Jerron Boots Ennis has done an interview with YSM and said, if I don't say it, it ain't happening. It ain't true. Because people were so mad at him for not fighting Virgil Ortiz. So here we are right now at this point with Jerron Boots Ennis, where I personally am telling the whole entire boxing space, if Boots wants to fight, he needs to call Terence out for the fight. Why? Because of the history as a fan I've had with Boots. Right. Because of the history Turki Al-Sheikh has had with Boots. Why would Turki Al-Sheikh push to make this fight happen without Jerron Boots Ennis straight up clarifying, I want that fight next? And it's fair to say that if Turki is not pushing for that fight next, that Jerron Boots Ennis isn't pushing for it.
Right.
You don't want him to have to ask for it. You want Terence Crawford to pursue Boots Ennis and call Boots Ennis out and make the fight happen with Boots Ennis, and he's the undisputed champion at 168. Right? It's crazy. So, yeah, where am I on that fight? I don't think Jerron Boots is interested in it. And even if he was interested in it, I don't see why Terence Crawford should have to fight Jerron Boots Ennis if he doesn't want to. It does nothing for him. Yes, to the people in the chat who want to be smart, Canelo didn't ask for it either, but he took it.
Correct.
But I'll tell you what, though, the reason the fight happened was because Terence Bud Crawford chased it down and called out Canelo. Canelo didn't go looking for Terence Bud Crawford because the boxing space said, you know what? You know who can beat you? Terence Bud Crawford at 154, bro. He'll take you out. You should call him out. Yeah, that's not what happened. Terence chased that guy down to make that fight happen. That being said, John Boots Ennis has a lot of legacy in front of him. He'll be waiting and anticipating, I'm sure, to see who the winner is going to be between Erickson Lubin and Virgil Ortiz. And Erickson Lubin's nothing to play with. He might legitimately derail that whole entire conversation between him and Ortiz. So Virgil needs to focus on that. That's happening next week. We'll talk about that on another show. I don't want to make it all about that. That being said, Janabek. Terence Bud Crawford was out and about and says he has his eye on Janabek, which is leading the space to believe that he's looking at Janabek and has Janabek in the crosshairs as his next opportunity to add to his legacy. Getting those belts and becoming a 6-weight class champion and a unified champion in 4 weight classes.
I got a question for you, Clay. Did Canelo still have a franchise belt? Because I know he never gave it up. Would that allow Terence to go down there and just fight for the title without no question? Canelo never gave up the franchise title.
No, Terence Crawford could do whatever the fuck he wants.
I know he can. That's not my point.
Go down there for a fight title. I don't care.
That's not what I'm asking.
What?
I'm asking about the franchise. Did Canelo had the franchise belt, allowed him to move throughout divisions without risking losing any of his titles? Does he have the did he still have?
You're saying can he compete down there but still keep his undisputed status?
Right, because if he had the franchise belt and Terence took it off him, it says a lot.
Yeah, maybe, and we'll talk about that too because we're going to segue into the 168-pound division specifically, right? I'll tell you straight up right now. I hope not, bro. I hope if he goes to compete at 160 that he lets go of them belts, man. That's what I would hope. But I mean, we'll talk about it. We'll go deeper into it in a second. So as far as Janabek is concerned, how do you feel about that fight for Terence Bud Crawford? If that's
dangerous, may potentially be his first loss. I think Janabek he's a David Benavidez with power and a better equipped boxing IQ. Because Benavidez just punches and flurries and just get you up out of there. Janabek is like a Bivol skill set with power. Tall. You know what I mean? Big for the division. Man.
Well, I would say this, right? Just not make it. I don't want to break the fight down.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm not. I'm just looking. You asked me how I feel about it. I'm just like dangerous. Like the word is dangerous.
Well, okay. So, and would you watch that fight?
Absolutely.
Do you think that fight is a fight that can garner some interest, being that Terence Crawford has earned so much momentum for himself as a face of boxing that people might dial in and be interested in that fight, and that it could be a fight that sells?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't
I think you can too. I think people are sleeping on how much of a following Terence Bud Crawford got off the back end of that Canelo Alvarez victory. I think Terence could fight damn near anybody, and people would dial in to see him fight. He's not as popular as Canelo Alvarez, but damn it, he gained a lot of traction with that performance. 41 million people dialed in to see that man fight and defeat somebody who they did not think he had a chance against. If he gets announced for another fight, they're going to say, where is he fighting? I think Netflix can push that. And I think you put titles in the conversation, then you're talking about history being made. And I think fans around the world would dial in. Maybe Americans would try to dismiss or discredit that fight. But fans around the world would be like, yo, this guy, we might have to watch this guy become unified again. Right. And then potentially go for undisputed in 4 weight classes. That's going to be
Cleavis. Is he Janabek's trainer or something? Or he got any, besides being Ukrainian, does he have anything to do with Janabek, Evis Cleavis?
I don't know.
That's kind of funny because I seen the interview. I seen
who does he work with straight up though? He works with
Usyk.
Usyk, yeah.
He works with Loma. And
might work with him.
Huh? That's what I'm asking. And he worked who's the other dude that was a Ukrainian champion? He worked with Baranchek, but there was somebody else. Just recently, he just like in the middleweight division or something.
Volchuk is not from. Volchuk is Ukrainian. Middleweight division, Ukrainian?
Yeah.
Middleweight? Not Janibek?
That's what I'm saying. Is it Janibek?
Janibek is like Russian.
Yeah, I think he's like from like I keep forgetting the name.
One of these things flew into this crib, one of these fucking spotted lanternflies or some shit. The motherfucker be acting dead, but don't be dead. Somebody left the door open and let this fucker in here.
Sorry about that. My son came in.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So, what I was saying is, it's some. Who is the
aircraft carrier? I know he might be Lithuanian, but he's working with Ukrainian fighters. He's working with Alexander Usyk. He's working with he was working, I think, with Loma. He's working with Dennis Berincek. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I can tell you right now. Hold on, I forgot I got the list right here, Clay.
Yeah, Janibek is Kakistani. Okay, yeah.
Kakistani. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I knew it was Kakistan, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if he's working with them, but
no, I don't think he does. But I like the call out and him sitting right there, like, look who I got. You know what I mean? Right. Like that was actually pretty cool.
I think
was it Madrimov?
I have no idea, Ray.
Madrimov.
I don't know who he working with.
No, he's not either. He's not mad. You know, he's not. Oh, Boychek. That's it. Boychek. Whatever his name is. You said Shuri. That's what it was. Okay, I knew it was somebody else. All right, my bad. All right. Anyway,
all right,
we can get back on topic. My bad.
so Janibek. Back to Janibek. I think that fight is an interesting fight. I think a lot of people would like to see it. I would love to watch it. Do I want to see it more than him fighting Jerome Boots Ennis? No, but I am interested in watching. I would love to see that fight. And I think there's some intangibles in it. I think Janibek's been having a hard time making it to 160. I think there's some disadvantages. There's some things in the air about Janibek that give him Terence Crawford, that is, some advantages in that fight. I think that fight is interesting, more importantly. And what about a Canelo Alvarez rematch? What do you think about that?
I love that more. Anybody, I mean, it answers all the questions, right? Was his hand really injured? I mean, not injured, not that it wasn't, he had surgery, but, or elbow, was it elbow? Whatever. Was it injured, enough where it stopped his performance? Was it, is Canelo really the better fighter? Is he who we say he is? Is Bud who we say he is? Answers a lot of questions. Again, you got the face of boxing with the pound for pound king of our era. So, yes, that again, a rematch would only do better. You know what I mean? Canelo is known for trilogies, rematches. He's never ran away from a fight. I don't see why this wouldn't be a bigger seller than the first one. And the fans, I mean, like I said, he brings a demographic with him, and not even a demographic of just Latino or Mexican fan base. He brings a world class demographic with him. And now that Terence Crawford dethroned him, that's going to be another fan base that comes into that ring and follow him. So you're going to have more viewerships, more people going into these fights for a Canelo rematch. That's the biggest fight he can make right now. That would be the fight I would love to see.
Yeah, I think that if Canelo wants that rematch, I think Terence Crawford would gladly give it to him and get a big payday, like you're saying. I think it would
go to Mexico City, make it worth it.
No, we ain't going to Mexico City. We're fighting.
Why not?
Because I'm the champion. I'm not giving you that.
It's
Terence
okay.
ain't doing that. Terence is about the books. He ain't playing that game. If he did, I'd be shocked. He's not doing that. No, I fought in Vegas. I was damn near Mexico. I'm the undisputed champion. I'm giving you the shot, and it's going to look like I'm giving you the shot based on where we're fighting.
You go to New York City?
Look like it. I don't know where it'd be. It would be in Vegas again before it was in Mexico City. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion,
I'm saying I think you just move it somewhere where, you know what I mean, it's a big, large, giant stadium, something big.
Yeah, but
Dallas, Dallas, you know what? Texas wouldn't be bad either. I like to see it in Dallas Stadium.
I'm not doing it nowhere where when I walk out, I'm guaranteed to be getting booed by 90% of the people in the building. I've earned the right to be celebrated. And I'm going to go somewhere where I believe I'm going to be celebrated.
So you think Oklahoma Sooner Stadium? No, not. Where's he from? Oklahoma or Nebraska?
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yes, somewhere in Nebraska, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that could happen.
You know what I mean? Maybe it won't be as many people. Maybe it won't be 70,000 people, but it'll be a solid, 30 to 50. Maybe.
How about Wembley? What stadium?
In Europe?
Why not do it in England? Wembley Stadium. That holds the most people. and you know they're boxing fans.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's not checking the box for
Okay.
Bud. For me.
All right, I'm just asking.
No, it's possible, but I think Bud. I'm saying why wouldn't Bud want to not give his fans an opportunity to come and celebrate him?
Fair
Why
enough.
go
Fair
somewhere
point.
where they're going to be outnumbered by Canelo fans? And that could happen anywhere, by the way. This fight could happen in New York and it still be outnumbered Canelo fans in there, right? But give your fans a chance to show up in a way to where when you come out the back, you're not just being booed during a press conference, booed in the fight, booed here. For what? You know what I mean? I don't know. Money does make the needle move, so we'll see what ends up happening with that.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, a lot of opportunities on the table. And how would you feel about retirement, not fighting nobody and just walking away from the sport?
I would probably I wouldn't have no problem with it. I think that might be the second best step in my opinion for him to do. I mean, there's nothing less for him to do at this point, to prove, not to do, to prove to anybody. And I think him going away it solidifies his career. It just checks the boxes of him being a great. He goes into commentary or whatever he wants to go into, training, create some, get in the corner of a Keyshawn Davis or Shakur Stevenson and help build their careers up. You know what I mean? Maybe go into some management. Whatever he does it from a point of greatness and understanding, and we get to know him more because no longer will he be the guy that's quiet behind the camera. We don't know. Now he'll be a guy that probably will be talking more. He'll be able to build his story up more. And I already told you, Clay, I thought this would be his last fight because he had a film crew follow him around the whole time. And I don't mean a film crew from the Netflix. He had his own personal film documentary there. So don't be mad, not you, the fans. Don't be mad if you see a documentary come out and you see Terence Crawford retiring and you see the greatness of him. Now, if he goes down there and wins another title, even unifies at another even better, more power to him. You know what I mean? Like I said, but I think the retirement's my second best option for him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm okay with him doing it either way too, man. Bottom line is he has a lot of options. I don't think we're going to hear anything until, I think personally, he's going to wait until 2026 before he speaks on it crazy, maybe even end of December sometime, because Turkey and him did have a moment when they talked about announcing something for him in late December. I think Canelo Alvarez's recovery has a little bit to do with that. I'm sure that there is a contract still with Canelo Alvarez with Riyadh season. So, if he is interested in a rematch, I'm sure he gets first dibs as far as an opportunity to fight Terence next. So he's probably waiting on the side the same way he was waiting for Errol Spence when that fight ended, just waiting on Errol. He's probably waiting on Canelo Alvarez. But yeah, as far as Ron Boots Ennis is concerned as well, just to kind of double down on that, let that man have his own legacy, bro. Let him do what he wants to do. Listen to the fighters every now and then, bro, and stop with you guys were wrong with Tank. He didn't want to make the big fights. And you're probably right about this as far as whether or not Boots is really concerned with fighting Terence. Not because he's scared to fight Terence, but once again, the cost, the price. Boots said, if I go up to 168, I ain't coming back down.
That's what you said.
Listen to that.
He wants to bring up the division championships. He wants to be a title, win a title in divisions. Why stop that man from believing in what he wants? He's making a name for himself. Why does he have to get in the way of someone else that's on their way out to prove to the world that he's better than that person? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But you know what I mean? Anything can happen. An offer can come across the table.
I'm watching. I don't know who's winning this fight with Zach Parker.
I don't know if these are push downs, fall down. I don't know what's going on. Every time I turn around, this dude's on the ground, bro. He's been on the ground like 10 times.
Yeah, as I'm watching him, I see he's trying to use movement a lot. Joshua Buatsi's doing that same come forward pressure thing he does. But I wasn't watching the fight the whole time, so I'm not sure if Zach Parker isn't.
Parker was winning the fight on the scorecards of the.
That's what I'm saying. I like, even right now, I'm watching him. It's the last round. It's 10 of 10 right now, and he's moving around pretty good, and he's turning him. He's jabbing. I don't know if this is something he's been effectively doing the whole fight, but right now in this round right here, I've got him winning. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen the fight, but Zach Parker's fighting like somebody who is winning. He's fighting like somebody who's trying to steal the round, and he's not trying to really. He's doing a great job moving his head movement is great. He's working the body great. Joshua Buatsi is so regular.
I was gonna say overrated.
I mean, ever since that Caleb Smith fight, I had hopes for him. but he is just a pressure fighter. He has no real. I mean, I'm even watching him in this fight right here.
He's
Look,
stiff.
you know how I love calling these fights, and I'm like this close to like actually sitting here and calling this damn fight. But let me continue with the conversation. But Joshua Buatsi, man, disappointing, bro. That being said, I want to continue to move on. Mayweather Pacquiao, Netflix. This circulating conveniently enough around the same exact time that this Jake Paul and Gervonta Tank Davis fight is in jeopardy, right? We don't know that it's canceled, but we know that it's in jeopardy. And here comes this other conversation, and not on the back end of it. This was actually, I don't know, this was actually before, right? The Manny Pacquiao Mayweather fight was in discussion or circulating in the space as a rumor a little bit before this. Yeah, before, literally, legitimately before this Tank Davis situation came to fruition. But regardless, what do you think about this, first of all, just off face value?
I just want to say this, and you know I can't wait to say this, Clay, because the last time I was up here, you asked me who would be a potential opponent for Manny Pacquiao, and I said, why not Floyd Mayweather? And y'all, I'm going to say y'all, like, I think the chat said I was crazy. You and Angelo was like, yo, what, Floyd? Why Floyd? And I was like, yo, it could happen. And it was like, I said, okay, well, we're going to move Floyd along because you guys said no. And I said, well, maybe Ryan Garcia. That was my second big opponent. And you guys were like, I could see that happening. But I could say I've seen this coming a mile away due to the fact that he's been wanting to rematch with Floyd for a long time. They've been talking about it for several years. I'm not going to say for the last whatever, but for several years, they've been talking about doing an exhibition together. Why not put something on the table to make these guys look great? Floyd's always looking for to prove himself to be better than the competition. It's just the ego that Floyd has. He loves to be the best. He wants to be the best. This could even be a potential fight to even get Floyd back in the ring to solidify himself, not only to get another professional win to move up the ladder even more, but to put himself in position to get another title, to say, like, look, my era ain't over. Even though I'm damn near 50, my era ain't over. But here I am, again, getting another win and another title in the same year, and I'm getting in the way of all these other guys coming up. Since they talking crazy, they talking about they beat me in sparring, they talking about they beat me in the gym, and no, I'm getting in the way. Or maybe he gets a bell, he moves out the way, and it keeps it moving. These times are definitely changing for the best with the space. I think Manny Pacquiao wants that revenge, and I think it's nothing but what people always dreamed about, right? What do they always dream about? Floyd losing. So it sells. At the end of the day, this is a great fight.
Yeah, I think people are sleeping on this fight too, man. I know it's not a fight that people are asking for. I'm not asking for it, to be honest with you, but I'm not going to act like when I heard about it, I wasn't a little bit intrigued. When you combine all these pieces, Manny Pacquiao's last performance against Mario Barrios, this Floyd Mayweather, I think there's always been a little bit of a
party pooper.
There's always been some energy in the back of everybody's mind to kind of want to see Floyd return in some capacity. We've seen him playing with the exhibition fights. And just like, you know, Floyd has been somebody who's always walked right, talk right, you know, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, lives a healthy lifestyle and lives a boxer's lifestyle. You'll still see him from time to time circulate some videos of him doing some mitt work, or he's always in the gym giving fighters advice. He just always made himself a relevant part of the conversation. So who would I want to see Floyd return with? Do I want to see him come back and fight Terence Crawford? No. Do I want to see him come back and fight any real contenders in the space? There's some that we could see happen, but I do think Manny Pacquiao has shown that he can still compete out on a world level stage, and there is an interest in seeing the fight a little bit. Manny Pacquiao did have injuries that he complained about after the fight was done. That Freddie Rhodes said he had shoulder injuries, and he didn't let his hands go like we normally see him let his hands go. Now, I credited that to Floyd Mayweather translating his power, translating a lot better than people want to give him respect for, because he has fragile hands. But look, it can be proven maybe those questions can get answered in a fight like that. So yeah, man, if the fight, out of all the exhibition circus fights that we've witnessed happen, this one right here
has stain on it.
It has some teeth to it. It has some teeth, man. It is what it is, right? It would be exhibition fight. I mean, it's not for a belt. It's not taking away from boxing as far as taking somebody's title shot away from them, like what the Mario Barrio situation was with Manny Pacquiao. If anything, this is probably a fight Manny should be fighting instead of fighting a Rolly Romero and jumping the line and using his privilege to jump in the midst of rankings and gypping other fighters of their opportunity to become champions in their own right. Yeah. Let's have at it, man. I think a lot of people would put eyes on it as well. As much as the boxing space would try to act indifferent to it, we watched Mike Tyson and Jake Paul put a fight together that nobody was interested in, and it busted records, 100+ million views. We were getting ready to watch Gervonta Tank Davis and Jake Paul fight, and that was probably going to do pretty well too as well. So, yeah, man, I see no reason for it. Let me ask you this question, though. Floyd Mayweather, first of all, let me ask you if you can let me know, has Floyd Mayweather ever fought on a PBC platform before?
Besides Showtime? Yeah, I think.
Nah, Showtime's not a PBC platform.
No. No, because he's always been Mayweather, right? Mayweather Productions. So he's always had his own stuff. I think he did I'm trying to say when he did, because he did have a PBC fight. I think it was
who? I don't think he's ever had
Virgil. Not Virgil. Was it Virgil?
What, Victor Ortiz?
Ortiz.
No, yeah. That was Showtime.
Yeah, but I think that was a PBC platform because they were. Let me look this up.
Yeah, do your Googles on it.
Yeah, you probably already searched this, Clay. You set me up.
Hey, brother, listen. All I'm gonna say
is, you laughed. Hold on, you laughed. Hold on.
If I'm bringing something up, bro, there's a reason I'm bringing it up. But I could be wrong. I'm asking you because I could have missed something. I'm not ready to 100% say he hasn't. But I'm gonna say with my research, I didn't see a PBC fight that Floyd Mayweather did. That being said, this fight, would it be on a PBC platform? Or would he just, that's not Floyd Mayweather's style, right? Like, I'm sure Netflix is more than willing to do business with Floyd Mayweather without PBC.
Which is crazy that he's been a representative and an advisor for the PBC, such as Al Heyman, he never fought on a card. That's actually something to really think about. Because I thought the PBC fight with the Manny Pacquiao fight was a PBC card, but it wasn't. That was a Money Mayweather card. With but the PBC did represent Manny Pacquiao, but that was Showtime. That was a Showbox card.
Yeah, I mean, look, my thing is, if Floyd does this, is Floyd taking food out the PBC's mouth? Is this
absolutely
this hurting? Would this be diabolical of Floyd to do this?
Don't get mad at me for this, right? Don't get mad at me for this, Clay, and not you personally, but don't get mad at me when I say.
Shout out to my guy Fighting Words with Bang in the building. Yo, Bang!
Peace.
What up, Bang?
Did you not remember? Oh, okay. That was an HBO card. Okay, but listen, check it. Did he not, Clay, fight what's his name? On a DAZN card to take away from the PBC when they had somebody.
There was an issue there. There was an issue there, yes.
Right? Did he not prove to be like, I am going to show y'all that I'm the bigger star of the sport, even at retirement?
Well, let's dial it back a little bit, right? And let me ask you this question. As far as your understanding, is Floyd in a good relationship with Al Heyman and the PBC? Like, I don't know one way or the other. I don't know bad or good. I'm just asking. There's been rumors circulating for a while now that there have been money disagreements between the PBC and Floyd Mayweather, that there have been disagreements with Floyd Mayweather and the PBC as far as the topic of Gervonta Tank Davis is concerned, that the way that was handled might not necessarily been the way Floyd wanted it to go. And we've seen Mayweather Promotions co-promote with the PBC. I believe it was for the David Benavidez card, if I'm correct. I think the David Benavidez, David Morrell card, Mayweather Promotions might have been on that. We might have seen like that name come up. You know what I mean? And that being one of the better promotions that they had, we saw that's when we saw Brian Custard back. We saw a lot of the moving parts that were there for the Showtime situation there. And then, to be honest with you, we haven't seen them return.
Right.
After that, right?
And I definitely want to just throw this in there too. What did Floyd Mayweather say during the negotiations of Terence Crawford and Earl Spence? I am the PBC. If you're going to hear anything about this fight happening, you will hear it from me first. Did he not say that?
Yeah.
So where's his?
Bang? Did he fight on a PBC card?
No.
Fighting War with Bang. Did he fight on a PBC card? I'm asking. Did he? Has Floyd Mayweather fought on a PBC card? Help me out, Bangs. I could be wrong. I'm asking. You know what I'm saying?
It was like I said, it was only a co-promotion. That was the PBC with Floyd with TMT Promotions when they fought Manny Pacquiao.
Even as a co-promotion, how they fought together.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's the Pacquiao card. That's the only one. They got it. I'm reading it right now.
Oh, so the Pacquiao card was a PBC promotion.
Yeah, that's the only one. But it wasn't. It was a Mayweather card. It was co-promoted because Pacquiao was signed to the PBC.
No, Bangs. I'm talking about in the history. Bangs, I'm saying throughout Floyd Mayweather's whole entire career, has he ever fought on a PBC card? That's what I'm asking. Through his whole career. Okay. So when he fought against Andre Berto, that was a PBC card. Manny Pacquiao, Marcus Maidana twice.
I don't see none of this one. I looked it up and they said no. It clearly says no right here. Never.
Yeah, Roger that. Pacquiao versus Barrios. I'm talking about Floyd Mayweather. But Cooking with Sir Senior says these. I didn't always.
No, he fought on a platform. He fought on Showtime.
He fought on Showtime, but PBC. He fought on Showtime, but was it PBC?
Right. And it clearly says no. I literally looked it up. It says no.
Yeah, according to AI, it says no. That's what Manuel LG says. I'm telling you, I don't think that man has fought on a PBC card. I looked and I couldn't find it. Now, if we're assuming that him fighting on a Showtime platform is PBC work,
right.
Okay, fine. I don't see nothing backing that up, but because I know he's fought on Showtime. But if that's what you guys are meshing together, I don't know if that correlates.
And just to put this out there, the PBC was with Fox Sports FS1 at the time when Floyd was fighting on Showtime. So that says another thing. They weren't all the way in with Showbox yet.
Yeah. Bang, I don't know. Do your research for me because I know, you ain't tripping. You're in the same space I was. I did the research a little bit earlier because I questioned it and I thought to myself,
I told you he played me. Didn't I tell you he played me? Well, he laughed.
I was short, but I was like, just because I didn't see it doesn't mean because I was in my mind, I was like, yo,
that was a good question.
In my mind, my first instinct was Floyd is helping the PBC out. I'm like, Floyd helping the PBC out. Him and Manny Pacquiao are coming together to put a fight together to help the PBC get some money and make a big card. And then in my mind, I said, hold on. Does Floyd fight for the PBC? And I started thinking about it. So I did some research and I couldn't find any PBC events that Floyd Mayweather headlined. On Showtime, yes. So that's why I came on here and I asked my guy Ray here to see if he knew. And I'm asking you the same thing, Fight Words Banks. I could be tripping, bro. I do not know. I'm just asking. That's for sure.
And it clearly says
he was a mascot for launching the PBC because he's a partner with the PBC. Is there still a partnership between Floyd Mayweather and the PBC right now? Since they left Showtime and went with Amazon, I haven't seen Floyd at the events, promoting the events. I saw him at the David Benavidez jump off, but I do believe that Carmel Moulton was on that card, opening up for that card. So I don't know.
Remember, Floyd had to move his Carmel Moulton around because the people because of certain fighters getting in the way of him putting Carmel on the cards. By the way, Parker got robbed, Clay.
I felt that coming.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. But that being said, just to bring it back full circle, not to make it a big deal, but everybody can go home and do their homeworks. I'm trying to figure out, will this fight be happening on under a PBC platform? If it does happen, will the PBC's name be on that event? And if it's not on that event, is Floyd legitimately taking food out of the PBC's mouth by doing it? He entertains it.
And to Bang's point, when he was TMT, even though he was helping the PBC, and it was a Showbox card, he was with HBO, and Showtime, PBC signed Pacquiao, and they put the fight with Showbox and to merge the it was a joint production on that card. I'm reading it right now. It's in Wikipedia. I'm literally reading it. I'm dissecting the heck out of this. I can't find the PBC fight that Floyd has been a part of at all.
Yeah.
None.
So let's leave it right there. Just off the strength that it hasn't been announced, it's not locked in yet. We don't know what's happening.
Oh, you want to start
had a question? I just had a question about it, and I'll land my plane personally on. I got no problem with them making the fight. It'll be an exhibition fight, and even if it was a professional fight, whatever it is, I think that makes sense. Floyd's like 48, 49 years old. Manny Pacquiao's like 45, 46 years old. They have history. That fight makes sense. I think Netflix could get into it. It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to jump in and before you know the whole boxing space is saying Claymore out here pushing out false narratives. I'm not pushing no narrative. I come with questions that I don't have the answers for. Let this be on the record that I'm asking because I couldn't find anything to tell me that he did. And I'm ready to be proven wrong. Please get at me. Let me know what it is. You know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, so I can know, because I'm in a place of not knowing right now. If this isn't clear enough, and the rumors have to start that I said something, then legitimately go fuck yourself. I'm good. That being said, now that I've communicated that the best way I can, let's get into the meat and potatoes of what this show is all about today.
Right.
Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. have been on a media campaign. We've seen both of these fighters who look like they're in great condition. Devin Haney looks great for a fighter who's getting ready to fight at 147. He's ripped. He looks motivated. His mitt work is looking solid. And he's convinced he's convinced a niche space in the boxing space that he can stop Brian Norman Jr. And people are calling for it. One of the people who are calling for it, somebody who I respect at the highest level in this game, if you don't know, he knows, probably my favorite content creator in the boxing space. Let me think. Yeah. Number one or number two, Greg Hackett. For me, I've been a fan of him since he started just doing videos on YSM's videos before he even did his own channels. I just love watching that man break down boxing, talk about boxing. He just does it so well. And he thinks Brian Norman, that Devin Haney is going to stop Brian Norman Jr. amongst a lot of other people. Now, clearly, there's a large portion of the boxing space who's like, get that shit the fuck out of here. They don't believe it at all, right? But what I'm saying is, at a minimum, what it's saying is Devin Haney is looking impressive right now. He's looking like he's dialed in and ready to make a statement on November 22nd. And on the other side of the conversation, Brian Norman is looking in great shape, moving around, the jump rope game, the pad work. He's working hard. He's dialed in. He's saying all the right things. You a hater if you're not liking the way Brian Norman Jr. is moving right now. If you don't like how he's talking right now, if you don't like how humble he's being right now, if you're playing any of those games right now, you a fucking hater. I don't care what you tell me. You a damn hater. Brian Norman Jr. is looking great in the gym, and he's looking great on the media campaign trail. No daddy in the background, still in the limelight. It's just lining up to be one of the biggest fights of the year. It may be fight of the year candidate. Both guys have a lot to gain, and a lot to lose on the back end of this fight. Brian Norman Jr. has a lot to lose because he's built up a lot of momentum for himself. If he lets Devin Haney come in there and take that title off of him, legitimately, they will switch spots. Devin Haney will become the face of the welterweight division and the best fighter in the division, and Brian Norman Jr. will have to work his way back into these big fights again. Because let's be honest, at the end of the day, unless he's a big payday, Brian Norman Jr. checks the boxes as being a high-risk, low-reward fighter, right? He brings the title. It is what it is. He brings that to the table. Turkey Al-Sheikh can always make him into a big payday if he decides to make him an ambassador. But at the end, yo, dog, when I'm telling you this bug, this spotted lantern find is resilient, my G, listen to me, bro. When I'm talking about resilient, bro,
you in there.
I smashed him. His wings aren't even together right now. I flicked him across the room. On God, he's right here on my soundboard. He's on my soundboard right here, looking destroyed.
He's ready to fight you, bro. He put his gloves on.
Bro, he is.
Your belt's in the background.
He is resilient. He's a survivor. Holy shit.
He coming for the belt in the background, Clay.
Hey, yo, bro.
You better run. Tell him don't hit a man with glasses, Clay. Tell him don't hit a man with
crazy.
glasses.
I put this piece of mail that I had here on top of that thing and smashed it down, bro.
Right? He got pillow. He got pillow fist, right?
And then I flicked him away. I flicked him away, bro. I flicked him away like I'm done with you, bro. That's my word. That's my word.
You got pillow fist.
That's my word. That nigga was on my soundboard just right now, bro. Crazy.
Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, yo, I've never seen it. That's crazy, bro.
Yo, you had to happen just to get the strongest.
He's on the soundboard like this. He's on the soundboard like this, bro. Like broken up. He's not looking like I didn't do what I did to him. You know what I'm saying? He's looking.
Ryan, what's up, brother?
He's looking like that. Yo. And he's up here. Yo, bro, resilient, bro. Resilient.
Yo, hold on. How you say he was? Because I think you got it right. I think he's doing the Philly shell, actually.
Yo, bro, he's impressive, bro. Impressive. I'm let me get back to it because I want to send it back to you, bro. But I want to send it back to you the right way because this is something I know. Listen, this is the meat and potatoes of the conversation, so we're gonna take our time with this one, right? So let me land my plane so I can send it back to you the right way. Brian Norman Jr. has a lot to lose, built up a lot of momentum for himself, and knockout of the year. I don't even want to say candidate. I'm gonna give Brian Norman right now knockout of the year.
I can see
I'm giving it to him right now. I'm not going to say candidate because I think it's underselling the kind of knockout. This man, Jin Sasaki, did not remember shit for 6 weeks. That man got knockout of the year, right? Devin Haney coming off of 2 performances, one of them being Ryan Garcia, where we've seen him get clipped multiple times, sat down on his pockets multiple times, just looked like he had no answers, Sway. And we seen him come back and fight Jose Ramirez in a fight to where it looked like he was suffering from PTSD. It looked like the man was a shell of himself. This on the back end of Shane Mosley saying, and people from the camp saying that I personally spoke to, because I was in New York City that weekend eating dinner with the Haney camp. You know what I'm saying? And I spoke personally with multiple people from that camp who were telling me and my brother Blue Blood Sports TV that Devin Haney was going to knock Jose Ramirez out. They said he looked spectacular in the camp preparing for that fight, and they were all super shocked at the way he decided to approach that fight, or hindsight says the way him and his father decided to approach that fight. So going into this fight here, a lot of people are questioning Devin Haney's mental space to say, is he dialed back in, or is he scared of getting punched on? Is he willing to let his hands go? Who is he? He moves up to 147 and he challenges the most dangerous, biggest puncher in the division, the current WBO welterweight champion. I just had a brain fart.
Yo, that's all right.
Hold on. The current champion, Brian Norman Jr.
Yeah,
Brian Norman Jr. Right. So big balls. Devin Haney follows suit with who we've always known him to be, which is a fighter who is always proven time and time again he's looking to and willing to fight the best opposition that's out there. So he's checking the boxes of who we know he is. going into this fight now, seeing the way they look, seeing the way they're talking, I will send it your way. Please tell me what you think thus far about this fight on November 22nd.
Oh boy, thank you, Greg Hackett, for backing up my point I made about 4 weeks ago. I think I was the first person to really call that. Say what Greg Hackett said. I'm not saying call it because it didn't happen yet.
Salute my guy Johnny at the hangout spot. Salute, family.
You know what I mean? I'm not mad. And yes, salute Johnny. And I'm glad I was able to take care of you, Pauls, on the memberships, brother. That's what's up. But yeah, let me tell you, Clay, I'm starting to see something different. Like, my momentum was shifting, and this is so funny, right? Because I always had it as a 50-50 fight from a brain, like paper-wise, as a thinker. My gut was telling me Devin Haney's going to win this fight by stoppage. We've been on this channel saying it multiple times. I actually thought it was funny that people thought I was crazy. I thought people were laughing at me. You know what I mean? I said, I'm sticking with it. I see it. Angelo was like, yo, I can see that happening, Ray, right? So Angelo said he backed me up. But I watched something different. And I didn't move the needle. I'm not moving the needle. But what I've noticed is what you put your finger on, right? Brian Norman has been going through some changes. See, a lot of people are looking at it as Brian Norman of what he is as a puncher, but he's been developing a lot of things, or showing us. I ain't gonna say developing. He's been working on a lot of things.
Keyword, and I like that. Keep going, brother.
Right?
Keep going
on. A lot of things that we haven't seen. Brian Norman is no longer the bulkier, muscular fighter that was getting in that ring where he was people thought he was a big heavyweight. Welterweight. This guy is slimmed down, if not. Looks like Devin Haney, more so than Devin Haney. It's crazy to see like that this guy is doing the things that I didn't expect him to do. Footwork is getting better, and I watched him. Remember, I was making fun of his footwork. I'm like, yo, he's tripping over his feet, Clay. He looks crazy. He looks like he's trying to adapt to something he's not used to. His jab has gotten sharper. I'm like, yo, this guy is preparing himself for a fight of a lifetime. He knows. He's not cutting no shorts. He knows he's in for something. And Devin knows the same thing. Devin knows he's bringing something to the table. So the confidence is there on both sides. I think that Brian out there is selling the fight well. He's talking about the things he needs to. His dad talks on his side, and him and Bill are doing their own thing. Devin and Brian Jr. are out there making the right statements, the right conclusions to the fight. They're making good points, bro. The pendulum is swinging. I had it. I still think it might end by stoppage, but either way, it can go either way with the stoppage. But I'm starting to push that needle that I had for Devin stopping him is starting to close to Brian Norman really becoming this 50-50 fight where I don't know which way to go with it because it is looking creatively crazy. Matter of fact, Brian Norman has become my second favorite fighter in boxing currently because of the way he's taking his fight, because of the movements he's doing.
Wait. Is that behind? Is Devin your favorite fighter? He's your favorite fighter or not? Devin. Oh, he froze. Uh-oh. Right when I asked him the big question, my guy froze. I hope that ain't that me. I hope that's him, not me. You know what I'm saying? He's frozen. Am I still tapped in? Do you guys hear me? Or are we all frozen? Okay, that's him. That wasn't me. Okay, so he'll be back. Oh, no, there he is. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know what's going, bro. I don't know what it is. This is like the fourth time, and everything else is working. Like when I tell you I'm watching myself on YouTube, and it just pause, and I'm like, yo, what's going on? And then I'm watching all the commentary actually just went off on the fight, so that doesn't
okay.
even
So wait. Let me go back. I asked you a question.
Right.
Is Devin Haney your favorite fighter?
And I was saying he's like 1B, right? So 1A would be Earl Spence.
Okay.
Active
fighter. He's your favorite
actively, yes. So
you're getting a privilege, right? Because he's not my favorite fighter, but you're getting an opportunity to see your favorite fighter fight against your favorite fighter.
Yes.
So I'm actually jealous of the shoes that you're in. You actually getting an opportunity
Yes.
to see. I think that would be the same thing for me with Jerron Boots Ennis and Terence Crawford to a certain degree, even though Jerron Boots Ennis isn't my favorite fighter, but he's up there enough to where that'd be the closest to resonating, because I don't think my favorite fighters are in the same division.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like you're
right.
blessed to have your favorite fighters be in the same division and fight each other. But this is a big privilege for you because, and you got, I can see why you don't even want to make a decision, even if you feel some way.
It's
You don't
hard,
even
man.
one.
It's hard. I'm going to have to pick at one point. You know what I mean? I may bet differently, but I have to pick at some point. But
well, we're 3 weeks away, so you don't got it. You can still float right now. You can
That's
float.
upset at some point. But here's what's really getting me right. Here's another thing I put out there a couple of weeks ago is when and the war hat got bro. I'm on point with this. I said this, and everybody laughed at me on this. I said, yo, this is the remake or a modern day Hagler versus Leonard fight. You got the war hat going on. You got the guy moving up 2 divisions. The champion moved up 2 divisions to fight the current champion. Yes, he won the title at junior middleweight, and then he moved up. He retired and moved up. Devin had the layoffs. He had the bad performance. After the bad performance, he came back and maintained what he was doing as he moved up. You had the same thing with Leonard. Leonard had a bad performance when he went up to junior middleweight. Then he won the title there. Then he retired, came back, and put on a performance. Devin is taking his time off, and he's doing his things right. He is moving the right way. Then you got the war hat. The war hat says it all. Look, see, they love it. Yeah, I'll knock it off. When you see what happens, y'all gonna be like, okay, he was right. And I'm like, oh, whatever. Anyway, next week, we got time. But yo, when I tell you, Clay, this is the parallel that we've been waiting for. This is boxing at its best. Terence Crawford has did something that we didn't expect to happen when he made the fight with Canelo. I know like this is what it is, and now we're seeing it happen again. We are seeing the best fight the best. We are seeing these guys get in the ring to challenge each other, regardless of circumstances. Because you know what? Devin already tasted defeat, regardless if it getting reversed or not. He knows what it takes. Brian Norman has never tasted defeat. So now here's where it comes into play. Tough fight with Ryan Garcia. Came back. He wanted that rematch so bad, in my opinion. I think he wanted the rematch so bad they kind of like nonchalantly stayed away from the big punches, not to hurt themselves with the chances of getting that Ryan Garcia fight, because I think he wanted it so bad. And this is hindsight looking in. This is not right. I mean, at the time I thought he was kind of like just a shell of himself. But now that I think about it, he wanted that fight so bad. He just stayed clear of anything that could hurt him and get out of that fight. So I think now we're seeing him saying, you know what? I got my opportunity. I'm going to get an opportunity at Ryan regardless. But this is my opportunity. I put a list out, and all these guys moved away from me, including Ryan Garcia. None of them wanted to fight me. Boots wanted me to move up, and I ain't crazy. So, I ain't fighting that dude at a higher weight. No, I'd rather have him drained, because they fought me drained. I'm going to fight him drained. Pause. But on that note, he got Brian Norman. Brian Norman's here, and I think he wants to prove to the world that he is not a runner. He is not soft. He is not a guy that's going to not take over a fight. We've seen it happen with Regis. Do we get a repeat event of that? A boxing match of Regis? Do we get a repeat of the Loma fight where he stood in the pocket and he went to the body on Loma all fight, and then he kind of like mixed it up at the end with the jabs, and he got caught with a couple of shots, but he still made a good fight? Does he just give us something totally different? Do he give us a Devin Haney that we haven't seen since the Moran fight with a knockout? We don't know. As far as Brian Norman, we already know what he brings to the table. We just fought not too long ago. And like you said, he put a guy out of commission for 6 weeks. His daggone memory bank went off. They had to get a new USB cord to plug back into his head. Back up. So this is a fight that we have to look at and be like, yo, if you're not paying attention to this card just for this fight, which should be the main fight on the card right now because of the buzz is getting, you need to check yourself out of boxing and seek some help, because I'm telling you right now, this is where it's at, bro.
Love it. I love it. I love it. Listen, passionate about this fight, exciting about this fight. This fight's right there. For me, it's starting to build up the anticipation I was feeling when Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford was approaching as it was getting closer. It's beginning to resemble that kind of energy for me. I'm feeling it that way. I wasn't weeks ago. I was intrigued. I've always been intrigued in the fight, but after this week of media that these guys have done, watching the interviews with Brian Norman Jr., watching Devin Haney on Ariel Helwani, watching Devin Haney in the gym, watching Brian Norman in the gym, it's building that type of anticipation up for me. Now, that being said, there are some intangibles in the fight. We talked about it a little bit as far as what Devin Haney's coming into the ring with and what Brian Norman Jr. is coming into the ring with as far as risk versus reward. High risk for both these guys, a lot on the line. Way more than a WBO title, if you ask me. But that happens to be another thing that's on the line as well. We're talking about legitimately whoever wins this fight is, at a minimum, in my opinion, going to be the face of the welterweight division. They will be considered the best welterweight in the division. And at the same time, there's argument to say that Devin Haney could get back on the pound for pound list with this victory. He can legitimately get there. Some people would even argue that Brian Norman Jr. can get on that list. I'm not there yet to say that. I think he has more to accomplish. But I think he makes a good argument to be one of the biggest stars in boxing in America on the back end of beating and especially knocking out Devin Haney. Either way, a lot on the back end of this. So there's some intangibles in this fight. There's intangibles that we're going to speak about right now. Devin Haney's been known to go into these fights with the leverage of being either the younger fighter, the bigger fighter. They call them a weight bully, the longer reach. All that goes away in this fight. Right, Ray? Yep. Age is thrown out the window. The arm reach is thrown out the window. If anything, Devin Haney comes in on the B side of the leverage to a certain degree. The one thing Devin Haney brings to the table is the IQ, the pedigree. He's arguably the better boxer. And I say arguably because, like you stated earlier, we haven't seen Brian Norman show us that kind of pedigree before. So we can't give him accolades for something we haven't seen. But at the same time, you leave it up to Brian Norman Sr. and Brian Norman Jr. to tell you they're well-rounded and they're going to improve on all gears, on all levels in this fight. They're going to show that they have a lot of tools in the bag and they're going to be bringing it all to the table. So we'll wait to see it. But that being said, let's talk about one of the biggest intangibles I think is going to be a big part of this conversation, the jab. Whoever wins the jab in this fight, whoever wins that war, I think there's a good chance that person is probably going to take the victory. I think the jab is going to be very important. How do you feel about the jab in this fight?
Very significant. Even if it starts off the counters and hooks and things of that nature, they're going to eventually have to use the jab to set up their feints to get in closer. So the jab is definitely going to be the key to the ignition, and it's also going to be the finisher of the fight. It's going to be something that's going to be there. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm glad you touched on this. If the jab wins the fight for Brian Norman Jr. and it surprises us, and he goes the distance, and he wins off the jab, that would say a lot to the fight. That would actually create so much credence and so much ability to say that, you know what I mean, this is what happens when you actually use the jab. This is what happens when you don't have to knock out everybody. This shows the endurance, the ability to box in the ring and move your feet and do everything you need to do and not be the lead puncher all the time. Just to work the jab says a lot, and it leads up to a lot of things too, because the jab sets up everything. So this fight is definitely intriguing, and the jab is definitely going to be the key.
Yeah, I think so, man. I think going into this fight, we've known Devin Haney to look good as long as he's able to establish that jab. As long as he's able to work that jab, we consider that a good look for Devin Haney. Matter of fact, if you took anything away from Devin Haney in the Jose Ramirez fight, it would probably be that he wasn't letting that jab go as much. That's probably what made people more nervous than anything, right? To be like, that's something that's signature Devin Haney. And us not seeing that in that fight had us believing that there was some fear, some reservation. We know that he had the bow and arrow effect against Ryan Garcia and that he had the tendency of dropping that right hand to extend that left hand out there to reach his opponent. He was able to get away with that because a lot of the fighters he fought against, people would argue, were smaller than him, didn't have the reach. He was able to exist in a comfort zone that he's not going to have in this fight. He didn't have it against Ryan Garcia and arguably didn't have it against Jose Ramirez, being that Jose Ramirez wasn't the smaller guy in that fight. So there's arguments out there to say that he got nervous about letting it go. Let me ask you this. Does Devin Haney win this fight without a jab, without being the jab without being the jab dominant fighter that we used to seeing him be? Does he win this fight without being in control of that aspect of this fight?
He can. Does he? That's yet to be seen. I'm not gonna say yes or no to that, but I will say he can. If we again go back and watch the Loma fight, he didn't use the jab much. He did use it. Watch the Regis fight, a lot of hooks. He did use the jab mid fight, but a lot of those big punches and the things that Regis didn't see coming were off of hooks and stuff like that because Regis was walking into stuff. And if you even go into the Ramirez fight, how many jabs did he really lead out there for Ramirez to counter him? He didn't. He let Ramirez walk himself into trouble. And every time he did, he hit him with hooks and uppercuts. And then he got out of harm's way. So there is clearly some ability of Devin to really get into these this fight and not win the jab battle and still get off on these punches, whether it be to the body or just hooks and uppercuts, and win the fight. It's boxing. Anything can happen, Clay. If Brian Norman, somebody actually said to me, and I don't know if it was you, what if Brian comes out there and he's very aggressive? I believe it was here for boxing. He's very aggressive. He runs out, he goes out there to get it. I say, if he does that, he might get off, a couple of times. But if he starts off fast paced and he's we call it irresponsible, Devin could put him in his pockets, and that may change the whole complexity of the fight. So we have to be wary of if the jab is going to be key, which we believe it is, or not for Devin Haney, because anything and everything is possible in this fight.
Sure. You brought up Jose Ramirez and how he wasn't able to capitalize, when Devin Haney wasn't throwing that jab. But there's an argument out there to say that was a mistake on Jose Ramirez's side. Let me ask you a question, man. Wouldn't you think that Brian Norman Jr. is going to do what Jose Ramirez didn't do, which is in those moments take the advantage, attack the body? Isn't there an argument to say without a jab to discourage Brian Norman Jr. that this is an open invite to a lot more pressure than Devin Haney might want to deal with? I think that jab is a little bit more necessary in this fight with a Brian Norman. What do you think?
I respect the Normans for one thing and one thing only, and I think that is a great question. I'm just going to say this. I don't think they lean on that fight and say, okay, this is how Devin is, and this is how we should worry about this with Devin and approaching him. I think that Brian Norman has the ability to do so. But if we watch what happened when Devin made his announcement to 147 and who he's going to fight at 147, who did we see in the gym jump roping and watching Devin versus Loma? Brian Norman Jr. And we watched him do that on television. This is like right before the Jin Sasaki fight was announced. And he was sitting there saying that we thought this was going to be the next fight. And this was going to be the fight that Devin was moving up to. So basically everything has come full circle. Yes, he doesn't have to use that ability, but I think he's been studying more than just that fight. And if he goes in there studying just that fight or just worried about what Ryan did to Devin, then he's going to be in for a long one. Because remember, Ryan gassed out a lot of those rounds. He just happened to just land a fast punch at times when Devin was getting reckless. So if Devin stays poised and doesn't get reckless, did Brian even land those punches? He's going to need the jab to actually land those punches, Clay, because he's going to have to set him up. Brian can't go in there and just think that he's going to sit there and counter all day Devin Haney. He can, but what happens if he's not walking him down for these counters? What happens if he's not the bully? Like I said, he's slimmed down. He looks like he's also a person that's lost some. Devin looks like he's increased in size, and he looks stronger than ever. So what happens when the tables turn? So Brian has to be very careful and mindful of all these things as well as he's going into that fight. And yes, the jab can be his savior, and the jab can also hurt him if he utilizes it the wrong way, because we haven't really seen him use a jab and not get in trouble.
Who, Dev?
No, Brian Norman. He's got in trouble with using the jab as well.
He definitely has, man. And that's going to be part of the conversation. And I would segue into it, but I'm going to bring it up. We'll organically go into that, right? Because right now I want to talk about the other intangible. The left hook. Brian Norman Jr. put Jin Sasaki into the shadow realm. It took Jin Sasaki's entire consciousness to return from the show. It took him 6 weeks to entirely return back from the shadow realm as pieces of his consciousness were coming back slowly, but it wasn't completely returned until 6 weeks later, right? As he started to remember his mother and his children and his girlfriend, he started to have memories return. needless to say, as I'm being cynical right now and trying to be funny, Brian Norman Jr. has a crazy left hook. Not like Ryan Garcia, who has a snappy, fast left hook, but regardless, a very powerful left hook. Devin Haney, needless to say, has felt that left hook from Ryan Garcia enough times to where there was an argument out there about Devin Haney's ability to not get hit with a left hook, which is what Bill Haney dies on and says that was the purpose of the Jose Ramirez performance, to show that Devin doesn't have to get hit with the left hook. He can get out the way of a left hook and never get hit with a left hook in the fight. But at what cost? Because in the Jose Ramirez fight, the cost was the action. Right. Took away from the action of the fight. And this fight right here is a fight where you stated yourself, and a lot of other people have stated, that you don't think is going to be the case. You think that Devin Haney is going to be part of the action in this fight. So that being said, if he's going to use that jab, how important it is that he keeps up that right hand this time around, being that he's dealing with a fighter like Brian Norman, who has that reach, who can reach across there and catch him with that left hook. Devin Haney has to be a little more disciplined if he is going to use that jab, as that left hook is going to become more and more of a part of the conversation. What do you think about that?
Well, here's the best thing about wingspans. So let's talk about arm reach and let's talk about wingspans. The bigger wingspan is Devin Haney, which is going to allow him to keep that hand buttoned to his face, which he's been working on for now 2 or 3.
Oh, I don't want to saw you. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
You're right, Donnell Austin, on PEDs, but needless to say, I'm not even thinking about Ryan Garcia's PEDs. I'm just giving enough respect to Jin Sasaki going to the shadow realm of that left hook. I'm saying off the strength of that. I'm not giving more props to Ryan Garcia's left hook. I'm saying Brian Norman, off the strength of what his own left hook has done to welterweight fighters.
Yeah, junior welterweight, but we'll call him a welterweight.
It is what it is. Go ahead, bro.
But no, like I said, keeping that hand glued to his face and learning how to adjust and throw his own left hook. Devin also has a speed advantage, I think, with the jab in this fight. So that jab will actually, and not only the speed advantage, but that wingspan starting from shoulder, from the mid back to the end of the fist, may be a little bit longer than what Brian Norman is able to do. I think that might be a little bit easier for said than done. We have to see it to believe it. But I think another thing we really have to look at, Clay, when we ask about Brian Norman's side of it and how he connects, is Brian Norman sets up shots. He's very good with timing, and timing is the key. If this timing is disrupted by being smothered, or the timing is disrupted by the jab or anything else that Devin may frustrate him with, then that's going to put our boy Brian at a disadvantage. But I think if Brian Norman, on the other hand, is able to show us that he's capable of, Devin Haney, on the other hand, I just talked about Brian. If Devin Haney's, on the other hand, able to show us that he can cause frustration and some disruption, then it's going to be a long night for Brian, because that means that Brian's going to have to go in there. He's going to have to make the right adjustments. He can't just guess. And he can't just throw haymakers either, because then you're going to have the same result. You're going to have Devin just staying away from those haymakers, and Brian's just going to hope to land one. And we're going to see Devin Haney picking them apart. And at that point, we're going to see a whole different fight. So we want to see the action happen. We want to see what's going on. And I think either way this fight goes, like I said, I have 50-50, bro. I have no way, shape. And I'm giving both sides of the street on these questions because I want to be clear. But I have no way, shape, or form of really telling you how it's going to go, Clay. It's hard. It's hard to determine.
Well, and I think the thing that's hard to determine here is probably the biggest intangible in this whole entire conversation, in my opinion, right? And that's the mental space of both these guys. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest intangible, because that makes a difference as to who shows up to fight. Because I think if there was an argument there that the best version of Devin Haney were to get in the ring with the best version of Brian Norman Jr., then maybe the conversation wouldn't be so hard, right? Maybe it wouldn't be as difficult. It still would be close, but probably a little bit easier, because I think somebody does edge it at the end of the day, as far as in the complete package of boxing. Just in the full, somebody takes the edge there, and we could, even though we just watched Fabio, that's another part of this, right?
Right. There you go. You see what I'm saying? A lot.
Right. But we're going to stay here. We're going to stay here because we're going to go there, but we're going to stay here. I took my time with this one, Ray. I'm telling you.
And I got one for you too. So when you do your comparison, I do have one for you.
Okay, perfect. So the mental space aspect of this. Brian Norman, big lights across the ocean. Yeah, I know he went over to Japan and did what he did, but this is different.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my brother Angelo, who said it's something about Riyadh season. It's just a different environment. It's not as noisy. It's not as lit, but it's in its own way bigger than any event that you ever been to. Does that make sense? Like, it's not 70,000 people, but the stage is what the stage is because you're in front of princes and billionaires, and there seems to be this sense of opportunity there that you can't deny, that makes the fight so important to you because you understand not only the magnitude of the fight as far as what it does for your career accolades wise, but you also know that there's probably a whole lot of opportunity on the backside of a victory there, as Turki Al-Sheikh taking you under his wing may be generational wealth for you. Right. So fighters tend to fight a little bit differently on that big stage.
I agree.
And Devin Haney, of course, coming in with his background of what he went through with Ryan Garcia and Jose Ramirez, knowing that he's also under the spotlight because right after that fight in New York City, Turki Al-Sheikh came out, right? And he said, that's when the Tom and Jerry shit started. Now, people focused on the energy and try to turn it into Shakur Stevenson's performance against Edwin De Los Santos and him having a fight coming up with William Zepeda and saying that that's where that energy was focused. But there are people out there, Ray, that would argue that that was on the back end of that performance. So you got to believe that Devin Haney's taking that into consideration as well and is going to want to be more active in this fight than he was with Jose Ramirez, on top of compounded on top of the magnitude of taking another loss by a left hook and getting knocked out, how that would do for his career. Where does that mental game play out, and how important is that going into this fight?
And I'm glad you said what you said. I got one comparison for you. Hamza Shiraz.
Ooh, talk to me. I like it. I like it. Go ahead.
He was 160. He knew he wasn't making weight. He had struggles. He looked bad against Adames for a championship fight. He people thought he got robbed, or he was robbed. Adames was robbed, and he got a gift given to him. This kid has something to prove. He has something that motivated him. He got into the ring with a puncher, a guy who just wasn't the guy that we thought that can box. He got the guy who just lost to Canelo and was living celebrity, but he was just we knew who I don't even know his name anymore. We just said it earlier, but I don't even care. But anyway, we knew who he was, right?
So Edgar?
Berlanga. We knew who Berlanga was. We knew he could punch. We knew he was a hard hitter. We didn't know Shiraz was going to go up to 168 and deal with somebody that can hit as hard as Berlanga was, who survived Canelo and make a statement, right? This is Shiraz. Shiraz moved up to that division, and not only did he display something different, he put hands on his boy and knocked him out because no one expected it, and proved to the world that, this is real. He really belonged at 168. He was sitting there fighting at 160 to try to get that title, and he stayed there too long. Was Devin Haney just the same thing? We knew he stayed at 135 too long. He went to 141 a belt. He stayed there for another fight when he should have probably moved up after that fight. But then
you believe that he stayed at 135 so long that he even outgrew 140?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And you know what's sad? He stayed there for the Tank fight. Mm-hmm. And I think that was sad for him. And he admitted that he stayed there for certain fights and opportunity. But you know what? It is what it is. You can't take it back, right? Time only moves forward. It doesn't go backwards. So Shiraz was the way to go. That's the comparison I would like to build that fight with. And this is how I'm trying to show you that Shiraz proved it. Devin can prove it, especially if he feels comfortable. He feels better at the weight. He feels stronger. We may see what Greg Hackett's talking about. We may see what Ray Davis said a couple of weeks ago. We may see a stoppage. We may see the speed better. We may see the confidence in Devin Haney at 147. So don't be shocked. So that's why when you say these things to me, Clay, you ask me these questions, bro, I have a list of things that I have here because I'm ready to debate the world on it if I have to, because I know for a fact that this right here is a definitely 50-50 fight, leaning towards Devin with a gut feeling. But it can go either way.
I love it. I love it. And you're right, man. And I understand, man. Yeah, bro. So yeah, motivation. So barbecue and mildew, pressure bust pipes, but pressure also makes diamonds. I think is a silver lining moral to the story that you just told me right here. Is the fact that, man, that pressure might be exactly what Devin needs, and is going to be a reason as to why he performs at the level he performs. It doesn't have to always be negative. It doesn't have to always hurt. It can actually build you up to be stronger. Devin Haney looks dialed in, man. He looks super motivated. Brian Norman Jr. at the same time has been a road warrior as well. He's never fought in his own backyard. He's never fought in Atlanta. He's used to being the odd man out, the B side. We saw him deal with the pressure of fighting a Giovanni Santillan, and he was on the wrong side of the conversation. People were using him as a stepping stone. People thought Giovanni Santillan was going to get that victory and be part of the welterweight conversation that we're talking about right now. But he showed and proved that the devil's a damn liar. And he put on, not only did he upset Giovanni Santillan, but he beat the shit out of Giovanni Santillan. Legitimately broke that guy up to where I think Giovanni Santillan may be at 154 right now. Literally retired that man out of the damn division, right? Beat that boy's ass, right? It is what it is. Brian Norman showing that dog. And, you know, interestingly enough, Ness asked me when I came onto the Boxing Voice for the first time. Well, not my first time. It was like my second time. But he said, did Brian Norman Jr. have dog in him? He was asking Devin and Brian. He said, first he asked me if Devin did, and I said, without a doubt, Devin got dog in him, and I gave him my reasons why. But then he brought up Brian Norman Jr., and I said, I'll be honest with you, I think he has dog in him. The eye test tells me that, but I didn't feel like he was confronted with anything to really bring that dog out of him. I've never seen him down and have to bring it back. And not to say that successfully, like Devin Haney, he didn't bring it back, right? He lost against Ryan Garcia, but I saw him not give up and fighting his ass off, you know what I'm saying? And step to him every single time. Brian Norman, I never seen him deal with that. The closest I seen him deal with that was the Boca Chica fight where he got knocked down and he got up, but the fight got stopped. So we didn't get to see what that was going to look like later on into that fight. And Santillan, I saw the dog, right? I saw him bite down on his gum shield and put in the work, as Santillan was also hitting him with shots. He was trading. It wasn't just a one-sided ass whooping. It was who's going to go away. As Will Smith once said, we both on the treadmill. Who's going to jump off first? Right. Not me. Right. That's what he showed in that fight. But I have to take it back and say, nah, man, that counts. Brian Norman showed me he had a dog in that Giovanni Santillan fight. He had that dog in him, bro. It was barbecue or mildew for him. It was die. It was ride or die. It was kill me in the middle of this ring, or I'm gonna kill you. I ain't going nowhere. And Santillan is the one who ended up fading to black on that one, right? So it is what it is. The fight is gonna be exciting. I'm super interested, and I'm gonna hand it back to you because you have these intangibles that you want to speak. Do you? You have a bunch of intangibles that you want to speak?
I'm good. I'm just going with the questions, man. You know, I'm gonna let you lead, let the cart. What do you say? Let the horse lead the cart. Go ahead, man. I'm just gonna stay back here. I'm gonna let you ride. I'm gonna just pull him out the cart and throw him in the street. Or
shout out to MMA Boxing Addict. Said subbed after I've seen you hold yourself down towards Two-Tone the other day. I'll be listening and learning. Hey, no doubt, MMA Boxing. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to my brother Two-Tone, man.
Yes, sir.
Two-Tone is a very fun panelist.
Oh, that's my guy, bro.
Yeah, he's a very, very fun co-host, panelist, however you want to look at it. He's a great person to have on the opposite side of a conversation. He's super entertaining. He got the one-liners. He got the one-hitter quitter liners. I mean, it's fun. It's fun building with Two-Tone, even though we don't agree on certain things, right?
What I tell you when I seen it the other day, I was like, yo, I thought he was mad at you, and then you went. There you go. Let me not go there. But he wasn't, because he was actually he touched base with something.
He's low key. He's low key an honorable mention content creator with me. He's not my favorite when it comes to boxing for real. Like, I don't want to lie, right? But he's fun to he's great. He's like in the, I don't want to say showbiz and have showbiz feeling, because I'm a fan of showbiz. I know people don't like him. I don't care. That's their business. I like him. I don't agree with some of his takes, just like everybody else, but he's super entertaining. Hence his name, Showbiz the Entertainer. I love the way he delivers that. And I put two-tone in that conversation. Super
he's
entertaining, bro.
He's the Busta Rhyme, Ludacris.
Yeah, he's super entertaining, bro. He's super entertaining, bro.
Got you. Yeah, that's
give him his flowers. I gotta give him his flowers.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But yeah, I like that. That was a great statement. I was going to say something else. I don't even know what I was going to say. I got thrown off with that.
It is what it is, man. Yo, can you hold down for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
For a second. I'll be
Hopefully I don't cut off again.
Yo, listen,
yo, that's crazy, right? Crazy. I just want to say, listen, we got 100 and actually, let me see how many people we got in the building so I can get these likes up, man. We got 81 not liking right now. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. If you haven't subscribed, please click the subscribe button. You know what I mean? Also hit that notification bell so you get the content sent to you right away when you know what's going on, man. And support the channel, man. It's always can use support because that's what we do, man. We're out here doing everything for you. You know what I mean? We're doing the groundwork, laying it down. We letting you know this is how we got to do things for y'all, man. It's all good. But listen, this is just going to be a mega fight. This fight should have definitely been its own headliner. I think it's great that it's going to be right on the undercard. People might not even want to see the Benavidez fight after this, or it may make them more excited to see the Benavidez fight. Actually, that's what I think will happen is that people will want to see the fight with Benavidez. And I'll be having brain farts like crazy, yo. I'm getting old, just to let y'all know. I'm getting senile, whatever you want to call it, dementia. I'm not that old yet, but I shouldn't be doing that. But anyway, see Benavidez and what's the name at that fight, Yardy. That's what we want to see. This may put some perspective on it because the underdog, let's say the underdog wins or the non-champion wins or the champion does win, the bigger puncher, it still says a lot for what Yardy is, who's a bigger puncher going into a fight and being the natural 175 pounder. This may be something great. So this says a lot. I'm not going to go too much into that, but I'm just saying this may make that fight bigger on the Benavidez fight coming up if you see a great spectacular fight from Devin Haney, because it's going to make you thirsty for more fights and more action. And that's what the keys to having great co-mains are, is leaving the main dish, as they would say, right? Your entree, making the main dish taste better. So hopefully this is what we get out of this fight. This is going to be a dope fight, man. I'm telling y'all, don't miss it. Do not miss it. Or you're going to be
Manuel LG, I know why you're saying that. And listen, man, first of all,
hold on.
First of all, I want to be clear, I pay for all fights.
I was sticking anything else from the PBC, like that Roach fight, I tell you that.
Yeah, but let me tell you, the fights that you wouldn't even think I paid for, I'll be talking shit on here like I don't even got a fire stick. I don't even know how to do it. I pay for all fights. I'm dead ass loyal to the sport like that, to a fault. If I don't pay for a fight, I won't watch it.
And it's crazy, Clay, because I got my DAZN right here on the screen, right? I got my DAZN on the screen. I can pull up my receipts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm legitimately, I legitimately, and I'm about to start calling these fights too, by the way.
All right, we got 5 fights
hold
to
on.
get to tonight.
I'm about to be calling these fights as well. So guys, don't get it twisted. That's what your boy was on here to do. You know what I mean? We've been building this whole time for 8 o'clock to hit so I can call these damn fights. It's the DAZN card. We're going to be watching the Pero. I can't remember the other guy he's fighting card. There's going to be some great fights. We've got Carlos Campos on here. We got a bunch of fights on here, bro. And I can't wait to call him. You know what I mean? So get ready for me to do that. But yeah, man, I pay for fights. To Manuel LG, I pay for fights, bro. I'd have paid to probably see Jake Paul fight Tank Davis. You know what I mean? Just to see Gary Antoine Russell fight Andy Hiroka in real time. I can rewatch these fights in different ways for free later, maybe. But I love boxing, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I think my brother Ray Davis will tell you, we
talk all the time, man. I don't think they understand, Clay.
I watch it all, bro. I watch the whole Grand Prix, WBC Grand Prix.
Oh yeah,
I watch it all, bro. I mean, I don't watch it all. If I don't watch it all, it's because of time. It's because of literally adult responsibilities. Time, you know what I mean? Like things I got to do that take me away from watching the fight. So
and guess what? When I get to my location, I got this device right here.
Right,
I can still tap in.
I'm diabolical. I was watching the Grand Prix while I was at work, and I drive a truck. Forgive me. I was safe as I could be, but I was legitimately watching the Grand Prix at work. So, yeah, man, you can't talk to me about paying for cars, bro. I'm going to tell you yes every single time, and you're going to think I'm crazy. I'm going to pay for the damn I was going to pay for the Sebastian Fundora and Keith Thurman card. You know what I'm saying? Like a dumbass. I'm going to pay for the Isak Cruz and the Lamont Rhodes card. It's just, that's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna talk shit about having to pay for it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna pay for it, bro, because I don't want no stuttering. I don't want no issues. I don't want no problems when I'm watching my fights. That's so it is what it is, man. Salute to everybody in the building. We about to start calling these fights. 78 people in the building or something like that. 80 people, whatever the number is. Hit the like button as you step in the building. Please helps the channel out. And subscribe to the channel, man. Salute, man.
We'll say that over and over because I just said that, Clay, when you walked away.
Yeah. Dev, who we about to watch here? This guy, Dev, I can't remember what his first name is, but I know he's an Indian, and I seen him fight on the rehab card.
And
What's his name?
This is Carlos Campos coming.
No, I know that's Carlos Campos. Well, who's Dev? What's his name? Because he's the favorite, and he's the guy who's like kind of making moves right now. Coming out of India. What's his name?
No, Clay. You got it. You got me effed up, as they would say, right?
Yeah, hit box rec and pull that up, man. You got this.
You got I don't even know. I'm just say hit the box rec. What we got? Carlos Campos.
Yeah, and pull up his schedule for sure right there. Let me see here. Rick Timms, my guy, says Naquan, I know Quentin Randall personally, so of course I watched that fight already. Said Brian's improved since his super win versus Q. Still, he made my guy Q keep his hands home. Yeah, man. That's a fight that people are gonna watch. I've watched like 2 or 3 times, at least twice, maybe a third time. The Quentin Randall and Brian Norman Jr. fight. Because obviously, Quentin put on was a boxer and was boxing in that fight. And I think he gave Brian Norman some looks in there where we saw Brian Norman looks.
His last name is Dev, by the way. It's like
shirt
niche. Hold on, Nishim.
Spell it.
I can't. It's on the back of his shirt, and he just turned around.
You should be able to look at it. Why didn't you pull it up on his box?
Because I can't find it.
You got to be kidding me, bro. Stop playing me.
I done looked up Carlos Campos. You know how many Carlos Campos there are on box?
Oh, yeah. So what you got to look for is Pero. Look up Pero instead.
Right. And I already messed up, and I'm like, I'm not going into that. But
okay, let me find it. Hold on.
But it's like near. Oh, he about to announce it anyway. Hold on, let me put you on mute. I'll tell you what it is.
I'll tell you what his name is right now. Hold on. Nishant Dev versus Juan Carlos Campos. That's why you messing up, because it's Juan Carlos Campos. But this is a 154-pound fight right here. These guys are competing in that division, 154-pound division. So we already know who's in that division. I like this guy, Nishant Dev. I didn't have his name down to a science, but he's a good boxer, bro. Let me pull up his boxer because I don't know what his record is. I've only seen him fight once. See, he's 3 fights, professional, 2 knockouts, so he hasn't had a lot of fights. But I saw him perform on the Riyadh card. Or was it even the Riyadh card? It was a Riyadh card, but it wasn't in Riyadh season.
It was I think it was the fight in the undercard of.
That's the fight I saw, Madison Square Garden. That's the fight that I saw.
No, but didn't he fight on the card with No, so it was the same night as Canelo, right? Or the next day, that Riyadh.
I don't remember. I've seen him fight though, but great fighter, man. I'm interested in seeing what he's going to do. Obviously, he's a prospect level fighter. This is a fighter right here who legitimately, in my opinion, could be in a conversation with fighting Jalil Hackett at some point. You know what I mean? Jalil Hackett out here, I know, trying to make some big fights happen right now. But I don't know. I hope he doesn't get moved too fast, right? Right.
So, he fought MSG.
Salute, Lance Meyer. What's good, family?
Biggest.
That's what it was. Thank you, Yasir Ali. That's what it was. It was the Hitchens card in Madison Square Garden. That's what it was. It was a Hitchens card.
Because he fought on. I was gonna say I ain't never even seen him fight nowhere else. Madison Square Garden, Ford Center. He just fought in Frisco. I don't know. Whatever.
It's funny, they got 2 TKOs up here. Yeah, the last fight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he had a UD at MSG. I remember that fight though. He went all 6 rounds. He dominated that fight.
Yeah, he did. He looked good doing it. He looked like he's got a good boxing pedigree.
Because I think he was confused with the other Indian guy that was out there. There's another Indian guy that fought on the Riyadh card. But that's what I thought you was talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely talking about this dude though. Yeah, that's probably how I was confusing him with though. So we've got Nishant Devin in the white, green, and red shorts. This one right here, I think, is a 6-rounder. I'm not too sure. I think it's a 6-rounder. And we got Juan Carlos Campos here in the black and white shorts. Or just black shorts. Just completely black shorts, my bad. Let's go. As Nishant Devin takes the center of the ring right now, feinting. Carlos Campos obviously familiar with this guy's pedigree and doesn't want to over commit, but Nishant Devin being the one with the longer reach here, you already know that Carlos Campos is going to have to figure a way to cross that void and make this happen. At some point, he's going to have to take some risk to make it happen in this fight right here. Nishant Devin responds beautifully as Carlos Campos tries to take a chance, and Nishant hits him with a 3-punch combination, ending with an uppercut, sending him already back against ropes. Nishant Devin has already got the timing of this guy down, controlling the distance of this fight on the edge of that jab. Nishant Devin is a southpaw, so you know that's always interesting. Looks like Carlos Campos is a southpaw too, fighting from that southpaw stance at least. As Nishant Devin is beginning to walk down Carlos Campos, and stabbing him to the body, penitentiary rules, timing him as he comes in. Nishant just goes there for a check right hook, misses him, but still does a great job turning him. Wow, Nishant Devin falls down, trips over the feet of Carlos Campos. Looking good, letting his hands go though. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Ooh.
Being a little bit more cautious, holding him down at the end of that jab, controlling that distance, and using that movement as he spins off to the right of Carlos Campos and keeps that jab. That jab, a power jab too, right? Not just a setup jab, a pretty good jab. They're a beautiful combination right there. Straight left hand right there. They mixing it up in the corner. Carlos Campos trying to work in the corner right now, taking advantage of him against his ropes and trying to make this close range fight count for him. Nishant pushes him off as a referee separates him. Back to the center of the ring. We're at the minute 15 mark here of the first round here as Nishant Devin continues to work that jab and control the pace of this fight. Carlos Campos had a nice little moment in the fight, and there he is back on the ropes as working, but beautiful work off the ropes here by Nishant Devin, just letting off with a flurry combination right there. Backs him up off of him right there. Carlos Campos is going to have to do a lot more if he wants to work in that close range with Nishant, who's showing that he does not mind letting his hands go. Beautiful work right there. Beautiful work, right, Nishant right there. I don't know, man. I think Carlos may have fell a little bit there off the punch, but they didn't count as a knockdown. It is what it is. Beautiful. Ooh, beautiful timing. Beautiful. Nishant Devin letting off on the bar. Getting that timing down. What do you think about him so far, though? About Devin?
So what I'm going to say is I know he has quick hands. He actually looks like a southpaw Ryan Garcia. He's very tall. He has a good range in his jab, and that hook is there when he wants it. And the uppercut from the left is solid. He's just there, and every time he hurts Carlos Campos actually gets close, smothers him, and then throws his combinations of his own to try to nullify him, but they're not really landing cleanly. So I think this kid knows what he's doing, man. He's obviously taking his time. He's roughhousing a little bit. Looks like he's smothered. Like I said, he's being smothered and being pushed back, but he's keeping his composure, Clay. And as long as you keep your composure, I think you can overwhelmingly overcome anything. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. It looks like he's definitely doing it. I don't know why he got a part in his eyebrow that goes back behind his ear, but it is what it is.
That's that swag, bro. Let him live, bro. Let him live.
Listen, I ain't mad at him. I just think it's crazy. That's that Ronaldo stuff, bro.
Bro, that's that swag out in India, bro.
I got a part. Look at my part. It go all over. Look.
Yeah, you got a crazy clean part right there. Beautiful work right there. They're showing the replay on him right here, man. Letting his hands go, man. Very accurate puncher too, man. And I love his timing, Ray. I'm gonna be real with you. He has great timing, man. Yeah, he's a great counter puncher.
I ain't even mentioned that yet. Yes, he does.
Great timing. We're at the top of the second round right here. I gave that first round to Nishant Devin. This second round of 6 rounds right here. Nishant Devin once again in the orange, white, and green shorts versus Juan Carlos Campos Medina in the black shorts there. Beautiful, beautiful. Catches him with a nasty left hook right there. Sends Carlos Campos flying into the ropes right there as Carlos Campos grabs him for his life right there. Tries to respond with his own work in there. Like you said, every time it gets bad for him, he does clinch and try to get a dirty shot. And beautiful timing. Did you see right over the top with a left hook? Timing that jab, or timing the straight left of the straight right. Carlos Campos is switching. He's going from southpaw to orthodox, and that's probably what his big problem is right there. He's trying to make something happen. Beautiful combination punching by Nishan Campbell. And Carlos Campbell responds with a nice overhand left, but boom, already bleeding out the nose. Carlos Campbell's just being hit with those laser tag shots. Yeah, beautiful body work by Devin right there, working the body, bringing it back up with big hooks over the top right there. Turns Carlos Campos into the ropes right there as Carlos Campos tries to initiate that clinch right there, trying to get control of this wild young bull, Nishant Dev, who's looking to make his statement here in boxing here on this card right here, just to show that there's separation here. Big difference in talent here and pedigree. Minute and 30 seconds left here in the second round here as Nishan Dev continues to establish himself as the better pedigreed fighter in here, and also the puncher here, not afraid to let his hands go. There he goes, catches Carlos Campos coming in there. He's timing that left hook perfectly, man. Beautiful body work by Dev right there. Beautiful body work. Great punch combination. Great work right here. Catch Carlos Campos on the ropes right there, just opening up on him. And Campos just doesn't have any answers, Sway. No answers to what Nishan Devin is doing here. Beautiful work. Beautiful work here. Beautiful work here. Great work by Campos here, who's responding now, but Devin right straight down the middle. Something about those hooks and them straight shots, right? The straight shots always get there first. Carlos Campos being this guy who wants to hook off, and Nishan responds with just laser tag rights and lefts right down the middle. Beautiful jab right there by Devin, catches Carlos Campos right there. I know that made his eyes water. We're at the 30-second mark here of the second round here as Nishan continues to follow him back there, putting that pressure on him. Man, beautiful punch shot selection, man. Beautiful work here. Beautiful work here. We're heading to the 15-second mark here, the second round here, as Devin continues to just ring generalship, man. Continue to hold the center of the ring here. Beautiful walks Campos into a nice left hand right there. Campos continue to try to pressure forward and attack the body. Nice overhand left for Carlos Campos, but hits nothing but air, to be honest with you. That's an easy round to score right there. Where you at with it, Ray, at this point?
Man, listen, this guy is doing nothing but putting the punches together, keeping his distance, and every time he gets crowded, he's actually getting he's putting more punches, inside punches together well. He's able to back him off him and then start all over. The ref hasn't even broken it up much, so that right there says one thing, that he's able to box out of the situation. But he's very smart, Clay, and he's very active. Like he lands his punches solid and cleanly.
Yeah, man, great counter puncher.
He's not getting knocked out, by the way.
That's what I think is going to happen. And he's a great combination puncher too. He's not just pop shot, and he's letting his punches go in like 3s and 4s and 2s and 3s. You know what I'm saying? Like all his shots is combination punching, man. And Carlos Campos is just kind of like not in his lane. He's just getting out of class. But Carlos Campos is doing what he's supposed to do, which is trying to pressure. He's trying to pressure Dev, but Dev is just doing that's another good thing.
He can't, right?
Like, yeah.
He thought it was good, and then that high guard ain't even high enough, bro. Oh, he's not fast enough, man. This guy's just not fast enough.
Beautiful. And that jab is a laser tag.
It's around the high guard.
Look at the punching. Look at the combination punching. Oh wow, bro. Look at the oh man, great body shot on right there on that quick little break right there. Caught him with a nice left right to the body. Boom, nice counter punching from Isham Dev, man. He times that straight left hand so perfectly whenever Carlos tries to like dive in there. Straight left hand right down the middle. Beautiful. That was a little bit of a low blow,
right?
Yeah. We're at the 2-minute mark here in the third round here. 3 of 6 here as Dev is putting the masterclass performance here on Carlos Campos Medina. He hits him with a straight left hand right there, sends him right back into the ropes. Beautiful body shot. Nice uppercut by Carlos Campos right up there, up the middle guard. Nice jab, catches Nishan Dev off guard a little bit, but nothing that really doesn't hurt him at all, but still was a nice shot. Beautiful punch combination right there. Check right hook, and then a right hook to the body. Boom, right back, backs him up into the ropes, continues to walk him down.
Oh, this dude, he broke his nose, bro.
Yeah, he's leaking. It's bad news for him. Back on that jab. Look, climbs out that left hand off the ropes. Beautiful work. He is destroying him. Carlos Campos is out of his league. This fight right here. It's a landslide. Absolute landslide. Yeah, shout out to Boxing Wiz speaking on that Joshua Buatsi fight. Joshua Buatsi is just not there's no bells and whistles of what he does, man. He doesn't do any one thing great. You know those fighters like you want to fight. He does nothing great. He does everything okay, right? Like he's a great dance partner, I guess. Like he's gonna be in the fight, but he has nothing special about him, man. And yeah, man. He probably did walk away with. I didn't see the whole entire fight, but it looked like Zach Parker was handling him pretty well. But you know, these referees, these judges don't like that movement. Sometimes they look at it a certain way because Joshua Buatsi's a come forward fighter. Beautiful, yo. This guy's about to get up out of here, bro.
Yeah. They're gonna stop it. He should have stopped him already.
But he's doing a good job doing that. Like he's getting low. So it's like Nishant will let him off the hook when he does that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Beautiful body shot. Oh, wow. That was such a nasty right hook to the body and then caught him with that straight left on the way up. Boom. Oh, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful left uppercut. Left shot. He's holding on to that right hand. Bell saved him right there. The Bell saved him.
Let's just shout out our guys that's in the chat, Clay. Let's not forget about Mr. Lightning, Boxing Wiz, Rick Timms, Lance Meyer, Yashir Ali, I believe, was here. Dragonfly Jones, salute. Let me go down the list because I was like, dang. The Cardenas, because I was gonna call them the Kardashians, bro. Don't laugh at me. My bad. I was just reading it quickly. I'm trying to see who else is in here, Clay, that you haven't had a conversation with yet. But Big Herm, salute. You know what I mean? Big Sarge, I'll be talking to you all day. But listen, man, I just want to make sure y'all know that we acknowledge y'all. For real, salute.
For sure. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Remember to hit the like button as you step in the building. It helps the channel get on the algorithm, man. Subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Feel free to put some color in the chat, too. Support the channel. Ain't mad at you at all, man. They just showing that work here, man. Nishant Devin, man. What do you think about him, though, at 154, man? What do you think about him, man? Good guy.
I think
23 fights.
I think he's not bad, man. I think once he gets better competition, we'll see where he's at.
Look at the combination punches.
But he's not afraid. See, he has some flaws, right? And the only way he's going to fix those flaws is with competition, and more experience. You know what I mean? Until somebody hits him the right way or makes him think, that's the only way. But this is interesting, man. He's actually able to land at will, and even though he's getting caught with fights, he's in a fight. He's going to get caught. It doesn't matter the lesser of the opponent.
And he's there for the fight, right? Like you can clearly see his pedigree that he doesn't need to fight this way. He could be way safer, and he's choosing to put on the show, man. And we always appreciate that right there. He catches some nasty shots from Carlos Campos right here. Though. I ain't gonna lie, right?
I would say he could fight just like what's the name? Your boy at 154.
Xander.
He can just sit there on the jab and just stay back because he's long enough and tall enough to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he's decided to use the pressure to engage. Why? Because maybe he has to engage. Maybe he wants to get his punch counts in. Maybe he wants to, see how far he can go. Maybe he's looking for the knockout. We don't know. But whatever the case is, he's actually fighting, which is cool. Not saying that Xander never fought.
Yeah. Yeah. Zell said Buatsi deserved a victory. I don't know, man. It didn't seem like he was. I wish I would have watched it and scored it. But I have a feeling I would have went with Zach Parker. But I think that those are one of those stylistically, like if you don't got the right judges, you don't win those fights. Yeah.
And like I said, it kind of confused me. I think he was only knocked down one time. All the rest of them were like push downs. It was just weird. But I think I was going to say, I think that was more so reason why he got the victory. Buatsi, because
Trini, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't, but I swear for you, I will look him up, and I will. Next time I do my show, you can ask me about him, and I will have an opinion on him. I'm gonna watch him because I was supposed to, and I'm glad you actually spelt it completely out for me. I haven't watched him yet, though, bro, but I am gonna watch him because I'm interested in seeing what he looks like for sure. Salute to you, Trini, by the way. Thanks for stepping in the building. I'm writing his name down right now, as a matter of fact. Yo, this dude is beating the brakes off of Campos Medina, bro. He is nice.
Ooh.
Nice, beautiful body work. Oh, it's the body. Yeah, the body snatcher.
Yeah,
Oh,
going down, bro.
Oh, it's going down. The referee
every time
putting hands on this dude.
Man.
Oh man!
Every time Saved by the Bell, this guy.
Oh my goodness! Work getting put in here by Nishant Dev from out of India. 154 prospect from out of India is putting on a clinic here. I wouldn't even be shocked if his corner didn't just say, "Hey, bro, we're gonna wave it off and let you live. We're gonna let you live, bro." Hey, 4 rounds down here, man. A complete one-sided affair, blowout affair here. Is Nishant Dev, excuse me, I said Devin. Nishant Dev is putting on a masterclass here, battering Carlos Campos Medina at this point in this fight here, man. It's a one-sided affair going on here, man. Yeah, but yeah, with these judges, man, the judges who don't appreciate the sweeter science of boxing, just to be honest, they don't respect all that movement that somebody that I saw Zach Parker doing. They're not going to respect it. It doesn't make it right. But sometimes these judges, like I said before, they become familiar with these fighters, and they in their mind, this fighter looks a certain way when he's winning. And Joshua Buatsi walking down Zach Parker, putting pressure, being that guy, probably all them fake put downs, you know what I'm saying, from that pressure on him. And they're awarding all of that. He is beating the brakes. Yo, Ray, he is destroying it. At this point, this dude is
in a pocket. That's what's crazy. He's not like shying away from him at all.
Because he can only win in the court. Man, look at this. Oh my goodness. Come on. I ain't gonna lie. The refs should stop it. The refs should get in here, man.
Yeah, he's just beating him up.
Nishant Dev, I got something for you to work on when you go back to the drawing board. Breaking up these clinches, bro. Don't let these dudes chip you out your.
He's too close to him. That's why they're getting that.
Yeah.
At the range, he should use his range to beat these dudes up like that.
Great work, man. Hey, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. This kid, he's 100. Man, he is. Oh God, bro. This dude football tackled him down, bro. Like legitimately held down his waist. He got nothing left. We're at the minute and 50-second mark here in the 5th round here, man. And he just takes off where he left off from. Nishant Devin just killing with the combination punching. Beautiful work. Look at him, just letting his hands go, just working him. Great conditioning, by the way. Nishant Devin. He's been keeping a pretty crazy pace up this whole round.
Crazy work, man.
Ace Cannons, what's good with you, man? We're on the Zone app right now, watching the Pero. Who's Pero fighting against tonight? Pero. Oh God, Jordan Thompson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was joining. I was about to say Thompson. But.
Yeah. And of course, Amari Jones fighting on this card tonight. One of the big fights I'm looking to see. Looking to see Omari put in the work.
You got blood on the ref shirt, bro.
It's crazy. I don't know what the ref is looking at here. He just won't stop. I guess as long as that dude's walking forward, it is what it is.
Yeah, but it's some point where you gotta be like, yo, man, you ain't doing nothing but sitting here taking punishment. It's round.
No, man, Carlos Campos is looking decent on the later half of this round. He is working a little bit here.
He's working, but he's been doing this every round.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude is just, what do you see this what he does, bro?
We're at the 22nd mark here in the 4th round right here, on the 5th round, sorry. Carlos Campos starting to turn up a little bit. I think Nishant Devin's taking off the rest of this round, trying to get himself together. He had a high punch output in the beginning of this round. So we're seeing Carlos Campos try to work, but Nishant still continue to work his damn self, just not as much. Letting his hands go, spinning them, turning them, taking them around like a true champion.
You see him hold his hand on his belt line and punch him in the balls? Mm-hmm. Yo.
If the ref, listen, man, the fighter has a job to do and the ref has a job to do.
Right, but the ref was behind him, bro. So
no doubt. Ace Cannon, salute, man. Ain't no doubt, man. Hold on a second here.
Yeah, do you think?
Hold on. Follow me from TBV. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, family. Hit that like button.
Man, maybe I should set up some memberships. I don't know. I think we need a few memberships, Clay. Why not support the channel?
YouTube dudes need jobs. Gossip for the women, homies. Talking about boxers all day. Get a woman. I feel bad for y'all. I don't know if you're talking to me, brother. But
what are you talking about, period? You know what I say to that? Salute to you, bro.
Yeah, bro. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know what you
I
talking
don't know you. You don't know me. We good, homie.
Yeah, bro. That was interesting. It is what it is, man. Hit the like button as we stepping in the building, man. We got like 60 people in the building, man. Hit that like button. Sub to the channel if you haven't done so.
And
We're at the 6th round here, 2-minute 50-second mark of the 6th round here. Nishant Dev versus Carlos Campos Medina. Nishant Dev putting on a clinic, ladies and gentlemen, a legitimate clinic. Really impressed. 154-pound fighter here. And great hands, decent power, decent, right? But more importantly, I think it's his hands, right? That's
yeah,
what
no,
right?
he's some shot. He's some good. He got a good straight. He's got a good. Get a little wild with some of those.
Good hands. No doubt, ace cans for sure, man. Yeah, he's got good boxing pedigree, and in 154 pounds, I keep telling everybody, man, the boxers aren't. They're more far and few than the punchers, right? Like 154 got a lot of punchers. That's why I think Xander's gonna shine in that division, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Xander's gonna give a lot of people a lot of fits, man, because these guys are fighting these punchers the whole time and preparing and doing that. But that's why, for example, Erickson Lubin getting ready to fight Virgil Ortiz. I think that's going to potentially play a big factor in this fight here between those two guys.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, no, listen, let me tell you. I heard you and Angelo building up on the Lubin and what's the name? I was at work. I wanted to tap in. One thing I wanted to say was a key. You both mentioned it. Is Virgil Ortiz is very flat-footed, and he only has one gear. Once he turns that gear on, that's all it is. But he has to turn that gear on. As long as you keep him off balance and
Salute, Bone. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Not allowing the Virgil into that gear, it's a hard out for him, man. Like a tough out for him, but a hard out for Lubin. He'll get the job done. But Lubin can't get sucked into that fight. I mean, he has a tendency of getting sucked into his opponents, and he gets sucked in, it's over.
And if anybody can suck you into a fight, pause, is Virgil Ortiz for sure, man. So he's going to have to be super disciplined.
Right.
Nishant, listen, man. All I can tell you is with Nishant Dev, I want to see him fight. When I see him on cards, he gets my attention. I want to see him fight again. I don't know about you, but he's just somebody. If I see, I'm going to keep an eye on him, man.
You think he should fight? I don't think he should fight Hackett though.
No, he shouldn't fight Hackett. I'm just saying. I'm saying in the future you can see them fight if Hackett stays at 154.
Hackett ain't staying at no 140, 154.
He's going to 160 exactly.
He might move to 168. Man, Hackett's
that's why he's campaigning for the champions, bro. He did the same damn thing at 147. Yeah, he was campaigning for Brian Norman Jr. because he knew he was getting ready to leave that division.
And he took that fight on short notice too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's way too big, man. He need to get up out of that division.
Final round, 6th round, man. Carlos Campos is happy to make it out alive, man.
Isn't it crazy I said that too, Clay? Remember he's at 147? I said, yo, he just needs to skip 154. I think he's way too big. He should go to 160 and just, you know what I mean? It's not much there for him to get in the way or get an interim title or a championship shot.
Right.
He could move so much better there. But now in that division is about to get lit. So now you done ruined your opportunity.
He could have made an argument for himself at 160. He could have went up there for about 2-3 solid fights. And he could have been right there to be in the conversation of fighting a Troy Isley or a Carlos Adames, or I mean, he could have gotten to some rankings up there. You know what I mean? He could have done some work up there. Arizona Lara, whoever. You know what I mean? Whoever's up there, he could have been that conversation.
Have a shot soon, but
Yeah, but he's staying at 154, and right now he's chasing down Xander Zayas, and Xander just got bigger fish to fry, bro. That fight just don't even make sense at all for Xander Zayas.
Right, and with all due respect, how many people don't call him a weight bully?
Yeah.
I mean, oh no, he from
Salute Stanley Bailey. What's good, family?
He from the DC area, bro. You can't do that. You know what I mean? No, that's crazy, bro. What is he doing? He admitted to being that too. That's the crazy part. He admitted to doing it. And all of them, bottom line is we all know they are. All of them.
Yeah. Xander looks like he about to lead the division too soon though. Like it looks like he's growing out of control of his damn self.
Who's that?
Xander Zaya.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He going to 160. That's what I said. It's about to get lit. That division about to get lit. I literally said that.
That'll be where Jalil will go get Xander if he wants him. That'll be where you go get him at that one.
Moving up, all that, yeah.
No doubt. Walaikum salam. Anton, what's good, family? Long time.
Whoa. Yeah, salute. And
salute, family.
I want my push-ups though, bro. Where did my push-ups at?
Yeah, Anton, everybody's still on your head for those push-ups. What fight was that again? Push-ups, what was it? Was it Terence and Canelo? No,
it's not. It was before that. What was the fight before that? Oh, Hamza Siraj and what's the name? Wasn't it?
Hamza Siraj and Edgar Berlanga, was that it?
I think so.
Yeah. Salute my guy.
It wasn't that fight though, but it was that card.
Salute Anton, was good, man. I appreciate the support, man. $5 holla and support from Anton.
Yeah, man.
Miss you guys. Miss you, man.
Man. Family member, bro. You wasn't here, bro. Just gave some memberships away, man. Probably could have landed you one. That's what they say, that you got to be in the building, which I don't think you have to. I haven't seen my the Queen Karma in a minute, so we're gonna say she lurking. I doubt it. Oh,
it's a fight, Roach. Oh yeah.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay. Either way, man, it's all respect to you, my brother. I'm glad your memory better than mine.
Yeah, this kid right here is gonna make some moves in the space, man. You know, a couple more fights for him. They're gonna strategically move him. I believe that is a matchroom fighter. I believe that's Eddie Hearn's fighter, right? That should be a matchroom fighter.
Maybe.
This is a matchroom card, right?
It's a great question too.
No, this is a matchroom card.
You got to look on the corner of the ring. Yes, the matchroom.
Yeah. Yeah, Anton, that's what we're doing. Watching the fights right now, man, on the zone right now. Headlined it's a heavyweight card. Lanier Perro versus Jordan Thompson. Lanier Perro's got a brother too. What's his brother? The other brother's a heavyweight too. They're both out of Cuba, man. Good pedigree boxing. This card right here got Amari Jones on it as well.
Yeah. Clay, let me take it down, bro. I got to go to work tonight.
All right, go do what you do, family. To the next one, man.
Everybody, man, it's been a great thing. I mean, try to lay down for a little bit. I'm gonna hit you up in the morning if you're not doing nothing.
I'll be up in that. Let me know.
All right, no doubt. Peace to everybody. Salute.
Peace. Salute everybody in the building. What's good? Covering the fights here, the matchroom fights here. Nah, Ellis ain't on this card. Is Ellis on this card? No, Ellis is on some other card. Ellis is fighting Javier Fortuna, right? I just don't know. He's on some card I don't even know how to watch, to be honest with you. Birdman says Nihat Dev beat that boy like a step shot, but couldn't get the stoppage. Yeah, man. Carlos Campos did a good job of clinching him, right? Did a real good job of smothering all that work. Dev would put some good work in and then end up getting clinched up, by Campos, man. And that's something to work on. But hey, man, the kid is 4-0 now, right? Went into this fight 3-0, 2 knockouts. So just getting his professional career going on. I think he has some Olympian pedigree about him. So I'm looking forward to see what he does at 154. He looks comfortable, letting his hands go. Great counterpuncher, straight shooter, great jab, great footwork. I mean, just a great fighter all around, man. Yeah, Nooch. He said Debo Jr., right? Yeah, well, we were comparing him to Xander Zayas, right, Debo? I mean, Nooch Bands, we were comparing him to Xander Zayas, who's kind of like the Devin Haney or the Debo of the super welterweight division. So it is what it is, right? It is what it is. I like the way he looked tonight, man. Looking forward to see his other fights. Mac Majestic, what's good, family? What's good with you, family? Shout out to a new member of the channel right here. Birdman became a member. ATP Combat Media Guild. Appreciate you, Birdman. For sure, man. Thanks for the support, man. Yeah, Raphael, he will. He'll be nice, man. I'm looking forward to see what he does. I'm looking forward to see what he does in that division right there. I think, guys, we're gonna see a lot of fighters moving from that 154 to 160 division as that division is developing. We saw Jesus Ramos is getting ready to fight for an interim title right up there against Shane Mosley Jr. up there. He just left 154 for the most part. People say that he'll be going back and forth, but I doubt it. I think he's going to stay at 160. He's already fought once before there. You're probably going to see Jalil Hackett get up there. You're probably going to see Xander Zayas make a move up there at some point, right? There's some fighters at 154 you can just naturally see move up there. Obviously, Sebastian Fundora is going to make his way up there. So 160 is about to get pretty interesting. Give it some time, you know what I mean? No doubt. Salute to the queen, L Star in the building. Says, what up, Clay? You putting that work in? Yeah, we covering the fights, L. That's what I'll do on Saturday, man. Putting in that work on these fights, calling these fights, man. Decent show today, L. Decent show today. We talked about a lot of stuff going on in the space, man. A lot of boxing talk today, man. Got to watch the replay. Got to be replay gang. Catch the replay, man. For sure, man. Guys, about 56 people in the building. Let's make sure we subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button for sure. But if you like what you're seeing, hit the subscribe button. Waiting for this next fight to come out here. Waiting for the next one. No doubt, no doubt. Let's see here. Waiting for it to develop. No diggity. Let me take a look here. Okay. Shout out to all the new subscribers to the channel. They got a couple of new subscribers today, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. I know a lot of you guys came over from the Boxing Boys. Salute, man. I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel, supporting the grind, man. Acknowledging. Let me see. Raphael says, no, Clay, 168 to 175 is what everybody wants to look out for. Give it 2 years, maybe a year and a half. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, man. I think we're going to see a lot of fighters move up from 168 to 175 as well. So I believe you, man. I believe you. There's a lot of work up there, and Turkey's going to take some real. He's going to put some intention on that division. So you're going to see fighters go up there and just try to make the bigger fights and make the big bags. But 168 about to open up too right now with Terence Crawford holding that. We didn't even talk about that. We were supposed to talk about that. Ray we're supposed to talk about 168 today. But if Terence Crawford indeed goes down to 160 to fight Janibek, there's an argument there to say that he'll be vacating a lot of the belts. That's one of the advantages of Terence Crawford taking that victory, because Canelo kind of had a strong arm on that division, right? It was hard to see these fighters. Everybody was just fighting for the opportunity to fight Canelo Alvarez, and we saw a lot of interim champions. Well, now with Terence Crawford going down to 160 potentially in some point in 2026, probably like second quarter of 2026, maybe first quarter, we're going to see a lot of interim champions elevated to champions, and I think we're going to see some unifications. We're going to see some good title fights on the line at 168. I think 168 is about to become very interesting. Looking forward to see a lot of these fighters like Edgar Berlanga to return back into the conversation. Let's see what kind of fight he's going to take on to get his name back in the conversation. But the Jaime Munguias, the Mbillis, the Lester Martinez's, even the Caleb Plants, and the young bulls that are going to be coming up. Because I think we're going to see some 160 pounders go up there too, right? Hamza Shiraz is already up there. I'm looking forward to see Hamza Shiraz do some great things up there. Even Janibek on the back end of that Terence Crawford fight is probably going to make his way into 168 as well. So there's going to be some good things going on at 168. Anton says, Clay, you know I love Bud. I love Bud. I was an early supporter of him, but over Floyd, nah, I don't see it. Hey, man, I'm going to tell you right now, man, when it comes to Terence Bud Crawford, the mere fact that he's in the conversation for Floyd that's an accolade within itself, right? Everybody, look, I can't argue with anybody who thinks that Floyd Mayweather would beat Terence Crawford. I mean, I could, but I wouldn't argue it because I get it. I mean, dude's undefeated. He's TBE, right? But Terence Crawford, to say the least, is just leaps and bounds, right? Just done so much work up until this point, man. His legacy is solidified, man. What a legacy he's leaving behind in boxing, and just accomplishment after accomplishment after accomplishment. And this 160 campaign, if he chooses to do it, will just add to it. So, man, in his own right, he's built his own spot in the history of boxing and is, in my opinion, the GOAT of this era of boxing. And I don't know if there's an argument to be made against that. The only person who can get in that conversation would be Floyd Mayweather, right? So it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got about 60 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we're stepping into the building. Let's hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet. We're going into the second fight of the night here. Who we got fighting right now? Elvis Gomez fighting Antrevious Ingram. We got another Cuban on the card here. Elvis Gomez, 9 wins, 7 by knockout, 1 defeat. Getting ready to go ahead and fight against Antrevious Ingram, coming out of Kissimmee, Florida. This guy's 12 victories, 0 losses, 6 knockouts. This one right here lined up to be a 10-rounder. Looks like it's going to be Ingram's first 10-round fight right here. I gotta assume he's a fighter right now. That's being highlighted here. So it is what it is, right? Shout out to everybody in the building. Charles E, salute. Anton says, first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. I just think Floyd is better, but it's definitely him when it comes to skills. I've never seen anyone like Floyd. Yeah, bro, look, man, what a conversation, man. You know what I mean? Like, we could do it all day long, you know? Floyd just had such a career, and he showcased so much skills. You can't take nothing away from him. Both fighters in their own right are fighters who I'll never bet against, if that makes any sense. Terence Crawford to me is a fighter who, no matter who he fights, if Terence Crawford says he can beat you and he takes a fight, I'm betting on him winning the fight. He's earned that kind of respect from me. The only way you can show me you're going to beat Terence Crawford is by beating Terence Crawford. Then hindsight will tell me that you were the better man that night. And if you beat Terence Crawford, it's going to be such a spectacular performance that you're going to become one of my favorite fighters damn near automatically, just because I know the kind of skills you're going to have to showcase is going to show me things that, you know, it's just going to make me a fan of you, unless this is some freak rabbit punch that catches him out the blue and knocks him out. Other than that, you're going to have to be on your game to beat him. And Floyd Mayweather's in that same conversation. I'm just not picking against him, right? So if Floyd and Terence Crawford were to have a fight with each other, I would have no picks. I would literally just watch the fight to see who's win, because I don't know who would win that fight. That's why I guess my point. Charles E, salute in the building, says, you think Floyd might regret leaving a lot of accomplishment titles on the table? Nope. I think Floyd looks back at his career and he's like, I did it my way. Yeah, Floyd did it his way, bro. I don't think he would do a damn thing different, bro, all the way to the end to where he's at right now. Quite frankly, the most accomplished, I don't want to say accomplished, but the most successful boxer in boxing history has got to be Floyd Mayweather. Money-wise, just moving his career the way he wants to, ending it the way he wanted to, undefeated, made the big bags, left no money on the floor, took all the money, made all the big fights at one point or another. Yeah, bro, that dude he's had a career that every boxer in today's sport of boxing wants to mimic, as the O has become the most cherished thing in boxing today, right? Nobody wants to lose their O because of Floyd. Everybody trying to be like Floyd, get the big bags. I mean, he did it the right way. Blueprint. All right, man, we're going into the first round of this fight right here, 10-rounder between Elvis Gomez and Antrevious Ingram. Antrevious Ingram in the blue, yellow shorts with the black trimmings, and Gomez in the white and red shorts. Both guys take the center of the ring. I'm expecting Gomez to have a pretty decent Cuban pedigree as he's starting to fight, working on that jab, as the Cubans are very defensively responsible, stabbing to the body. And we're looking at Ingram here taking the center of the ring, trying to work that jab. But you can already see Ingram is trying to use that head movement, is trying to set up something nasty here, as Gomez is taking the opportunity to sit back and work as a counterpuncher in this fight here. I would say Ingram is probably going to have to take his time in this fight here, because he can get outclassed very easily by these Cuban fighters here, as Ingram is continuing to be just a little bit of anxiousness from Ingram as he continues to throw the jab, and ooh, nice straight left to the body by Ingram here. Straight right to the body, excuse me. I apologize. Straight right to the body. Elvis Gomez working out of that southpaw position. So this is a battle of the jabs right here, right? We're watching Antrivius Ingram try to take that jab away from Elvis Gomez. Hold on here, bear with me. Trying to take that jab away from him. Beautiful counter punching by Elvis Gomez here. We're hitting the minute and 30-second mark here of the first round right here. Both guys really just processing a lot of data, but still letting their hands go pretty decent. Ingram seeming like he's having a hard time dealing. He's trying to get past that jab, right? He's trying to get past that jab as he's switched over to a southpaw, having that right hand as a lead there. So in a sense of the art, for argument's sake, Elvis Gomez won that jab war, as he's forced Ingram to switch right there. Nice shots. Nice overhand rights and lefts by Elvis Gomez right there, as Ingram has decided to fight from a southpaw stance. Trying to press right now. 50 seconds left in the first round as Gomez is enjoying himself. Oh, beautiful work. Beautiful work by Gomez, man. He is outclassing. I'm going to be real with you. He's outclassing Ingram. Ingram is not. He's being outclassed. Beautiful. This right here, guys, I'm going to give you a look here. This might be a little bit of pre-Raymond Mortala versus Andy Cruz here. Just saying, as you're watching this fight, Gomez is giving me that Andy Cruz energy, man. That Cuban style is undefeated. Beautiful work by Gomez, man. Beautiful work. Working off that jab there. Beautiful timing. Gomez comes in there, checks him to the body with a nasty right hook to the body. Nice, big overhand left by Gomez, as Ingram is trying to use his jab and hook him off to the body to get inside there and keep this a close range fight. I wonder if Ingram is taking into consideration. Beautiful work. Gomez just completely handled him right there. That is a 10 round for Gomez, 10-1 round for Gomez. I wonder if Ingram is taking into consideration, as he's pushing it to be a mid-range, close-range fight, that he's neutralizing his own offense with those long arms that Ingram has. You would think he'd want to control the distance a little bit better, but Gomez doing such a great job letting his hands go, counter punching him, and working that body as well, and definitely controlling the fight with his jab, as Ingram has no answer for that jab that Gomez is letting go and controlling him with. Beautiful work here, coming off nasty hooks after he works that body, and then he ends it with the jab. He starts it with the jab, he comes in with the jab, he does his work, and he leaves out with the jab. Great work. Great work here. Raphael says, wrong. A fighter not trying to lose his O was way before Floyd. I could go down the list, but I'm not going to. Hey, Raphael, I hear you, man. I hear you, man. Guys, 63 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting them like buttons as we step in the building. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so, man. Thanks in advance. Back here at the top of the second round here, as Gomez continues and probably just wants to take off where he left off. A great head movement by Gomez, sitting there and being a great puncher, just positioning himself and not giving up his position here. Ingram trying to apply that pressure and walk Gomez down. But I think the skills and the pedigree of Gomez is just putting Ingram in a bad position right now, as Ingram is just getting peppered and picked apart by Gomez as he's trying to keep that distance right now. Beautiful body shot. Nice right hook to the body. Overhand left. Back to the body for Gomez. Overhand left for Gomez again, as Ingram continues to try to apply that pressure. Gomez just doing a great job being defensively responsible. Great right hook to the body for Gomez right there. Beautiful head movement. Head work. Beautiful, man. Catches nasty left uppercut by Gomez. Nice, right on that jab. Beautiful uppercut by Gomez. Beautiful shots. He is picking Ingram apart, working to the body. Ingram doesn't have any answers for this, man. He's at this point, Ingram is legitimately slapping at his shots. You can tell he's scared. I don't want to say scared, but he's questioning letting his hands go, because every time his hands leave his face, Gomez hits him in it. Every time. Shout out to my guy Just Do in the building. Salute, family. What's good with you, gang? Every time Ingram's hand leaves his face, Gomez hits him in it. This looking very, I'm telling you guys, I'm picturing Raymond Mortala versus Andy Cruz in this fight right here. If you're watching this fight right here, very Andy Cruz's beautiful work. See, now look, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is what Bozy Ennis wants from Andy Cruz. This is what he wants from him. What's going on here? Oh, the referee gave him some kind of warning. I don't have no sound, but I don't know what happened here. What's going on here? Ingram being very frustrated, walking away from the referee. I don't know what he's saying. I didn't see nothing illegal going on here. Let's see here. Oh, man, I love these questions. Charles Eves, man, you're talking about one of my favorite fighters right now in the game. Bruce Shushu Carrington is hands down one of my favorite fighters right now. Part of that new generation of fighters in the space right now that I'm celebrating. Right there with Xander, right there with Abdullah Mason. Shushu's in that same conversation, man. Up and coming fighter. Not as young as he looks, as his record makes him look, but a great fighter, man. One of the best 126 pounders out there right now. I mean, you can tell every champion is legitimately, in my opinion, ducking. And I'm saying that they're ducking Shushu, man. As soon as Shushu gets that opportunity, he's going to go off. Ring Magazine ambassador, Turkey Al-Sheikh, he has the money behind him right now. So it's just a matter of time for Shushu to get that big fight, and I expect him to shine. I'm being honest with you, the biggest fight in 126, in my opinion, right now, is Shushu Carrington versus Rafael Espinosa. That's the biggest fight, in my opinion, that can be made in that division. I know Shushu has his eyes on Nick Ball, and I understand why, because of the way Nick Ball fights, and also it's a Riyadh card, so it's probably a lot of money there for Shushu. But man, I told Shushu when I met him in New York at the Fatal Fury, I thought the biggest fight that he can make at 126 would be with Rafael Espinosa. I just believe that fight would be just crazy, and I think that would put Shushu on the map as one of the best fighters in the game right now. You know what I mean? But man, I think a lot about Shushu, man. Shout out to Shu for sure, man. Okay, no doubt, Birdman. I hear you, man. I hear you, brother. Yeah, Birdman said Espinosa, 100%, man. Big fight, man, right there, bro. Huge fight right there. Rafael Espinosa versus Shushu Carrington, the biggest fight, low-key, that could be made at 126, in my opinion. And I know Rafael knows it, too. I'm hoping that fight happens before Rafael Espinosa goes up to 130. So, yeah, man. We're at the top of the third round right here. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left here in the third round here as Elvis Gomez is just putting on a clinic here. Akram, what's his name? Travius Ingram. I'm just going to call him Ingram. He got a crazy first name. He's getting pieced up, man. Pawn with that jab. Back in that orthodox position, which he's not having any success in, because Gomez is not only doing such a great job keeping his head off that line, but he's also winning the counter-punching game and the jab game here. He's beating him on every level of this boxing match here. The only reason Ingram is still in this fight the way he is probably because Gomez isn't punching as hard, as you'd want to see him punch, right? But this performance right here is a performance, I'm telling you guys, Bozy Ennis is begging Andy Cruz to give him a performance like this. This is what Bozy Ennis sees in Andy Cruz. He wants Andy Cruz to do this right here. Look at, big check right hook right there. As they're trading right there, Gomez showing that he got some beard on his chin right there. He's got a nasty beard on him as they were trading right there, and Ingram caught him with a nice right hook in the middle of that, but Gomez took it like a champ and continues to apply the pressure. This is what Bozy Ennis wants to see from Andy Cruz. He wants to see Andy Cruz fight like this. I don't know if Andy Cruz has it in him to fight like this, right? I know the skills are there, but I don't know if he has if he's physically resilient enough to be in a trade like this, in a fight like this. But I think this is what Bozy envisions for his fighter, man. I wish Bozy, if he's seen this, put something in the chat for me. Let me know if I'm crazy. I feel like this is what you want to see from Andy. You know what I mean? I just got a feeling this is what you want to see from him right here, because you know he's quick enough. You know he's got the pedigree. You know he's gonna be the straight shooter. But I think Andy Cruz, you're gonna have to mentally get through to him. And I don't know, man. Andy just haven't. I question it as well, man. I don't know if Andy can do it, man. If he gets into a fight like this, I've seen him get clipped by Antonio Moran. I saw Marcel Cito clip him as well. He might go to sleep. But Elvis Gomez is putting on that type of performance. You almost got to ask yourself, does he need to? I'm sure he could fight a lot more slick than he's fighting right now. Beautiful. Boy, he just jumped up on him and hit him with the craziest overhand straight left hand. Ingram ate it. I got to keep it real. Ingram, I haven't seen Ingram get hurt not one time in this round. So although Gomez is letting these shots go and he's winning hands down to me every single round, but he's not hurting Ingram. So Ingram still posing the big threat in there, right? Like kind of how Fabio Wardley was with Joseph Parker. Just, if Ingram catches him with that right shot, he could probably get him on Bambi legs. So he's in the fight off the strength of that. This is a 10-round fight right here, but Gomez is giving him everything he's got. He's putting every bit of leverage that he has in every punch that he's landing on him. Salute to my guy, Tate Bugs in the building, man. Salute, man. Clay Moran, what's up, family? How you feeling? How was the workouts been? Workouts been decent. I've been kind of chilling on the workouts. I ain't gonna lie. I think like the past 4 or 5 days, I've been kind of chilling. Work's been kicking my ass, but I'm back in the gym, man. I'm back at it. I'm actually fasting right now. So I appreciate you, Tate Bugs, checking in on me, though, for sure, man. 58 people in the building. Let's hit the like button as we step into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, go ahead and take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well, man. Salute to everybody who is in the building, though. For sure. Salute, man. We are at the top of the 4th round right now as Elvis Gomez is putting on a clinic. I'm loving every bit of this fight right here, but Ingram's still in this fight because Gomez hasn't been able to hurt him yet or discourage him from walking forward. Now we're watching Ingram measure using that jab as he's in the orthodox stance now to measure up and line up that big right hand. I think he understands now that he's not worried about getting punched on by Gomez, and now he's trying to set him up for the big no-hitter, one-hitter quitter, that big right hand. But Gomez is putting on such a performance here. Great performance by Gomez here. Ingram starting to pump that jab a little bit more. Gomez using that head movement to keep his head off the line as he's not giving up any real estate. Believe it or not, Gomez, being the smaller fighter in here, has been walking down Ingram the whole time. That's probably what's Ingram's biggest problem right now, is Ingram having to manage and get all that power off of his back foot, as Gomez is able to capitalize and be the counter punching here. Beautiful work, man. Beautiful work by Ingram right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. Beautiful work by Ingram. Ingram starting to shorten up on those punches, shorten up on that right hand, and finding success with that right hand on Gomez. Backing Gomez up a little bit right now, but Ingram getting a lot shorter on those punches, shorter on the hook, shorter on the uppercuts. He's starting to catch Gomez, who's been winging shots because he's been so successful hitting Ingram with shots. He's actually starting to wing him a little bit. Beautiful work by Gomez here. Beautiful work right here, but not hurting Ingram. Ingram pawing as he switched over to a southpaw stance, using that right hand trying to control Gomez and domesticate him a little bit. Gomez still being the wild card in this fight. Ingram trying to domesticate him with that right hand to set him up with something. Nice body work from Ingram. Hits him with with 2 hooks off to the body. Gomez keeping his hands low, very confident in the fact that he can move out the way of these punches. But every now and then Ingram is catching him with a shot. We're at the 4th round here. 30 seconds left here in the 4th round. This is the best round Ingram has had in this fight right here, as he's actually starting to control the pace of this fight right here. And Gomez is fading, dare I say, put in a lot of work to look good in those first couple of rounds. And now Ingram, like I said, short on those hooks, man. Catching Gomez in between the punches here. Not worried about what Gomez is sending back at him at all. I'm going to give this round so far to Ingram, man. I think Ingram is winning the best, getting the best of these exchanges. Gomez is starting to fade a little bit here. Still keeping his hands low, but he is moving his head off that line. I'm giving that round right there to Ingram, man. That's the first round I'm giving to Ingram straight up. Great fight, man. This fight right here is holding the weight, man. This is a great fight. I don't know if you guys are watching, man. No doubt, Tay. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. We ain't giving up, man. We staying on the ground, man. We still in that gym, man. We still working. The guns are still, you know what I'm saying? We still working it, man. We still working it. We still working. We still working. 53 people in the building. I hope nobody forgot to hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you already know. Don't waste another minute, man. Shout out to everybody who is in the building. We are here watching Travius Ingram here. And I'm pretty sure I am butchering his name. Fighting against Elvis Gomez here. Fifth round here, I want to say. Yeah, fifth round out of a 10-round fight right here. Elvis Gomez was able to get a good start in the beginning of this fight. He's not necessarily tiring, but Ingram's starting to sharpen up on those punches. Beautiful as Ingram is doubling up on hooks. And he's been able to slow Gomez down, right? So Gomez is slowed down a little bit here, and Ingram's starting to, nice, rips to the body with a nasty right hook to the body of Gomez here. Gomez refusing to give up the real estate here. What a soldier, man, as Ingram is letting his shots off now and becoming way more confident. I stated earlier, Ingram realizing that he doesn't believe that Gomez can hurt him, and I'm wondering if he can hurt him. So he's pushing. He's pushing the pace here. Pawing with that right hand right now, just trying to set up that left hand. Not throwing the nice straight left hand to the body of Gomez right there. Backs Gomez up a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I think he felt that shot right there. Another straight left to the body right there by Ingram to Gomez right there in the soul. So times out, an uppercut, misses him, but man, he is timing him out. Gomez is starting to back up. Gomez taking the instruction from his corner right now, looking for a solution, a remedy to the problem. As Gomez is taking a deep breath right there, takes a deep breath. That work that Ingram doing to the body starting to take its toll on Gomez. Gomez is still keeping his hands low though, moving his head though. I mean, he's not getting hit with anything too clean, but you got to think that's dangerous. You got a big puncher in front of you. Ingram moving around right now. He's starting to, and he takes a look at his work, saying, "Yeah, that body work is working, bro. It's starting to work, man. I'm gonna take my time with you. I'm gonna take my time with you." Oh, we at the halfway mark, and I took that last round for sure. Yeah, this is a 10-round fight right here, man. This is a big round here in this fight right here. If Ingram takes this round here, round 5, this will be the 2 rounds in a row. Listen, man, it'll be a 3-2 fight right here. I've given Gomez the first 3 rounds here, but you could see the momentum switching here. You can see the momentum switching here for Ingram, man. Beautiful work here. Oh, big overhand left by Gomez, catches Ingram. Ingram initiates a clinching, pushes him back, man. Big overhand left by Gomez here as the referee works to separate them as Ingram does not want to let go. Is it because Ingram is hurt? Is it because he's just trying to tire Gomez? I don't know. Referee separates them. We're at the 15-second mark here of the 5th round as Gomez continues to try to walk down Ingram at this point. Ingram seeming like he's taking off the rest of the round. Big overhand right by Gomez. 2 big overhand left hands, Jesus. 2 big overhand lefts. Another left hand. Ingram got hurt. Ingram was hurt there. As Ingram's corner runs out there to scream at the ref. I guess something nasty. Big overhand lefts. Ingram got hurt there, man. Wow. And Gomez may have legitimately stole that round away from Ingram, a round where Ingram was working. Ingram looking like he's taking some deep breaths in the corner, and he looks like he got hurt by those overhand lefts, man. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I got Gomez winning this 4 rounds to 1. 4 rounds to 1 for Gomez, man. Yeah, Birdman. We was wondering if that power was gonna translate, man, as Ingram was getting hit with a lot of shots early in this fight, but it wasn't affecting him. But big overhand left hands right there as he's hitting him with bolo shots, and finally Ingram bleeds and shows blood. Ingram smiling. Usually that smile don't mean nothing as he does the Brahmin bull, walks over to meet Gomez on the other side there, right over the referee's shoulder. I don't think the referee was expecting to be there. But this is a great fight, man. Great fight. Top of the 6th round, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left here in the 6th round as Ingram continues to take his time. I notice he's keeping his hands up a lot more, though, right now, right? Beautiful work by Gomez, letting off those shots. Gomez has got a second win here. Conditioning is A1. Big shots, big right hand, big left hand by Gomez right there. Beautiful shots. I'm trying to tell you guys, if Bozy Ennis is watching this fight, which is a good chance he is, I know he sent a text message over to Andy Cruz and says, when I'm done with this training camp, this is exactly what you're going to do to Raymond Mortala. Believe it. Believe it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A bunch of people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button as we step into the building. Subscribe to the channel. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, you're here. We're watching and Travion Ingram. I know I'm butchering his name. Elvis Gomez here on his matchroom card here. 6th round here out of 10 rounds. Minute 35 seconds in the 6th round right here as Gomez is starting to turn it up, hitting a second gear here. Ingram looked good in the 4th round. 5th round, Gomez came out of nowhere and actually hurt Ingram right now. And here, more than halfway through the 6th round, Gomez is walking Ingram down as Ingram is trying to be more responsible, taking his time to work off that jab back in the southpaw stance as Gomez is taking off on this round a little bit right here. Maybe that energy, trying to get it back together, but still working that jab, winning the jab game. Beautiful head work by Gomez here. We're about to hit the minute mark here. Nice right hook to the body by Ingram. Ingram rips a left hook right there. Doesn't hit him. Nice left uppercut by Ingram. Continuing to use that jab. Big overhand left again lands for Gomez. Ingram needs to pay attention. That left hand is finding him quite often here. There we go. Ingram trying to work some combination punching there, but Gomez doing a good job of that head work is second to none. Shout out to the Cuban amateur in the Olympic system over there in Cuba, man. They produce great boxers, man. Great boxers. Salute Tone Dev. What's good with you in the building? Says, whoa, 4 hours strong. Hey, man, that's what we doing Saturdays, man. Party Artie, salute to you, family. Yep, definitely on the zone, man. Definitely on the zone. Yeah, Tone Dev, this is what we doing Saturday. We cover these fights, man. We go strong on there. Catch the replay, though. We had a great show earlier. Me and Ray Davis. We're building on all the big topics and big check right hook by Elvis Gomez. Might have stole that. I think he stole that. I'm going to give it to Gomez. I'm going to give it to Gomez. Yeah, this is a one-sided affair. I'm going to be interested in what the scorecards are saying here. I got it 5 rounds to 1 here for Gomez. If you want to give Ingram that last round, I don't know if that's what you feel like doing. It is what it is. Yeah, Birdman, he is, right? Like it seems like Ingram is in it and could do something, but then he allows Gomez to go ahead and close a round out in a great way. Gomez doing a good job of taking the early part of these rounds. He'll rest in the middle a little bit. Very Demetrius Bivol or Torbredi BF is a little, you know what I mean? Very smart and understanding where he's at in the ring. And usually in the last 30 seconds or so, 30, 45 seconds of the round, he'll turn it up. He'll turn it up. He will definitely turn it up. Salute to everybody in the building. Hit the like button as you come in. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We are at the top of the 7th round here. Elvis Gomez versus Travius Ingram. Let me try to say his name the right way because I know I done said his name. And Travius Ingram. I done said his name like 5 times, 5 different ways. 2 minute and 30-second mark of the 7th round here as Ingram continues to try to walk down Gomez here. He's trying to walk him down here, working on that southpaw, trying to let his hands go to catch Gomez probably in the midst of Gomez letting his hands go. I kind of see where he's coming from. He switches over to the orthodox stance. And he's trying to catch Elvis when Elvis is letting his hands go. I think one thing Elvis is doing a great job is when he's fighting Ingram when he wants to, and then he's boxing him when he wants to. So when Ingram starts letting his hands go and throwing off these hooks, Yo Elvis gets a little bit more defensive. He's doing a good job at reading the room, and he's not trading. Beautiful left hand by Yo Elvis again. Beautiful left hand as Ingram is working him inside the clinch. Beautiful work here. 2 uppercuts, left uppercuts by Ingram, followed up with a nasty check right hook, man. Did a great job of catching Yo Elvis on them breaks there. Yo Elvis is starting to get, Ingram is starting to get far more success here. Beautiful work by Ingram here. Working the body, comes up top with the hook right there. Nasty left hook right there. Starting to work Yo Elvis back as Yo Elvis has to retreat for a minute and get his legs back up under him. A little too much pressure there from Ingram. We're at the minute and 15-second mark of the 7th round right now, as Ingram is starting to find some success in this round. I hope he doesn't give it away. Beautiful work right there by Ingram, shortening up on those right hooks again, as he was doing in that 4th round, shortening up on those right hooks, shortening up on them uppercuts, working the body, and being the first to let his hands go. Great work. Nasty check right hook. Nasty. There we go. Beautiful work. Beautiful work by Ingram. Catching and shooting as Gomez is going backwards right now, starting to fade away here. 45 seconds up in the 7th round here. This is an Ingram round right here as Gomez tries to work off that jab, but Ingram doing a great job of slipping that jab and getting inside and hitting them with some nasty right hands. Right uppercuts to the head, uppercuts to the body. Good work by Ingram here. We're hitting the 30-second mark here. Great work by Ingram taking this round here. This is a great round for Ingram here, man. Another round in the belt for him. 2 rounds as far as I'm concerned at this point. If you want to give him 3, you can give him 3, but I'm going to give this round right here to Ingram right now. I'm going to bet on Gomez not stealing this away from Ingram. 13 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds left here in the 7th round. Ingram doing a good job closing out the round here strong as Gomez is fighting, trying to make something happen here, but Ingram is doing a good job. Gomez initiates a clinch. We're at the end of the 7th round here. That was a 10-9 round for Ingram right there. But definitely the conditioning's got to be getting tested as Ingram is letting off a high output of punches. Let's see how that affects him going into this 8th round. We're heading into the championship rounds here. Yo Elvis Gomez versus Antravius Ingram here in the 10-round fight right here. Getting ready to go into the 8-round fight. The 8th round of this 10 round. Walaikum salam. G tatted up. What's good with you, family? What's good, fam? Salute to Dylan Johnson in the building. Let's see here, chat. Do y'all know if some of the best boxers fight in Florida, Miami area? Some of the best boxers in the Miami area? Not Miami, like Orlando-ish area, Tampa area. I'm just realizing the Ben versus Eubank is $60. I know, right? I know. The pay-per-view model got to go away, man. We done with pay-per-view, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the top of the 8th round here. Yo Elvis Gomez and Antravius Ingram here in a 10-round fight right here. Gomez has been putting on a clinic here. Beautiful work by Ingram right here, doubling up on these check right hooks. Now working to the body. Beautiful work to the body by Ingram, starting to fade Gomez. Gomez going backwards right now. Thought he was going to clinch Ingram. Beautiful check right hook. Beautiful work by Ingram here, working Gomez. Gomez is starting to fade here. Ingram just letting his hands go. Man, listen. Gomez is trying to slow him down and clinch him, but Antravius is doing a great job of working inside the clinch as the referee is warning Gomez for clinching too much. It doesn't matter, though. Ingram is working inside those clinches, doing a good job of keeping one of those hands free and working. Beautiful uppercut attempt by Ingram right there as he's working Gomez back. Gomez is starting to really feel the effects of all that work he put in the first half of his fight, and Ingram capitalizing off the rewards of working that body early in this fight as Gomez is starting to slow down. Gomez, there we go. Gomez letting off some good combination punching right there. Nice left hook to the body of Gomez right there. Beautiful uppercut, right hand uppercut by Gomez as Ingram leans on Gomez and pushing back. Gomez turns him into the ropes here, into the corner. Let's see what's going to happen here. Big overhand left by Gomez. Big left response by Ingram. Body work, uppercut right up the middle of the guard of Ingram. Ingram leaning up on the ropes right there, trying to take a break here. Gomez picking his shots, taking his time right here to pick his shots. Ingram inviting Gomez on the ropes. I think he's resting. Beautiful work Beautiful off that jab, straight left to the body. Nice. Gomez catches him with a check right hook on the way in. Ingram responds with his own left hook. Two doubles up on the left hook. Great right hook to the body by Ingram, working him. Right hook to the head by Ingram. Right hand to the body. Big shoots a big left hook back at Gomez. Misses it, hits nothing but air. Gomez starting to try to walk down Ingram. Beautiful work. Rips a right hand to the body of Ingram with an upper, follows it with a right uppercut. These guys are putting in the work right here. Gomez says, you're going to have to kill me, cuz. You're going to have to kill me, man. Big right hook by Gomez on Ingram right here. Initiates a clinch right off the back of that right hook as Gomez tries to tie up Ingram with that right hand. And Ingram says, F it, I'll use my right hand to work your body right back. Big overhand left by Gomez. Catches Ingram in there. We are at the 15-second mark here. Goodness gracious. Big left hand by Gomez again. Catches Ingram right there. Ingram tight with that right hook. Beautiful work by Gomez. I don't know who wins this round right here. This is such a crazy round. Wow, man. The dogs are out. Who let the dogs out tonight? Antravius Ingram and Yo Elvis Gomez looking to steal the show tonight. Maybe fight of the night right here. I don't know what kind of performance Perro plans are putting on, but these guys are leaving it all in there. I don't know who to get that round to, man. It's whoever. It's up in the air, man. I'm going to give it to Ingram. Man. What a round, man. I don't know, bro. What a round. Dominique Lebel, salute to you, family. Says, did the Haney fight cards still pay? Yes, it is. It is. You got Gomez 7-1? Bird, man. I don't got it that way, bro, but I do have Gomez ahead, man. I'm giving Gomez 7 rounds. No, I'm gonna give him. I'm sorry. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. Say it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got 5 rounds of 3. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 rounds of 3. I got Gomez up by 2 rounds, not 7-1. But I hear you, man. I think Ingram had some good rounds in there, man, especially round 4 and round 7. I think Ingram clearly won those 2 rounds. The last round, I just gave it to Ingram because I don't know, man. I just feel like he's willing Gomez back, like he's wearing him down. But without a doubt, I think we both agree Gomez is definitely ahead in this card. We're at the 2-minute and 25-second mark here in round 9 here. Travius Ingram in the blue shorts with the yellow trimmings, and Yo Elvis Gomez in the white shorts with the red trimmings. This has been a great fight. Salute to everybody in the building. Take a moment to hit that like button if you're in the building and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so, man. Thank you in advance, man, for sure. Let's go. We're at the 1-50-second mark here in the 9th round as Ingram is trying to use his legs and stand on that jab in the orthodox stance at this point. He's been switching back and forth orthodox to southpaw. Gomez stalking him. See, right here, this is that language that the judges, if they have a hard decision to make, they give it to the guy who's coming forward, and Gomez is coming forward here, working Ingram. But Ingram's still a dangerous fighter. You just see it in him. The right shot lands could change the whole entire direction of this fight. Gomez got a good chin on him, man. You guys think Andy Cruz can maintain this kind of pace against a Raymond Moratala? What do you guys think? Man? Salute F. Castro in the building. Says, good show. We'll be subbing and watching, bro. No doubt, man. Thanks, F. Castro. What do you guys think about Andy Cruz putting a performance like this against Raymond Moratala? Salute G. Tatter says, smash the like button and share the stream, please. No doubt, man. No doubt. We are at the approaching the 50-second mark here in the 9th round. Big overhand left by Gomez. Gomez doing that steal the round nonsense to Ingram here. This is what he does, man. He knows when to turn it up. At the end of the round, he will turn up. We're at the 40-second mark, but Ingram is making him pay as much as he can right here. Gomez got a beard on him, doing a good job of taking those shots and even a better job counterpunching. Ingram doing a good job putting the hands together, man. Moratala is more active than Instagram. Shout out to Birdman. I got you, Moratala. You said more Steela and Instagram. I got you doing the Ingram. I got you, Birdman, for real, man. No doubt. No doubt. Birdman, you leaning towards Mortal in that fight against Andy Cruz? What do you think? What do you think about Andy Cruz, man? I gotta give that round right there to Gomez, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm giving it to Gomez. At this point, Ingram needs a knockout to win this fight. And Travius Ingram needs a knockout to win this fight here, man. He has to put it together and he has to put it on the line. He comes in here with an undefeated record. This is his first 10-round fight, a big test for him. This was supposed to be a step-up fight. Gomez is letting him know you signed the contract against the wrong fighter, brother. I appreciate you. I think you a dog, but you do not get your first big victory on me. Good luck down the road. This is the 10th round of a 10-round fight here. Let's see if Ingram can put something together here to make it make sense. They're showing a nasty replay of Gomez hitting Ingram with 3 hooks in a straight row, 3 right hooks, just yeah. And those big left hands are coming for sure. Top of the 10th round right here, and Travius Ingram looking for the stoppage to get this victory here, and Gomez looks to solidify himself and take this round. Beautiful work. Gomez comes out firing right out the box. Is not going to allow this last round or anybody to steal this fight from him here. Ingram trying to embrace and call in Gomez, clearly wanting that engagement right there, but Gomez knows where he's at. One thing Gomez has done a great job in this fight is knowing where he's at each round, knowing where the end of the round is, the middle of the round is, and the end of the round is. And I think Gomez is pretty aware right now that he's in the championship rounds right now. He's taking his time. He's still working Ingram, but it's more a lot of feinting, realizing that, listen, at the end of the day, I got this fight in the bag, baby. Nasty work by Ingram right there. Gomez has a nasty chin on him, bro. He got a third world chin. That's what I call a third world chin. He got a third world chin, that hungry chin, that I can't afford to get knocked out chin, that I was raised in the hut my whole life chin. You know what I'm saying? I work on food rations chin. He got that third world chin. And Ingram is finding out as Ingram is trying to stalk him right now, trying to see if he can time out, tries to feint Gomez into a bad situation right here using his feet right now. But does he need to be using his feet, ladies and gentlemen? Maybe. I guess we're at the minute 42nd mark of the 10th round here as Ingram kind of carrying himself like somebody who's ahead on the cards. And I don't know if I don't agree with it. I don't think he is ahead on the cards, right? It is what it is. Party already asks me if Ingram started boxing recently. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. Let's check out his amateur record. Oh, yeah, he's had 1 amateur fight, man. Let's see. This is his first 10-round fight. He debuted 2022. Yeah, so I think so. Yeah, I would have to say he started late. Looks like he started late, man. Amazingly enough, though, Ingram doesn't have a high knockout ratio, 50% knockout ratio, so he doesn't bring power to the game. Ooh. Oh, shit. Cancel. Oh, man, I almost messed everything up, man. I hit the wrong button. Oh, man, I'm tripping, bro. Shout out to everybody in the building. 54 people in the building. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, man. Thank you guys in advance, man. What's going on here, bro? Let me see here what's going on here, man. Let's see. Here we're live. Okay, there we go. Man. We are at the end of this fight right here. 10 rounds in the bag. Yo Elvis Gomez puts on such a great performance tonight, man. I remember seeing Yo Elvis Gomez fight. I want to say his last fight. It might have been his last fight. But what a great boxer he was then. But this was a step up for him to a degree, even though this guy was stepping up to come up to 10 rounds. But he really solidified himself. This is a great litmus test for Yo Elvis Gomez to make an argument as for why he should be taken more seriously in this division. What are these guys fighting at tonight? 154, 153 and a half. Yeah, 154 division right here. Yo Elvis Gomez, damn, man, he's up. You almost feel like there's a part of me that feels like Yo Elvis Gomez might be able to compete at 147. I think he can make that weight. I don't know, man. He was a smaller guy in the ring tonight. Great great putting his punches together, man. I mean, you look at this guy right here, and who we watched earlier, a little bit earlier with Nishant Dev. That's a great fight, right? Those guys fight each other. Great fight. Let's see here. Attorney Bailey, salute, family. Oh, you didn't know I had a channel? Yeah, brother. For sure, man. Subscribe to the channel. We call the fights here on Saturdays. And I run a pretty good show, man. Hit the replay on this one, man. We talked about a lot of good stuff on here, man. Me and my brother Ray, man. Salute to you, Attorney Bailey. Good to see you in the building, man. Why Keyshawn versus Stevenson? Where do you see that from? Are you talking about Fulton? Oh, no, you're talking about Shakur Stevenson. Okay. You just spelled it weird. Yeah, they're never going to fight each other, Birdman. Well, I'm sorry, Dylan. Birdman's letting you know they'll never fight each other. Mr. Lightning Boxer says, Dillian, I got Shakur Stevenson defeating Keyshawn and virtually everyone skating around his weight class. Yeah, I think Shakur Stevenson might be pound for pound outside of Terence Crawford. I'm just being honest, right? Yeah, he's probably the best boxer in the game right now outside of Terence Crawford, bro. I know he hasn't had the opponents yet to really, really cement himself because people are ducking him. But I'll tell you like this, on the back end of a Gervonta Tank Davis fight, he beats Gervonta Tank Davis. It's undeniable. I think Shakur Stevens is right there, man. One of the best boxers in the game, man. If not the best boxer, just boxer in the game for whatever it's worth. He's nice like that. Let me see what the scorecard is going to be, man. I'm going to mute you out for a second. So a split draw, man. They gave Antravius Ingram an opportunity to build from this, and they didn't take the victory away. Well, they took the victory away with it, but they didn't take the belt away from Yoelvis Gomez. That would have been the biggest travesty. Obviously, let me put my scorecards together and see how I have it scored here. But I definitely had Gomez winning this fight easily. I had Gomez winning this fight here. What was my scorecard here? Let me see here. Okay, so 97 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 70. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry, that's what it is. 7 times 9 plus 30. Yeah, I had a 97-93. 97-93 for Gomez. But look, man, listen, both guys put on a great performance. I don't agree with the judges, but listen, Andravius Ingram should walk away. This is some great quality rounds for him. He has a lot to go back and work on. These type of rounds make fighters, guys. These type of fights make fighters. And as an up-and-coming fighter, that was his first 10-round fight. He did get a gift, but it was a good gift, more than the victory. The real gift was the actual fight. Gomez really schooled him in this fight, and he showed that dog in him, but I think he just got outclassed. I thought he just got outclassed in this fight here. Here, the punch stats up here, Yo Elvis Gomez. And clearly they recognize the punch output as and Travis Ingram threw out like 708, almost 800 punches, almost double the damn punches of Yo Elvis, but Elvis landed clearly at a way higher percentage ratio. Let's see if Ingram can take that with him, and if the team can be honest with themselves. They'll say there was some good things in that fight, but there was definitely some bad things that they got to work on. Yo Elvis Gomez, you got to say that if he had more power, he probably would have got Ingram out of there, man. I want to see him in bigger and better fights, man. At 154, I'm very interested in seeing him in that division. When you got that kind of boxing pedigree that Yo Elvis showcased tonight, you can take advantage of a lot of fighters at 154. There's not a lot of boxers really giving it up like that. You got Xander, you got obviously Yo Elvis Gomez, you got Erickson Lubin is another one. Israel Majimov is another one. You got a handful of fighters who box well. Only an even fewer handful who box well, but in Jerron Boots Ennis, obviously, but very few who box well, but also punch hard. As we saw, Yo Elvis Gomez box great, let his hands go, but that power just didn't translate for him, right? Xander Zayas, same thing. He boxes well, but the power doesn't translate. I think Erickson Lubin boxes decent. He's probably the lower on the totem pole of the boxers, but still one of the boxers. Punches hard, though, but a decent boxing pedigree. Majimov boxes well. The power is there. Sometimes he's kind of mid-range right there a little bit with Erickson Lubin. So, but still, a lot of punchers at 154. These boxers give these punchers fits, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you guys. Yeah, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Let's hit the like button as we step into the building. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well, man. Yo, good fights on this card, right, guys? Am I tripping? We got some decent fights on this card, man. Decent fights, man. Showing them highlights from that Fabio Wardley fight. What do you guys think about a Fabio Wardley Joseph Parker rematch? You think it needs to be done? Rematch, Joseph Parker, Fabio Wardley. What do you guys think? Birdman said hometown advantage, 100%. Birdman, 100%. I agree with you 100%, man. They gave him a gift, man. They gave him a gift. Yeah. No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, Party Artie, was definitely more punches landed for Ingram, but it's man, bro. It's kind of hard to call because you just saw those big left hands that Gomez was landing. The head movement, the amount he made Ingram miss. He made Ingram miss a lot of punches, man. It was just good work by Gomez, man. I still got him winning. No doubt. Salute. Is this Sean? Sean, is this the Sean I'm thinking it is? If it's Sean, salute, King. If that's the Sean I'm thinking it is, salute, Sean. Yeah, F. Castro, I feel you on that. I mean, I think fantasy fight-wise, Fabio Wardley versus Moses Atama is a great fight. But you got to think that if Fabio Wardley is not fighting Alexander Usyk next, then I think he should fight Joseph Parker. I think there's an argument there to say that there's a rematch needed there. Obviously, there was a stoppage that people are pushing back at. Joseph Parker was winning that fight until that stoppage. If Fabio Wardley's not fighting Alexander Usyk, then legitimately, I think he should be rematching Joseph Parker. But I'd love to see that fight between Moses Atama and Fabio Wardley. Don't get it twisted, man. Without a doubt, man. Okay, Sean, salute, family. Good to see you in the building, man. Birdman said, nah, let's keep it pushing. Wardley versus Usyk next. Yeah, man, if the opportunity is there, I think Fabio should take the opportunity. Guys, I'm telling you, I think the chaos element that Fabio Wardley brings to the fight makes Fabio Wardley versus Alexander Usyk an interesting fight. I think Usyk loves to fight. He knows how to fight the fundamentally sound fighter because he's the more fundamentally sound fighter. So if you try to be outbox or box with Usyk, you're at a disadvantage. But the reckless abandonment, the chaos fighter like Derek Chisora, watch that fight, gives Usyk some issues. Now, I'm still picking Usyk to win that fight, obviously, against Fabio Wardley, but I think the fight can get very interesting because of that chaos element that Fabio Wardley brings to the table, right? No doubt, no doubt. Salute. L-Dub, what the hell you just throwing here, man? What the hell L-Dub doing here, man? What the hell you done throwing in my chat here? Some YouTube shit. Oh, is this a Rashidi Ellis card? Dub, is this the Rashidi Ellis card? I think it is. Dub, why you take so long to type, Dub? You type it on your phone, one of them old school phones. All you gotta do is hit yes or no, bro. Damn, bro. Is it the Rashidi Ellis card? For the love of everything holy and love. Oh. My bad. My bad, bro. I see it. I see it, bro. My bad, bro. My bad. No doubt, man. No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. Too many fights to watch. You got me doing too much now. I'm trying to keep up with this. Now I'm seeing this. We're at round 2. Who's fighting here? I don't know. That card in general, all I cared about on that card for real is a Rashidi Ellis fight. I don't know anybody else on here. Is Keith Cologne fighting on this card? This is a Massachusetts card, right? Oh, Lord, man. Shout out to Malcolm Flex in the building, man. F. Castro in the building says, I'm from the UK. That's what everyone wants over here. Which one? They want the Moses Atama and Fabio Wardley fight? Yeah, I know. But you gotta wait, what do they want? Do they want the Moses Atama Fabio fight, or do they want the rematch between Joseph Parker and Fabio Wardley? I would think y'all want the Moses because y'all know Moses is the future, but don't you agree with me? Joseph Parker deserves a rematch, right? He fought on that Danny Garcia card? Oh, yeah. I missed it. I didn't see it. I didn't see him fight. Damn. 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 I want to see that. I want to see that, man. Yeah, man. I think that Fabio Wardley is an exciting fighter, man. But I would want to give Joseph Parker his rematch. But at the same time, like I'm telling you guys, man, I think that's an interesting matchup. I think Fabio Wardley versus Alexander Usyk is a great fight for Usyk. It's a fight where Usyk gets to look great and kind of cement himself as that guy. I mean, he's already cemented, right? But that's a great fight for him. There's a lot of holes to be taken advantage of with Fabio Wardley. So in some argument, it's a lay down fight for Usyk, but then you got that wow factor of Fabio Wardley because you don't know if he can land that big right hand. And Fabio showed some glimpse of improvements in his boxing. The jab was decent. His combination punching was great. He had good work to the body, stabbing him to the body, stabbing Joseph Parker to the body. Arguably took advantage of the heavy Joseph Parker, who came in at 262 pounds. And we know that if there's any weaknesses we've ever seen in Alexander Usyk is that body work. So he showed that he can work that body as well. I think that fight is stylistically a very interesting fight to watch, man. Malcolm says no rematch. Oh, you mad at Joseph Parker. I know you with Turkey, because Turkey don't like watching Joseph Parker fight either. But I just think I wouldn't mind seeing the rematch just off the strength of giving Joseph Parker his opportunity to redeem himself, because I think he could definitely fight way better in the next fight, right? Like, legitimately, I think Joseph Parker could beat Fabio Wardley in a rematch. And you got to believe Fabio Wardley and his team feel the same way, which would lead you and lead me to believe that it's very unlikely that we see that rematch, right? Fight Sports Talk in the building says they won't be doing the Parker Wardley rematch. Yeah, I know. It needs to be Wardley, Usyk. The champ needs challenges, no doubt, no doubt. Oh, you don't even want the rematch. You don't want the rematch. Okay. 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 Yeah, I know F. Castro. I know they're both working with Ben Davidson, but I thought Ben Davidson kind of stepped in late with Fabio, right? I don't know if he was with him the whole time, but yeah, if that fight happens, it's going to be interesting for them to figure out how that's going to work, man. Who's Ben Davidson going to stay with? I would think clearly Moses Atama send Fabio off, right? Salute here for boxing. What's good, family? What's good? What's good? 60 plus people in the building. Let's hit the like button as we step in the building. Thanking you guys in advance for hitting that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to all the new subscribers to the channel, man. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to all the new members of the channel. Shout out to all you guys, man. We are at the top of the first round here. It looks like a heavyweight fight here behind. Let me give you guys their name, man. Let me not play around with their names here. Hold on one moment. Let's see here. We have Felix Valera versus Pat Brown. Felix Valera coming out of the Dominican Republic, 24 wins, 21 knockouts, 8 losses. 2 of those losses by knockouts, fighting against Pat Brown here. Pat Brown, I know, is a fighter who Eddie Hearns feels like has a lot of potential here. Only 4 wins, but all 4 of those wins coming by a knockdown. This is a big step up for him here against Valera here. 1 second here. Bear with me when I float through here. This is a big step up for him. 10-round fight here. His first 10-round fight. He's only had 4 professional fights. This 5th round right here going into 10 rounds. Eddie Hearns said barbecue and mildew. You're going to have to show me. Shout out to $1 Trillion Dreams in the building. Says, Claymore, was there any boxing on today? That's what we're watching right now. On the zone, there's boxing all over the place. What do you mean? We got the zone card right here, and then we have a card here on the CES Autumn Classic here. Rashidi Ellis will be fighting Jay Fortuna on this card right here. So I'm not calling that card, though. I'll call the Rashidi Ellis fight if it falls in line with where it needs to be. But is this a cruiserweight fight? Oh, my bad. Cruiserweight, my bad. My bad. My bad, Birdman. The zone, $1 Trillion. This is a cruiserweight fight? My bad. Yeah, it is a cruiserweight fight. 203 pounds is cruiserweight. Yep. $63 people in the building. Hit the like button. I have not been calling the first round of this fight right here, but Pat Brown, from what I can tell, has been working that jab and controlling it, trying to time out a check hook to catch Valera in. Valera trying to use that veteran experience to take his time and process the data. Pat Brown looked like he hurt Valera a little bit there, or caught Valera off balance at least. Both these guys are orthodox fighters, so there we go. Valera trying to work off. Nice check left hook by Valera right there. Pat Brown just standing tall and working off the back of that jab. The big guys in the building tonight. Pause. Pause, man. There we go. End of that first round right there. Both guys taking their time to process what they're looking at. Pat Brown establishing the generalship with that jab, walking down Felix Valera, working to counterpunch and work off of the ability to time Pat Brown as he's stepping in, trying to measure up and time out that big right hand. Let's see here. You know what's weird here, man? I'm not gonna lie to you. don't know if you guys noticed, but the camera kind of weird. Just a little bit for me today. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a setting. I got to check and see if I said it, but it's kind of got me like, I don't know. It's obviously clear. Great camera, but I don't know. It's kind of got me looking a little weird. I don't know why, but it's good. It's good. All right, we at the top of the second round here. I don't know what the holdup was, but we're at the top of the second round. Both gentlemen, Pat Brown takes center of the ring here, working off the back of that jab right there as Felix is becoming more active with his jab, doubling, tripling up on the jab, trying to cross over that void, setting up. Both guys looking to set up that right hand. Who wins the jab war here? As both guys, Felix working great off the jab here. Nice straight hand to the body, penitentiary rules. There we go. Nice check left hook. Catches him with a left hook to the body. Beautiful work. Pat Brown lets off two heavy shots here. Check left hook and the left hook to the body by Pat Brown. Felix working as well, but Pat Brown hitting with bad intentions. You can see real heavy hands right there. Nice straight right hand by Pat Brown. Pushes Felix right to the back of the ropes. Beautiful. Pat Brown is putting the hands together. Oh, my God. Sits Felix down. Felix gets hit with a nasty right hand and loses it all. 6, 7. Felix stands up as the referee says, show me what you got. You got hit with something nasty. Are you sure? You ready to go? Let's go. Felix still hasn't got his legs under him. You can kind of tell. Pat Brown, nasty work by Pat Brown. Nasty work. Pat Brown puts Felix down with a nasty left hook. Felix trying to get himself together. That experience. There we go. 7, 8. He says, I'm ready. I'm good to go. 1:40 seconds left here in this round right here. 1:40 seconds left here. As Felix is going to try to buy himself some time here. Beautiful work. Pat Brown, nasty work. That's it. Knocks Felix Valera out. This fight is over with. Beautiful work. Hey, Pat Brown can turn it up, can he? Wow. Felix is not feeling good about himself. Second round fight right here. Does that dude dirty, bro. Help him up, help him up, help him up. Good work here, man. Great sportsmanship in the round right there. As Pat Brown lets him know, I appreciate you, brother. You came here and gave me my first 10-round fight. You got a high knockout ratio. You traded with me, but man, the youth prevails, doesn't it? As Pat Brown gets him out of there, man. Nasty work. Pat Brown got some heavy hands, guys. 5-0, 5 knockouts. What do you do with a fighter like this? I know Eddie Hearn's excited about having a fighter like this under his belt here in the cruiserweight division. Not a super heavy division in a lot of fights here. Maybe Jake Paul should give it. Jake Paul should run it with Pat Brown. What do you guys think? Jake Paul, Pat Brown? What do you guys think? Jake Paul versus Pat Brown? What's up? Talk to me. Talk to me. F. Castro, what do you say, man? Jake Paul, Pat Brown? What's up? Pat Brown only did 2 rounds here. Jake Paul might be looking for somebody to work with here, man. Pat looks like he's available, bro. Pat'll make weight, bro. Trinity, what you laughing about, bro? This is cruiserweight fighting right here. This guy's 5-0, bro. He's a prospect, bro. He's a prospect, bro. Jake, you looking for somebody to replace Tank? Here he is, bro. Come on, man. Well, Jake got the experience coming into this fight. He got the experience, bro. Pat Brown is food, bro, for Jake Paul. Jake, bro. Food, bro. You should take Pat Brown on, bro. I think you got it, bro. Come on, Jake. And he's already in Miami. What's up? What's up? Am I right, Birdman? What's up? He's already down there, bro. Eddie Hearn could put him up in the hotel, you know what I mean? Get him in the gym. Let him rest for like 3 days. You know what I mean? He only did 2 rounds. He ain't hurt. Put him up in the hotel. Let's get it. Right? Yeah, he in Florida. He ain't kissing me. Same thing. Same thing. Right, Trini? He said, nah, I feel you. Let the prospect pack Jake up. For sure. No doubt, man. Shout out Mark Bolivar in the building, man. Thank you, man. Here from Blue. Thank you, man. Shout out to my brother Blue Blood Sports, man. If he's watching, he might be watching. He probably is watching me. Because you know I'll be calling the shit out these fights. Right, Blue? You know I'll be calling the shit out these damn fights. So probably all watching me, man. Shout out to Marco Boulevard. Guys, we got 60 plus people in the building. Let's make sure we hit the like button as we step into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well, man. Salute and appreciate you guys in advance, man. Salute, Juice. What's good with you, family? Juice, I remember the first time I seen you on my channel. Remember, I thought you was my daughter because my daughter's nickname is Juice, but I know clearly you're not a female, but my daughter's nickname is Juice. And I was like, Juice, what you doing up in here? And he was like, man, I'm a grown-ass man, bro. Who the hell you calling? What the fuck? I ain't come over here for all that shit. Juice was like, I ain't come here for that shit. Fuck you and your channel. Salute to F. Castro in the building, says, you speaking facts, right? He ready. He just did 1 round, 2 rounds. You know what I mean? He ain't take no real damage. Javante seems to be preoccupied with what he got going on. Let's get it, right? Let's go, Jake. You said you could be the contender. You talking about being a champion. Last time I seen Jake Paul, he was doing a face-off with Zurdo Ramirez, right? And I saw Oscar De La Hoya the other day say that that could be a legitimate fight in the future for Zurdo Ramirez. So let's do it for real. This guy right here, let's get it. Pat Brown. Yeah, Juice. Hold on, I'm mute. I want to hear what Pat Brown has to say. I want to see him call out Jake Paul. Yeah, man. Listen, man. He didn't call out Jake, though. He didn't call out Jake, though. I want him to call out Jake Paul. You know what I mean? I want Eddie. Eddie's talking there. I thought maybe Eddie might say something about Jake. Like, Jake, we in Florida, mate. You need a dance partner, mate. I've got a 5-0 prospect for you, Pat Brown. I'll book him for an extra 2 weeks at the resort. He'll be waiting on you right there for you on November 14th, Friday. Let's see if you're ready for the big time. I got a prospect for you. Was that more like Australian than anyway? That being said, though, that's not what we heard, right? Shout out Juice says, heard you on TVV and really Fuck with your takes, real knowledge. Thank you, Juice. I appreciate that, family. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, no doubt. Could you imagine if Pat Brown knocks out Jake Paul? Pat Brown is a superstar, bro. Eddie should be trying to make that fight happen, bro. Pat Brown versus Jake Paul. What's up? Pat Brown versus Jake Paul next. What's up? Jake, if Tank can't do it, bro, don't get Ryan Garcia. He's not a legitimate opponent for you. You know you got to build it up. Ryan Garcia is not a replacement fighter for nobody. Terence Crawford is laughing at you for even saying his name. That was just Just shut up. All right? Just shut up. Okay? And Edgar Berlanga, maybe, but come on, man. Edgar Berlanga is a super middleweight. He might be walking around right now about 180, 190, 195, but that's, chubby Edgar Berlanga. Give this guy a chance at making some money and show the world that you really about that life. That's a 5-0 prospect, 5 knockouts. You probably legitimately have more experience than this dude. What's up? What's up? What's up, Jake? I know you watching my show. Bro. I know you are, bro. You just scared to admit it. It's all good, Jake. It's all good, man. If you scared, you scared. I understand. I'll be scared too. Look at this dude. They're showing the replay here, and he got a chin on him. He got hit too. Valera hit him with a shot. He just ate it, bro, like a Viking warrior, bro. Hit that dude with something nasty. And he hit hard because he hit him with this left hook, and Felix thought he had it. He got hit with the left hook. He backed up a little bit, and then he sat down. He got hit with it, backed up, was like, okay. Oh, no. And he sat down. That's when you know that shot is nasty. F. Castro says, Pat Brown versus Vidal Riley. I don't think Vidal Riley wants to do nothing stupid like that. What does Vidal Riley fight at? He's isn't he a light heavyweight or is he a cruiserweight? Salute, Mark. What's good with you, family? Good to see you in the building, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got a couple people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we step in the building. Subscribe if you haven't done so yet, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Let's go, man. Doing good tonight. Got a nice little crowd in the building tonight, man. Still waiting to see when this Rashidi Ellis fight finna start here. Let me hit the live button here. What's going on here? We are in a back room here. Are we about to head into the co-main event? I don't know how many fights we've seen here. Vidal's cruiserweight. Okay, F. Castro, no doubt. Okay. Salute, Vaughn Greenhill in the building says, Clay, glad to see you on Boxing Voice. You definitely have good takes and opinions. Thank you, Vaughn. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Make sure you hit the like button for me, King. And if you ain't subscribed to the channel, do that too. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Salute. What we looking at here? Yeah, I like Pat Brown, man. I like to see him in some fights. 5-0. I know a lot of people want to see him in the big fights, but and he's in the cruiserweight division. You got to think Eddie's getting him ready to be a heavyweight fighter at some point. Cruiserweight just ain't all that unless he thinks he can really unify the division, which he probably could. So I can see him getting probably another 3 to 5 fights at cruiserweight and then probably start looking at the heavyweight division, right? This guy's right in the conversation with like a Moses Atama as far as this like young savant prospect. Moses Atama clearly is a way more established, developed fighter, but Pat Brown seems to check a lot of those boxes. I don't know who you put him up in there next, in there with. Part of me says you want to kind of see him maybe fight like a Dortico or something like that, get him all the way up there. But the thing about it is, once you start fighting those top fighters, ain't no going back, right? So you put him in there with a top 10 guy, then he has to keep fighting top 10 guys. That was his first 10-round fight. So you might want to take your time with him. See how you're moving him, man. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Yeah, man. Well, ain't no big names in the cruiserweight division, man. But I mean, listen, man, he seems like a lot of people. He seems like the kind of fighter who's going to get a following in England. Like he's going to be a big UK fighter, which means there's money there for him, right? I'm sure Turkey Al-Sheikh will throw him in an opportunity as soon as he sees him in an opportunity to throw him into it. I'm sure he'll throw him into that opportunity. So see what happens, man. Let's see what happens, man. We'll see what happens here, man. This being the next big fight coming up next week, or the week after next week, November 15th, same weekend of the supposed Gervonta Tank Davis Jake Paul fight that looks like it's in jeopardy of not happening. We'll be looking forward to see Conor Ben and Chris Eubank Jr. run it back. Last fight is fight of the year this year, right? This is fight of the year this year. Adjustments, right? Who's going to make the adjustments in this fight? Conor Ben came into this fight way too emotional, right? As we remember the big egging that Chris Eubank did to Conor Ben, smacking the fire, the super fire out of Conor Ben in front of everybody in the world. We understand the egg joke being completely connected to Conor Ben popping on his PED test years ago, and he fought a 2-year battle in court to get that reversed and ultimately get his name reinstated back as a clean fighter. Whether you want to believe he is or he isn't, just stating the inconvenient facts. Chris Eubank didn't bite on that. Smacked the fire out this dude with an egg on the stage. And listen, man, stayed rent-free in Conor Ben's head until the fight happened. We watch a very passionate, angry, determined, filled with vengeance in his spirit, fighting against Chris Eubank, coming up from 147 pounds all the way up to 160 pounds to compete with Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank, on the other hand, having a very bad weight cut. We saw him in the back sitting in a little sauna on the ground trying to cut that weight. He got kind of in trouble a little bit for using that sauna, and didn't have a good weight cut, right? But what adjustments will each of these guys do? I know that Bomac is in Chris Eubank's corner for this fight, wasn't in his corner for the last one. So that's a big adjustment right there. Bomac, a championship fighter trainer, right? Happens to train, if you guys are living under a rock, the current undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, pound for pound best fighter in the world that he built from ground up in Terence Crawford. So Bomac comes in decorated as a trainer, and worked with Chris Eubank, helped Chris Eubank avenge his loss against Liam. I want to say Liam Smith, if I'm correct, right? Liam Smith, avenge a knockout loss and come back and knock out Liam Smith with the help of Bomac. So Bomac back in the corner of Chris Eubank. So Chris Eubank has two things to make the adjustments on. Number one would probably be make sure you're cutting that weight in a healthy way. And number two, definitely box, right? He got caught. He was doing a great job boxing in this fight, but got caught up in the fight. I think both guys got caught up in the fight, as this is a blood legacy, right? Between father Nigel Ben and father Chris Eubank Sr. So both of these guys were fighting for their father's honor. This fight right here, you got to think is more so personal, their own honor. They've already taken care of their father as far as justifying and making their fathers proud. This one right here, personal between these guys. Let's see the adjustments, right? Let's see the adjustments. I'm sure Chris Eubank wants to box more, use that aggression that Conor Ben has to walk Conor Ben into something bad, and Conor Ben wants to slow it down a little bit, but not slow it down too much, because Chris Eubank on paper is the better boxer, the taller, the bigger boxer, has the reach. So Conor Ben still has to be active and find his way inside of that mid-range to turn this to a mid-range, close-range fight. Yeah, let's see what they do in this next fight. Let's see if they're able to match the intensity of that match the intensity of that last fight and give us another fight of the year candidate. About to go into this fight here, Omari Jones, Olympian, great fighter, man, fighting in his hometown here. Haven't seen him in a while, man, so I was real excited to see him put on the work here. Omari, I believe this fight's happening at 147. Omari, a lot of people argue, should be up at 154, right? Where's this fight happening? Is it 147 or 154? Let's see here. Let's see. Well, Omari, yeah, so this is a 154-pound fight, right? Omari came in at 150, so it's a catchweight fight. But Omari definitely working towards 154, leaving the whole entire 147-pound conversation, which is where he should be, honestly. He was really big for 147 pounds. This kid right here, Omari Jones, brings that pedigree. Great boxer. And fun fact, Omari Jones is, I don't know what level black belt he is or if he is a black belt, but he comes in with a karate background. Usually those fighters are very accurate. Those karate, mixed martial art kind of guys, especially karate, point system fighting background, and comes in with that Olympian pedigree, really laser sharp on his punch shot selection and his accuracy, and is able to go ahead and produce power. Will lay your ass out, right? What is Omari's record here? Let's see here. I know he's 3-0. Yeah, 3 wins, 3 knockouts, man. None of his fights have made it past the third round. The first fight he had against Alessio Monstro Nunzio ended in the second round, was a TKO. And then against William Jackson, cleaned him up in the first round. And Alfredo Rodolfo Blanco, in his last fight, he stopped him in the third round. So this kid is really, really a problem, man. Been fighting catch weight for his whole career at this point. Didn't even fight at 147. I'm sitting here thinking he fought at 147. He fought at 149.5, another catch weight. So working his way gradually up to the division where I think he is ultimately going to end up, which is 154. We've watched a lot of 154 pounders tonight on this card. So, we watched Enchanti Dev from out of India do his thing. We just watched Elvis Gomez do his thing. Even Andravius Ingram, we watch him do his thing, right? Now we're about to watch Omari do his thing at 152 pound at a catch weight. Omari brings that element of that boxing that I mentioned and the puncher, right? And remember, I said that new age of boxer at 154. A lot of the older guys, the guys who are holding it down right now, as far as your Sebastian Fondoras, your Serhii Bohachuk, your Virgil Ortizes, your Charles Conwell to a certain degree. Who else would I put in that conversation? Jamel Charlo, even Jerome Boots Ennis is a boxer puncher for sure, but he chooses to be a puncher most of the time. But he can box very well as well. But when you look at Xander, Yoelvis Gomez, Erickson Lubin, this guy joins that group of people. Omari Jones joins that group. Great boxing, but also punches hard, right? So he has his own little niche that he can fill in the division. He has to work his way in the division the right way, but I would assume that at some point we might even see him and a Jalil Hackett go at it as well. I mean, he's only sitting at 3-0, right? So he's still a prospect. Let's see what he does tonight. Let's see here. F. Castro says, more about British boxing than every boxing show in the USA or ever heard a U.S. channel speak so much facts when it comes to talk about UK boxing. No doubt, F. Castro. Thank you. I appreciate you. I watch as much boxing as I can, man. But, to be honest with you, I don't even know as much about UK boxing as I would like to know, right? So I try to watch it, man. And, they've had some great fights, man. Great fighters come out of the UK, man. One of my favorite UK boxers, believe it or not, and I know it's whatever reason, however anybody wants to feel about it, man, but I love to watch Mark Chamberlain box, bro. I think that dude is just, I know he took that loss against Josh Padley. He just had a fight recently where he ran into a draw and he's trying to make his move at 140. I wanted to see him make some big fights at 135. I thought it was going to be a good look to see him against like a Javier Herrera or even a Shakur Stevenson or Keish. I just thought he could make some great fights at 135, but he took that little step back with Josh Padley. Shout out to Omari Jones making his way to the ring and with the Michael Jackson Thriller. This is a hometown fight for him right here. Eddie Hearn has done such a great job with a lot of these American fighters, right? Giving them those hometown welcome home fights, right? Here he is doing it for Omari Jones. You saw what he did with Boots Ennis as well. He knows what to do with these fighters, right? He wants to give them that hometown love. He wants to build these guys from the ground up. This kid right here has just been looking good, man. He gets an opportunity to show out tonight. No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to I'm DMAC TV, man. What's good, man? What's good, family? Saying just tapped in. We're on this DAZN card right here. We're about to watch Omari Jones put in that work right now. Who's he fighting against? I'm bugging, right? Yusuf Matu. Let's take a look at this guy here. 12 professional fights, 9 knockouts, only 2 losses. This is a step up for him for real. This is what Eddie Hearn does, man. I'm loving what Eddie Hearn's doing. I know people be hating on Eddie Hearn, but I fuck with Eddie, man. I think Eddie does a great job of promoting his fighters, and he's great at matchmaking. Eddie will challenge his fighters, man. Hence why we see his fighters take losses sometimes, right? Because he's not afraid to put them in there in some pretty dangerous fights. You saw what he just did with Pat Brown, putting him in there. He's doing the same thing with Omari. He's giving him that ultimate test right here. This guy right here with this record, Omari going into his into a 6-round fight here. Yeah, no. Yeah, this is a 6-round fight right here. What did Omari fight his last couple of fights at? Is it a step up for him? No, he's been fighting 6-round fights, but this is a step up in competition here, man. This guy brings a pedigree and brings some experience in here. So let's see what Omari does here, man. He's been able to make waste of his last couple of fights, man. Shout out IMD Mac TV, man. Salute, family. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. New subscriber from the Boxing Voice. Seeing you there. Let's go. No doubt, man. No doubt. Shout out to the Boxing Voice, man. This fight right here is going to be an interesting fight for Omari Jones. Definitely another litmus test fight for him. Eddie Hearn has faith in this kid the same way he has faith in Pat Brown, the same way he has faith in Jerron Boots Ennis. Expects a lot from this kid here, man. But this is a step-up fight right here for him. And you know, Omari's not going to fade away from this. He's going to take this opportunity. Let's see what he's able to do here, man. As Omari is this close to walking into 154 to make himself felt. Catchweight fight here, but 154 bound for sure, right? Omari Jones is fighting right now, Race Pacer. We're literally getting ready to walk into the first round of that fight right now. Shout out to everybody in the building, 60 plus people in the building. Let's make sure we hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We are at the top of the first round here as trainers and people make their way outside the ring, and we're up, man. First round right here. Usyk tried to do the little pound, and Omari said it's business, baby. We can hug up on each other later, bro. Right now, yeah, Omari Jones doing a good job stepping out here in the orthodox, establishing that jab and establishing that real estate, taking ring generalship immediately, taking it away from Usyk. Usyk trying to fight very reserved, recognizing the power as Omari already connected with a nice jab over here. Beautiful work by Omari, setting up that right hand, doubling up on that jab. Beautiful. I love that kind of jab. A nice check hook by Omari. Omari's very, very aware already of the distance. He's already established, and he has the timing down damn near of Usyk already, as Usyk is trying to reach and overextend himself to hit him with something nasty. Omari measuring him at this nice check left hook. Nice check left hook. Beautiful work. Body. Nice body shot by Usyk, as Usyk tries to do the normal thing that boxers try to do all the time, which is say it doesn't hurt, which we know every damn time it means it hurts. Nice check left hook bot to the body of Usyk. Usyk is not, we're at the minute 50-second mark here. I can see this guy getting knocked out in the first round. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let's see what he does, though. But let's see here. Beautiful straight right hand to the body for Omari Jones. Beautiful, picking him off. And like I told you guys, that karate background, that point system, they are very good. The guys with the karate who transition into boxing at a young age, he's an Olympian, so he brings that experience, but he's very accurate with his punching. Look at beautiful work. Look at that straight right hand to the body. Beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful work by Omari Jones. Opening up on Usyk right there. As Usyk keeps on trying to say it doesn't hurt. You a damn liar. You's a liar. You's a liar. Now Usyk is starting to overextend with his shots as Omari's walking him into deep waters right now, because Omari is very smart. Very good work by Omari, man. Nice 3-punch combination right there. Back on that jab. Laser beam jab, man. And unlike Devin, shout out to Devin, no bow and arrow jab here, right? Keeping that right hand up. Beautiful. Actually, it's a little bit of a bow and arrow effect, right? Omari Jones is looking good here, man. 40 seconds left here in the first round right here, as Usyk is overextending and wailing with windmilling shots. He's just going to get knocked out. He better keep his hands home. 30-second mark here, the first round right here. Omari, great, beautiful work. Puts Usyk down with a 1-2 times him and just drops him. Usyk does not have his legs up under him. Let's see if he can make it out the round. We're at the 15-second mark. The referee is counting for him right there. As Usyk is saying he's good. He may make it out of the round here. Usyk may make it out of the round here. 10 mark here as Omari walks across to the other side of the ring right here. Usyk just has to survive this round here. But, man, laser tag. We're at the end of the first round right there. Beautiful shot selection by Omari. Very accurate. Laser point accurate. I don't see this making it out of 6 rounds here, but I'll score it anyway just to say I did, right? If anybody's wondering what the score is on the first round, that's a 10-8 round right there. Yusuf Metu. Hey, man, we appreciate you showing up in the building, Yusuf. Appreciate you showing up, man. So we can see Omari put in the work, right? Yeah, Birdman said he ain't shaking his head no more. Nah, bro. Not unless he's catching early Alzheimer's. Beautiful work here, man. Beautiful work, man. This kid is nice, man. Woo! Nasty check left hook right off of him. He threw that right hand. He came right over the top. Beautiful timing, man. And let me tell you something, man. You ask yourself, and I don't want to go crazy on you, but that's what Devin wants to stay away from with Brian Norman, right? He wants to make sure he stays away from that. If Brian Norman can bring some of that accuracy, it could be bad for Devin Haney. So Devin Haney has to show improve. And listen, Devin is definitely capable of doing it, right? But this is the dangerous fight that Devin is in with a fighter like Brian Norman Jr. for him to do something like that. We're at the top of round 2 here, 2-minute 30-second mark here. Omari Jones is coming off of devastatingly just shocking and clipping Yusuf Metu and putting him down here. And he's continuing from where he left off in the last round right here, stabbing him to the body. And that check left hook is got Yusuf's name written all over it as beautiful work right there. Punching to the solar plexus of Yusuf using that jab. 2-minute marker here, about to hit here in round 2 here. As Omari is also showing that poise, man. He's got that poise about him that lets you know he's got a bright future in boxing, man. He's not over jumping. Let me give you an example. If you guys watch Tamir Small's fight, Roman Valenzuela, a couple weeks ago, this is where the separation happens, right? The poise. This is where the pedigree of Omari Jones shines, because here we go, him knowing he has his man hurt, but taking his time. Oh, my God, he is devastating him. Beautiful work right here by Omari Jones. Beautiful work. Body shot. Oh, my goodness, he is hurting him. He is hurting him. Oh, my goodness. Yusuf is getting worked. Big shots right there. 1-20 mark in the second round here. Omari Jones is picking this guy apart. It's almost sad to see. It's almost sad to see because you can just see the levels in this game. Beautiful, man. 2 straight right hands. Another right hand to the body. I love how he did that right there. He threw 2 right hands up top and then feinted up top and stuck him to the body. Beautiful right hand catches Yusuf Metu again, man, putting him back there as that left eye is starting to close up for Yusuf Metu. That left eye is beginning to close up right there as Omari Jones continues to work on the back end of that jab. And like I said to you guys earlier, the poise in this kid separates him from the bunch, right? Takes his time, works behind that jab, but when he gets that opening, he rips open like a jet engine, right? Like no problem. He can turn it on and turn it off. Beautiful straight right hand to the body of Yusuf as he tries to back away from Omari, who's taking his time and picking him apart with that jab. Yusuf overextending with that left hook, hits nothing but air, and Omari just knows where he's at, right? He's not giving up any real estate. He's just staying where he can be, where he can hit you and you can't hit him. And every time you try to violate, he's right there to make you pay, or as we say in the streets in the hood, right? Demonstrate. That's exactly what Omari's doing as he's starting to use his movement a little bit right there. Goes into the second round. End of the second round, U2 tries to dap up Omari, show him love, and Omari just the businessman tonight, right? All about his business, no love. We ain't shaking hands. We're not doing none of that. Maybe at the end of the fight, I don't know if these guys have a personal thing between them. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. But Omari is showing no respect to this guy except to beat his ass. He got enough respect to beat his ass. Man. Omari looking good, no doubt. Curtis Robinson, 100%. Manuel LG says the corner should throw the towel in. No, don't throw in the towel, bro. Don't do that, man. Not yet, man. Let Omari get some rounds in, man. Let him get some good rounds in. 60 plus people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we stepping into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that, man. Thank you and appreciate you guys in advance, man. Let's get it, man. Beautiful work. Look at that replay right there as they show Omari punches him so accurate with that right hand and then turns him, man. Great footwork all around, man. Great fighter here. Top of the third round right here. Omari doubling up on that jab right there. Doing a great job. Just confident in what he does, man. Beautiful, man. Oh, beautiful jab. Doubles up. Man, Omari looked good in this fight, man. Wow. Omari Jones is a talent, man. Super talent right here, man. Great job. Knows exactly where he's at in the ring. Beautiful, man. I love the body work by Omari Jones, man. It's the poise and the body work is such a sign of a great fighter in the making. You know what I mean? A lot of these young guys who have way more fights in him, and like I said, Tamir Smalls, I'm a fan. I think he's a great fighter, but his last fight against Roman Vasquez, he showed that he has a lot of maturing to do. Look at how this kid is reacting, dealing with a fighter. He knows he has this guy hurt, but he's not overextending himself. He's not over-attacking. He's taking his time. He's staying behind that jab, and he's not forgetting the body, right? He's doing a great job of controlling the distance of this fight here, man. This is a great look for Omari Jones. Beautiful fight here. Great work by Eddie Hearn matchmaking him with this guy here. Real good job matchmaking him here. For sure, Birdman. Got to get those rounds in. Race Pacer says, I thought this was Omari Jones that used to be in Devin Haney. Oh, no. No, not that guy. I know who you're talking about. That guy's nice too, but that's not who this is. Oh, man, I missed it, man. He done put Metu down, bro. It's over with. Metu stays down too long. Referee weighs it off, count to 10. Metu does not get up. He does not beat the 10 count. I missed it, man. Yeah, you're talking about Omari Jones. Exactly. No doubt. Exactly. This is Omari. Yeah, man. This kid right here is gonna do some work at 154. He's gonna do some real work, man. He's gonna do some real work at 154. Laser sharp, poised, professional, man. So disciplined, man. I love the new generation of fighter that we got coming out, man. I mean, somebody mentioned him earlier. I'll mention him again if you're just stepping in here. Shushu Carrington, Xander Zayas, Abdullah Mason, Omari Jones, right? Shout out to Pat Brown, Moses Atalma, right? The new generation of young fighters who just bring that professional aspect to the space. Very disciplined, poised, not overexcited, all about their business. Very articulate, right? Can speak well, let you know what's on their mind, respectful, role models in their own right. I don't know how they live their personal lives, but this new generation of fighter coming into the boxing space is why I'm so optimistic about boxing, especially in American boxing. There's a lot of great American boxers stepping up in the space. I want Keyshawn Davis to calm it down a little bit and be more professional. I think what he just went through, going through it in here, Albright, not making weight, losing his title on the scale. I know people want to throw him and throw shots at him, but I have a feeling that it's matured him. It's made him take a better look at what he's doing. Shakur Stevenson and these guys underneath the tutelage of Terence Bud Crawford, we got a new wave of new generation of fighters coming up, man, that's going to make American boxing proud, and it's going to bring American boxing back to the forefront of the conversation. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Ray Spacey says, I don't like when Omari Jones fights too high sometimes. Yeah, Amari is a fighter who needs to bring it back. He has that energy, man. A lot of these guys brought that energy, bro, that just Omari, but he's a great fighter, though. Omari's a good fighter, man. He does need to calm down a little bit. I agree with you. Ray Spacey, for sure. But he's a great fighter. For sure, he's a great fighter. For sure, man. Let's see here. Salute to everybody in the building, man. We've got 67 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we come into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. Thank you guys in advance, man. For sure, man. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all you guys, man. Let's see here. What we looking like here? Oh, yeah, we got 165 likes. I appreciate you guys, man. Yeah, race pace, especially in this game right now, man. And the pedigree has gone up, man. You know, guys, we didn't even make it to the we didn't even really medal on the Olympics. I mean, Omari. Okay. I think is this the Rashidi Ellis fight? Oh yeah, Rashidi fighting right now against Ray Fortuna. We're in round 2 right here of the Rashidi Ellis Ray Fortuna fight right here. We're approaching the 10-second mark in this fight right here. As Rashidi's trying to establish himself. Man, 154. Is Rashidi at 154 or 147 right now? He at 154, right? I know he was trying to. Rashidi Ellis is giving me low key. I'm not gonna say it. Let's just leave it there. I'm not gonna say it. Let's see here. Let's see what Omari got to say.
And he came with that in the first round.
Salute, CJ Rich. What's good, family?
What's going on, man? Yeah, I just wanted to tap in.
No doubt, man. That's why I put the link out there for sure, man.
Earlier, man.
Say again?
I wanted to speak on what went on earlier. Did you see that robbery?
No, what happened? Oh, you talking about with Boati?
Exactly.
Yeah. I didn't see it all, man. I got to rewatch it. I caught it at the end, but I saw if you go back in the replay, I said that looking the way Zach Parker was carrying himself, if he was looking like that for the most part of that fight, I would say that he was winning that fight pretty easily. But I also communicated that these judges, man, CJ, tell everybody, man, these judges know these fighters. They build relationships with these fighters, right? And what do I mean by that? I mean that they in their mind, they have a way the fighter looks when he's winning, if that makes sense. Like they look for the fighter to check the boxes. Like, for example, in that fight right there, they're probably looking for Joshua Buatsi to walk this guy down, put the pressure on him, have this guy moving on his back foot all night, right? And that's what he saw. But what we saw as boxing pugilists, pundits in the space, we saw a guy who's controlling the distance, moving around, using his movement, making him pay, counter-punching this guy all night long. And we saw Joshua Buatsi looking like an amateur probably, you know what I'm saying? Like looking like somebody who's just doing the same thing he did with Caleb Smith, chasing and trying to apply the pressure and chasing this guy around and walking into shit and probably over clinching, to be honest with you.
Unsuccessfully, yeah. Okay. Yo, I will say this. I don't know why they allowed what's his name, the opponent, to get away with kneeling so much. Why? How many times did he take a knee? It was like Colin Kaepernick out this bitch. No, that was out of pocket. I don't understand that. But
I didn't see it. Keep in mind, I didn't see the whole fight. I just saw the last round, but I heard about that. He kept
man.
But I heard it was like he was pushing him down. But so he was just taking a knee, or like what was that?
No, he was kneeling. He was bending the knee. You know what I mean? Game of Thrones type shit. Definitely. No, so I wasn't with that. But as far as what actually happened in the exchanges, no, he was winning the fight. Shout out to Smith.
A lot of time these fighters, when they take knees like that with the bigger guys that are leaning on them, or they feel like the guys like trying to like wear them out, they take the knee off the strength of, it's like a free breather, right? Like I'm
Right.
not going to get hit with the getting put down. But instead of fighting you as you're leaning on me, you know what I'm saying, and burning out my cardio, you know what I'm saying, trying to fight you off of me, I just take the knee, and it's like a referee splitting, right?
He
Like
has to intervene. No, I feel exactly what you're saying, and I think that was the advantage he was trying to take. Exactly. Yeah. This
and
dude has
obviously
too
it
much
worked.
bulk.
It worked as far
It
as not
worked.
being counted, but did it
Sure.
work? Did the judges look at it the same way you looked at it?
Oh,
Like,
they should have fucking at least one point. It was too much. It was like 6, 7, 8 times. It was too fucking much.
right?
So I'll say it like that. It was, yeah, he overused it, but they weren't calling him on it, so I would have continued to use it as well.
Right.
Continue to use that card. If not, I'm not going to be penalized. But
Encourage the judge to do his job, right? The referee,
yeah,
like, tell him to
exactly.
do
You
his
gotta
job,
force him.
bro.
Yeah, man. That's where I'm at with. That's the main thing I wanted to speak on. What else are we cooking on tonight? I just tapped in. I saw you were live at your link.
Yeah, no doubt. No, we were talking about everything tonight, man. We talked about Tank Davis, obviously. We talked about not him per se, like, yeah, him, but really the event. You know what I'm saying? What is Jake Paul gonna do? Who's he gonna fight against now? If that fight truly is in jeopardy. And I also spoke, as far as Tank was concerned, I spoke on that title he holds, man. I think the WBA should consider intervening a little bit. You know, either strip him or put him in recess, man. I don't see no reason to hold up a division. You know, he's not even. Doesn't look like he's going to even defend the belt, right? I don't even know if we should even expect him back at lightweight. I don't know if the back end of this, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
We spoke
I can
about.
speak on that.
Sure,
I can speak on that. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people think that the fight is still going to happen. I tend to think that it's not going to happen.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because I'll say it like this: Christy Martin's biopic rather, is coming out that same weekend as the Tank fight is scheduled for, and she went through DV. So him having that charge over his head, I mean, it's bad in a vacuum, right? But in that context, I don't think they're going to allow that to go down. That's terrible PR. You know what I mean? Given what he's going through now. So no.
Isn't Netflix underneath the magnifying glass for some weird shit going on right now? Like, don't they have something like people boycotting Netflix or something because of
I'm not sure about that.
I thought they had something going on, some like LGBTQ type shit, like some kind of like
okay
going on. That's what I don't know. Go ahead though.
Okay, no. I was just gonna cook on that. Like, yeah. So I don't. That's the reason. The main reason I don't think it'll go down. So now I'm looking at replacement opponents, which I'm actually less interested in because I don't give a fuck about Jake Paul. I'll be real, but I'm also looking at where does Tank go from here. Most importantly, because he's an actual fighter. Right. Okay. So if he doesn't get this big payday to cash out and retire on this, where does he go? Does he go to 135 and fight a real contender? 140 possibly? I don't know. That's what I'm most interested in. If I had to guess, I'm thinking about this in real time, but I'm gonna let you know. 1, 2, 3. I would think he has to fight a TO. Right? Would you agree with that? Something like that. The green print, you know what I mean? If he's trying to get the bread, that's why I go there instead of a Shakur. What you feel about it?
I see where you're going with it, but I think T.O. is the food, right? He's the low hanging fruit for him because T.O. has no pride. T.O. won't give him no issues. T.O. take that fight like that because he's gonna think it's a big payday. I think with Shakur, I think the reality is he does not want to fight Shakur. I think he knows Shakur presents issues for him. I'm gonna be real with you. I think the fight that he has to do coming back over some nonsense like that is Lamont Roach. I think that's a fight he needs to fight. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he's not gonna do. I would actually say the odds would be higher on him taking a Shakur fight than a Roach because he's seen him, he's sparred him, he knows that he should have lost that fucking fight. It's in his head. It's in his fucking head, which is why he's trying to cash out. That's why he's trying to cash out right now. And I'm gonna say that emphatically. Because he knows if he stays at his current weight with real fighters, somebody is going to catch him. And Roach was the first motherfucker. He scathed out, you know what I mean, by the skin of his teeth. But no, Roach should have won that fight if the knee would have counted.
Well, what's the argument? The argument is if the knee would have counted, he would have fought differently. So we don't know all the way, but I agree with you. I think just and that should have been a point taken away from him sticking his head out the ring, maybe even disqualified. But Roach is getting ready to fight Usyk Pitbull at 140 pounds for
Sure, okay.
interim title, right? For an WBC interim title. So that would be the fight that I think if Tank Davis, who's been preparing to fight at, let's say, 150, 160 pounds, less weight to cut down at 140, which I think is pretty much what you were highlighting, that you expected him to do something at 140 rather than 135.
Right.
I think if he doesn't fight Roach, it's going to be thrown in his face a lot. And
As
Tank
it should be. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think Tank is an emotional person. I don't think he deals well with that. That's why he acts the way he does. I think he does not like scrutiny. He doesn't like rejection from the fans, and he doesn't like criticism and judgment by the fans. So for him to compete in 140, Teofimo would check the box. Teofimo has a nice plan in front of him, though. And who's going to put them? I don't know. Like, Tank has to be willing to concede something at this point in his career, doing what he did. And Teofimo's comfortable right now. He's got a relationship with Turkey to a certain degree, and he has legitimate fights locked in that are going to pay him money. Shakur is one of them. Devin Haney or Brian Norman winner is another one. And so is Ryan Garcia. Those are fights that are very realistic for Teofimo. And Teofimo's on a redemption campaign right now. He's not talking about black people no more the way he was. He's trying to be humble. He's low-key bent the knee to Turkey Al-Sheikh, and he wants to live he wants to move in a clean way. He don't need Tank Davis now. I'm gonna be real with you. These fighters don't need Tank right now, which is an interesting position for Tank Davis to be in. It's an interesting conversation. You know what I mean?
No, I feel you. Let me respond to that because I'm thinking about it again in real time as you're presenting it. I don't come in. I'm not one of these dudes that come in with preconceived notions. I take the information in and process it in real time. So, okay, you presented that. Let me respond like this. Okay. No, nobody needs Tank like that at 135 or 140 because there's enough names to go around to build yourself on outside of Tank. Cool. Okay. I think it would be lucrative for both T.O. and Tank. And again, I gotta reemphasize the green print, the Hispanic and black. But no, it's not necessary. So I feel you on that point. Damn, but I'm not saying T.O. needs Tank. I'm saying what could Tank possibly do besides taking on a legitimate contender, whether it be Roach or T.O. or Shakur, if this fight falls through because he's putting his hands, and I don't condone it. No DVO minds. Y'all can look at my record. I don't condone the domestic violence, but given that, if this fight with Jake Paul is canceled, what's the best move for him? That's where I was coming at from. Not that they need him. What does he need? You feel me?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs something, but Tank has burnt some bridges and he's prideful. And I'm just being honest to say that they would have to pay T.O. well because T.O. has money.
Wait. Are you saying T.O. will be the A side?
Not the A side, because Tank would never allow, but they'd have to pay T.O. well. They couldn't do. See, the PBC has an issue, right? And what's the issue that the PBC has? They keep giving their fighters, and anybody who fights with the PBC knows, you get a low upfront guaranteed amount of money, and you get promised points on the pay-per-view on the back end, right? Most of the fighters today like upfront money.
Word.
Canelo Alvarez, Tank Davis, Errol Spence, Jamel Charlo. You don't see these guys fighting right now because they want guaranteed upfront money, and the PBC just isn't liquid like that. So in order to get Teofimo to fight Tank, you got to make it a payday. Anybody who fights Tank, it has to be their biggest payday, right? The pay-per-view model, I think most big fighters understand that the model is shot. It's just not dependable anymore. And when you got fighters like even Canelo Alvarez who would rather fight on a free card on Netflix and get that guaranteed $100+ million rather than play the pay-per-view game, that's why you see Tank in the situation he's in right now as far as the difference he has with boxing, right?
That's a great point.
So you have to convince Teofimo to take $2-3 million up front and get some back-end money, where you have somebody like Turkey probably offering him $5 to $10 million up front to fight a Shakur, to fight a Devin. You know what I mean? He's getting good money to fight a Ryan Garcia. And even with Ryan Garcia, yeah, you know what I mean? They're Ring Magazine. They have relationships with Turkey. So I just think it's a
Okay.
different playing field right now, bro. And I'm not saying that it's far-fetched for me to see Teofimo fight Tank over at the PBC. I'm just saying Tank went to fight Jake Paul, bro, for a reason. You know what I
Word.
mean?
No, absolutely. Trying to cash out. That's why I brought up the question, because it seems like to me he's trying to just end his career. You know what I mean? Let me get this payday. He always said he was in it for the bread. So I ain't mad at him. As long as you're honest. Let me say this. I'm not mad at, as much as I want to see competitive fights. I'm not mad at any fighter as long as they're honest. If you're in it for the bread, cool. Just tell me that. But don't. What I didn't like about what Canelo was doing when he was ducking Benavidez is he was trying to pretend that he was down for whatever, but he was all about the cheddar.
Yeah.
Like Ice Cube said. Yeah.
Canelo is
Yeah.
gonna lie though, right? Like any good fighter is gonna lie, man. If you're a good fighter, you're gonna lie, bro. Why? Because you still when you're a fighter like Canelo Alvarez, you got to keep your machismo and you got to keep your brand, right? So
Right.
you're gonna lie, you're gonna sell it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna, hey Brian, no, fuck him up, bro. I ain't about that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it's about the money. Meanwhile, you're looking at this dude like, well, you say he brings 25 pounds. Fight, bro. Stop playing, bro. You're scared of the monster. But I mean, he's gonna sell it. Maybe in his memoirs after he retires, he'll keep
tell
it a
the
little bit
truth
more honest.
then at the end of his days. Yo, Claimer, let me tell you like this. I'm a former pro wrestler, so I know all about selling the angle, selling the fight. Okay. You know what I mean? So yeah, I see it. I see the shit in 3D, baby. So yeah, that's where I'm coming out from it. But I just wish people could be real, but no, I understand maintaining your brand. You got to get your fans thinking like, oh yeah, he's not ducking nobody. He's down for whatever, even though your behavior and that 200 mil statement says otherwise. Plausible deniability. I'll leave it
100%. Because you can always say, hey, bro, I told him 200 mil. He ain't get it, bro. What you want me to say, bro? I told him what it would be. I was down to fight him. And it's like, man, stop playing, bro.
Exactly.
Those who know, right, CJ? Those who know. And everybody else can operate. His fan base will always push it that way. But shout out to Canelo Alvarez, because I thought he was very honorable with the Terence Crawford situation, the way he took the loss and let it be known. I mean, super honorable.
Yeah, he took it with honor. That's how a true warrior goes out. He was a better man this night. He got the best of me. I ain't got no complaints. Yeah, shout out Canelo for that.
Shout him out, man. He's honorable. Listen, man, I ain't getting in there with David Benavidez either. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to call him out too bad, but clearly that man didn't want no problems. You know what I'm saying? With no damn David Benavidez. You know what I mean? But I don't fault him to a certain degree, bro, because David was David was a big fighter, bro, at 168. He really was. Just because you can make the weight don't mean you necessarily should be there. But
I mean, you belong there. Okay, so let's expand that. In general, do you believe in the concept of weight bullying?
No.
Okay. Expound on that, please.
I just think if you check the boxes, you check the boxes, right? Like personally, I feel like David shouldn't be there, but in reality, if he's gonna cut the weight and check the boxes and all the requirements, then he should be there. Sebastian Fundora is another dude, big old dude, you know what I'm saying, at 154. But he makes it on the scale where he's supposed to be at. He checks the boxes and whatever the requirements are to fight in that ring, man. At the same time, these guys have disadvantages. You know what I mean? When they cut all that weight, they come in depleted as well. You know what I mean? It's a skill, it's an artwork, it's an art form to cut the weight and compete at that level, right? Because
I feel you.
We've seen Devin Haney fail a solid 2 or 3 times with weight cuts, not losing the fight, but we've seen Devin Haney have bad weight cuts. We're like, damn, bro, that one wasn't a good one. So it's not easy.
No, exactly. It does even out. I'll say it like this. I'm old school. I don't look it. I don't know how old I look. I'm 41 years old. I'll say it like that. Okay. But my point is, I've been watching since the 80s. So I remember the days of same day weigh-ins. You know what I mean? And I would prefer to bring that back ultimately. That's my solution. But as far as the current climate, there is a trade-off. Like Clay just said, you can come in depleted. You can, I've got the fucking height and the weight advantage, but you come in depleted, you got less I forget the actual term, but basically the liquid around your brain.
Yeah, punch resistance, you could say, maybe even.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you got less of that. So it's a trade-off. Damn, I had the actual scientific term. I looked it up the other day, but I can't. Anyway, yeah. So it's a trade-off. So it's not an inherent advantage, is what I want to say. So I don't believe in the concept of weight bullying because of that, because you are also taking a trade-off. You're more susceptible, you know what I mean, if you do get clipped. So that's where I'm at with it. Hey, yo, Clay, thanks for having me up. I'm gonna go eat some sushi. You know what I mean? And
Oh man, I'm jealous of you, man. I'm fasting right now. Is it cerebral spinal fluid around your brain, or is that what it is?
I believe so. That sounds right.
Yeah.
No. It was something different, slightly different.
Connective tissue orders, conditions, Down syndrome, Marfan syndrome. What can occur? Hearing loss.
I saw a little diagram the other night, and I was like, okay.
Nausea, neck pain. Yeah, okay. I can't find it. I don't know what it is.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, yeah. Again, thanks for having me up, champ. I'm gonna tap out. I'll be back. You know, I'm always around.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you coming up, man. Peace.
Hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building for this heavyweight fight here. Let's see here. Let me open this up here. 70 people in the building, man. Take a moment and go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't done so. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel, man. Do it now. Do it now. We're in for the big heavyweight fight that everybody's been looking forward to seeing here. This fight right here between Linier Pero and Jordan Thompson. Jordan Thompson, a big SOB, bro. Wow, bro. Dude is tall. I mean, both these guys are pretty big, you know what I mean? Jordan Thompson, maybe it's a close. Maybe it's a close. But anyway, Linier Pero comes in with that Cuban amateur boxing background, but is a heavyweight and heavy puncher. 12 wins, 0 losses, 8 knockouts. This guy is legitimate, right? Who's his brother? He got a brother too. I can't remember his brother's name. His brother, I think, fights for MVP. If I'm correct, I think he fights for MVP. Somebody help me in the chat. I know y'all know who it is. He fights on the MVP banner. Nobody gonna do it. Nobody gonna give me a name. I gotta find it myself. Fuck you, Joe Boo. I'll do it myself. Fuck you, Joe Boo. I'll find it myself. Danier Pero. Oh, I think fights at heavyweight as well. Yeah, he's a heavyweight fighter as well. Let's see here. $71 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Is that what it is? Because I noticed first fight. So he's a cruiserweight? Oh, he's been a cruiserweight. Okay. Hey, man, but what a big weight jump, man. He's going to be slow, bro. He lost his last fight against Jai Opatai at 200 pounds, and now he's up at 238 pounds, getting ready to fight Linier Pero. He about to get knocked out. I don't even know. I haven't even seen him fight. He about to get knocked out. You ain't just going to put on 40 pounds. When was the last time he fought? Well, he fought in 2023. So maybe he getting knocked out. F that. He getting knocked out. He about to get knocked out. He about to get knocked out, man. Well, G, I don't believe him. You're going to have to show me. I don't believe it, bro. 40 pounds. You're a big guy coming into this ring. You got knocked out in the 4th round by Jai Opatai. Now you about to jump in with this dude right here. He about to finesse you. Nasty in the 1st round. 1st, 2nd round. He about to get you out of here. You wearing the weight well, though. Pero standing right in that boy's ear hole. This dude, Linier Pero, look like a giant Coach Malachi. Look like a 6'4" Coach Malachi. Let's get ready here. We got Lanier Perro from out of Cuba, looking at his food, licking his lips. Josh Thompson. Josh, I don't know where Thompson's from. Jordan Thompson. I'm sorry. I said Josh Thompson. Lanier Perro in the white shorts. Josh Thompson. Jordan Thompson in the black shorts. Let's go. Center of the ring as these two heavyweights clash in a 10-round fight. Lanier Perro taking his time and taking the middle of that ring, coming with that image, that Cuban background. So he's gonna take his time. He's gonna process the data. Good defense, high guard, took a stab at that body. Thompson seems to be real twitchy, right? Working behind that jab, the bigger, taller fighter, and Thompson trying to take advantage of all his attributes, staying on that jab, stabbing into the body. I actually like how Thompson looks on this fight, man. I think he's doing a good job of controlling the distance there. Beautiful job staying behind that jab and trying to work that body as Perro continues to try to figure out how to use his head movement to get inside of Josh Thompson's offense behind that stick. Beautiful work to the body, nice overhand left as Perro tries to catch Thompson on his way out. But Thompson doing a good job, good foot movement, working behind that jab. We're at the minute and 50-second mark here of the first round. Both these heavyweights trying to work out their differences in the middle of this ring. Perro staying in that high guard, walking down Thompson. There we go. Thompson doing a good job of using that lateral movement, man. He has a pretty good movement, staying on that jab, man. Good jab. Thompson controlling the jab game. Perro hasn't even tried to really jab with Thompson, just really been trying to get underneath the jab and attack him to the body, it looks like. There he goes, try to set him up for a nasty left uppercut, but Thompson quick saw that coming and moved out the way. Big shots coming from Perro as Thompson ties him up. Back to the center of the ring as Thompson stands behind that jab, continue to control the distance. Great as Perro shoots a left hand to the body and catches him with a check right hook, as Thompson tries to circle out to his right. Sorry, to his left, man. I'm tripping, bro. I'm like backwards today, bro. Let's see here. Jordan Thompson continues to work behind that jab. We're at the 30-second mark, approaching the 30-second mark here, the first round right here. Perro not finding no real success here, cutting the ring off at times, but Thompson doing a good job of using his leg. Nice straight left by Perro, catches Thompson sleeping right there. Approaching the 15-second mark here. Thompson backs him up on the back end of a jab right there. Perro continues to stay in that high guard as he continues to try to process the timing and get a gauge of the timing of Thompson. We're at the 10-second mark here, about to be at the end of the first round here. Both fighters just processing a lot of data on here. If you're asking me who won, I'd have to probably give it to Thompson. Ooh, I have to give it to Thompson. Let me see here. Thompson. Perro doing a good job of cutting the ring off and getting closer and closer to hitting Thompson with something significant. Today and tomorrow, man. Well, I'm fasting today and all day tomorrow. I'll be eating Monday morning. I'll break my fast with something clean. Probably like some watermelon or something, you know what I mean? Something gentle on my system. Let's see what Jarrell Big Baby Miller got going on right here.
First fight for Jordan Thompson.
So looks like Eddie Hearn might be working with Jarrell Big Baby Miller, which I think is very interesting because last I checked, Eddie Hearn does not like Jarrell Big Baby Miller because of the Anthony Joshua situation. That's pretty interesting. Anyway, we're at the minute and 50-second mark here, the second round here, as Perro's starting to find the body, doing a good job at working the body of a nice shot to the body for Jordan Thompson. And that's the pedigree of Perro, right? Showing up right now, right? The pedigree of Perro, understanding that I got a tall fighter who's moving away from me. And am I going to go head hunting? No, we're going to attack the body. You know what I mean? We're going to attack the body. We're going to slow him down. I'm going to try to catch him as he's spinning out to my right. So I'm going to catch him with check right hooks as he tries to spin out. But if he stands in front of me, we're going to attack. Beautiful work there by Perro right there. Perro finally starting to put their hands together. But now Thompson putting the hands together. Wow. He's trying to get that respect. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh, nice. As both guys decide to exchange here, Perro's like, I don't know why you're doing that, but I'm okay with that, buddy. Perro seems to get the better of the exchanges there a little bit. But John, listen, man, Jordan Thompson showing that I'm not nothing to play with. You're walking me down. You're catching me. Low blow by Perro. You're catching me as I'm spinning out. You're attacking my body. I got to stop this dude from doing this. He decides to exchange with him and make it happen. Perro catches him with a nasty low blow, trying to aim at the body. And, of course, Jordan Thompson is going to take every bit of that time, or most of that time at least, to recover and get some instruction from his corner, which I think is kind of illegal. I don't think he's supposed to be talking to his corner the way he just was, but it is what it is, right? Walaikum salam, Fly Frequency. What's good, family? We are at the 30-second mark, approaching the 30-second mark of the second round. Jordan Thompson showing life and showing Perro that you're not just going to walk me down, bro. We're just not going to do that. And Perro's like, yeah, I am going to walk you down, bro. And if you try to exchange with me, I'm probably going to hit you with some shit you ain't never been hit before because this is your first fight in the heavyweight division. So I advise you to continue doing what you were doing in that first round and get on your bicycle, brother, because here comes the pain. We're at the end of the second round here as Perro Thompson is fighting this dude like he's in his backyard, relaxed, moving with no type of no haste in his pace. Don Charles cornering Jordan Thompson here, tall fighter here in Jordan Thompson. I don't know what instructions he's giving him, but he's talking to him right now, letting him know something about what's going on in this fight. But yeah, like I said earlier, Eddie Hearn seemingly maybe working with Big Baby Miller. That's interesting. I don't know who he would put him in the ring with, but I got a question for everybody in the building to see what you guys think about it. And I'm wondering if Eddie Hearn would send Jarrell Big Baby Miller into the blender. What do y'all think about a Moses Atama versus Jarrell Big Baby Miller? As Moses Atama is looking for that right opponent who's going to give him the rounds, who can last, who can make him work. What do y'all think about that? Jarrell Big Baby Miller versus Moses Atama? Let me know in the chat, man. Shout out to Fonts One Jones in the building. What's good, family? Salute to you, King. First time seeing you in the building, man. Hit that like button as you step into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. But I'd like to know what you guys think about that. Big Baby Miller versus Moses Atama. That's some good money for Eddie. I'm sure Turkey would get behind that fight. Oh, man, nice clubbing check right hook by Perro catches Jordan Thompson on his way in there, right on top of the head. Very similar to how how Martin Bocoli got hit by Joseph Parker, but just with a check hook. As Perro continues to attack the body of Jordan Thompson, and Jordan Thompson continuing to look in the referee's direction, looking for some act right here. Now Perro has him up against the ropes here and starting to hit him up with some bad shots. In my personal opinion, I think Jordan Thompson is starting to succumb to those body shots. And he's thinking some of them are low blows, but they're not. Some of them may be, but most of them aren't, right? Let's go. We are at the minute and 45-second mark here in the third round here as Jordan Thompson is officially walking backwards. Perro walking him backwards. He's no longer using that lateral movement he was using in that first round. He's trying to stand up for himself and not let the bully him and trying to stand his ground and not move around as much. But Perro's just built for this, right? Beautiful body work by Pero, working the body, has Jordan Thompson on the ropes right now, and is just continuing to impose his will on the newcomer to the heavyweight division. Pero being the smaller guy in the ring, but clearly being the guy who's been fighting heavyweight longest. Beautiful work, great counterpunch. Straight left hand comes back to respond to Jordan Thompson. Great body work for Pero, again catching Jordan Thompson, trying to circle out to his left to Pero's right, and Pero responding by either hitting him with good check right hooks, or he's check right hooking him to the body as he spins out. Just there goes the pedigree, there goes the IQ, understanding what to do with a fighter who's got the attributes that Jordan Thompson has, and the movement that Jordan Thompson is trying to put into the game here. Beautiful work here. Low blow. There we go. I'm about to say low blow, but body work. I ain't gonna lie, man. I think that left hand was a little low. I felt like it was a low blow there, but it is what it is. Referee didn't call it, and Pero's is going to keep on operating. You know what I mean? There we go. Manuel LG says that's a good test for Moses. I think so too, man. Freaking says sound good to me. Yeah, bro. I think so, man. I think that'd be a great fight for Moses Otama. Fight for him to do right now, man. And oh man, beautiful left hook. Beautiful left hook by Pero, who's now just letting off pause on Jordan Thompson as Jordan Thompson is trying to smile it off, but no, sir. Those smiles don't fool me, sir. Those smiles don't fool me, sir. They don't fool me, sir. Pero getting closer and closer to doing something bad. Bob Santos in the corner here of Lanier Pero, giving him great instructions on what to do here. Saying, lead with that shoulder, man. Lead with that shoulder in there. Keep that hand loose and come on over with that left hand to the body. I think so. I'm lip syncing right here. I'm lip reading right now. So straightforward. Born Rich in the building. Salute, family. Salute. What's good? Couple people in the building still. Hit the like button as we're stepping into the building. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well, man. Thank you guys in advance, man. Let's see if we can hit the 200 mark with the likes, man. We had 179 likes, man. Let's see if we can hit that 200 mark. Let's see here. We're at the top of the fourth round. I got this tied up. No, hold on a second. Let me do this the right way. Sorry. I got Pero winning this fight by 2 rounds right now. Shout out to my guy CJ Rich in the building, showing some love, putting some color in the chat with the $2. Says super chat $2. By the time I send you this sushi, it's expired. Okay, no doubt, bro. I hear you, man. Salute CJ Rich. Salute, family. Appreciate the love, man. Thank you. Oh man, Mannix has Pero winning. He gave him the first round. Okay, I didn't give him the first round. I thought Jordan Thompson controlled that fight with that first round with the jab, but hey, it is what it is. I definitely gave him the last 2. So the Mannix card has him up 3 rounds of zip. I have him up 2 rounds of 1. Either way, I think we both agree. Beautiful work by Pero, man. Shoots a crazy straight left hand to the body, fouls it up with a straight left hand up top. Jordan Thompson wisely clinches Pero. There we go. Beautiful work. Listen, man. Jordan Thompson doing a good job of letting his hands go, man. He's hitting him with some good work to the body, but Pero's just built differently, right? He got that third world body and that third world chin. I keep telling you guys, man, beautiful work as Pero has him pinned up on the ropes and is starting to let off those body shots on Jordan Thompson. There we go. Now they talking bad to each other right now. Jordan trying to talk Pero out, trick him out his position, man. Pero just staying in that high guard, staying real patient and taking his time and working the fundamentals. You know, you move, I hit you to the body, I catch you with check hooks to the direction you're spinning to. I make you walk into my left hand, and as you're walking out to the right, I'm attacking the body and catching with check right hooks. And eventually, you're going to change your mind And I'm going to start hitting you with these straight left-hand shots, man. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to read. Straight left hand to the body by Pero. Straight left hand again to the body of Thompson by Pero. We're at the heading to the 15-second mark of the fourth round right here. Thompson continues trying to work behind that jab. There we go. Beautiful work by Pero. 2 straight right hands caught on the gloves of Pero by Jordan Thompson. That's another round in the bag for Linear Pero. I've got this one right here. 3 rounds to 1. 3 rounds to 1. Let's continue to hit the likes as we step into the building. 52 people in the building. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Hit the like button. Don't forget to hit the bell icon too, guys. That way you getting the notices. Here we are, top of the 5th round right here. Thompson starting to work the body a little bit here, trying to discourage Pero from just walking him down the way he has. And Pero just continues to be relentless as he works his left hand to the solar plexus and up and into the head of Jordan Thompson. Thompson trying to keep him at bay with the jab and trying to hit him with significant shots. Nice. Pero kind of slaps Thompson a little bit. Thompson starting to get straight on his punches. Just doesn't believe that he can withstand these punches. He doesn't believe it. He's like, I'm going to keep hitting you with these straight down the middle. I just don't believe you, bro. Pero was like, you will believe me soon, Papa. Low blow, I think, with the left hand. I'm not going to lie to you. That left hand was kind of low. Pero kind of getting away with a little bit with those left hands, man. He getting away with it a little bit, man. It's a little, you know what I mean? Them left hands are getting kind of low. 5th round here, minute 40 seconds of the 5th round. As Jordan Thompson continues to work behind that jab, continues to try to stand his ground. He doesn't want to keep going backwards. He wants to stay off of those ropes. Now starting to put his punches together a little bit better, 1-2s, and he might finish it off with a check left hook to the body, trying to keep Linear Pero an honest fighter in the ring here. Not a bad ride for Jordan Thompson. Not a bad round at all. I think Jordan Thompson might be legitimately winning this round right now. No, straight left hand to the body by Linear Pero. Straight left hand up top. Jordan Thompson initiates the clinch. Looks like he's trying to throw like a little weak headbutt a little bit. I don't know. That was kind of weak, whatever just happened there. There we go. Nice 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2 by Jordan Thompson. Straight right hand, right down the middle. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. There we go. Rolls out of there. Nice. Check left hook. Well, not check left hook, just a left hook. Back on that jab. We have to approaching the 20-second mark here in the 5th round. I don't know who I'll give this round to. This is a more competitive round, but I think I might have to give it with Pero, man. I think he's just continuing to campaign at that body, and you can tell it's bothering Thompson because he keeps on trying to get the low blow call, excuse me, the low blow call. He keeps on trying to get it, but the referee's not cooperating. Yeah, Curtis, for sure. We are about 3 weeks away from November 22nd. Today, we talked about Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. Next week, we will be building on Abdullah Mason and Sam Noakes, and we'll be talking about Bam Rodriguez and Puma, right? Martinez, that'll be fighting on that same card. Following up the following week with David Benavidez, Anthony Yardy breakdown as well. Manuel LG says Thompson needs to let his hands go. He's trying to let his hands go. I think he is, man. But I just think Perro is just, number one, not getting hurt by it, but also Perro's able to make him pay when they start doing those exchanges. So he's in a way, Perro's kind of domesticating him a little bit slowly, but he's keeping that jab. He's pumping that jab out there, and he's trying to follow it up with straight right hands. There he is, a straight right hand right there. There he goes. Off the jab, works off a check right hook. Perro has this chopping right hand he's doing, which I don't know. I guess is legal. But it looks kind of like illegal, but great work to the body by Perro. Continue to work him. There we go. Thompson using that left hand as a range fighter as well as a jab at times. There we go. Nice 1-2 right there. Tries to keep Perro backing up. But Perro in that high guard, very confident in his ability to catch those shots. So he's continuing to walk forward. Jordan Thompson continues his lateral movement at this point, swinging over right to left, left to right. Nice body work by Perro. Beautiful body work right there. Jordan Thompson responds with his own 1-2, 3 sets of 1-2s right down the middle. But Perro comfortable, like I said, catching it on his catch him on his gloves. Perro's starting to use that lead right hand as he's swatting, like almost like he's swatting down the left hand of Thompson so he can hit him with a left hand. So he's hitting him with it, but he's kind of doing this swatting thing where he's coming down the middle and he's swatting down with his right hand so he can set up that left hand. He's like swatting down and coming down the middle with that left hand. Kind of like what we saw David Benavidez doing against David Morrell. Nice check right hook to the body of Jordan Thompson right there. Jordan Thompson continuing to try to stay defensively responsible, but stay behind that jab. There we go. Curtis Robinson says, Clay, do you really think Floyd Schofield is a duck? Because I don't. I don't think he's a duck. No, I don't think he's a duck. I question as to whether or not he could have competed. I don't question. I know I believe in my heart he could have competed with Jojo Diaz. I don't think he's a duck. As far as this Shakur Stevenson situation in Riyadh, I don't think he's a duck. I just think there's some disingenuine energy coming from that camp, mainly from Senior, right? As far as like the reasoning behind what happened in Riyadh season, I don't know that Senior believes he was poisoned. I think there's a good chance that there was probably some issues, some dehydration issues, and potentially some weight cutting issues that came with the dehydration issues, right? Or dehydration issues that probably came from the weight cutting issue. I think with this fight with Jojo Diaz, it just made sense. I think there was a minor injury, an injury that they could have fought through. But I think right now, at this point in Floyd Schofield's career, being that he's this close to fighting a title fight, and we're watching what's going on with Tank Davis. We know that WBA title's on the verge of something moving in that direction. I think it just kind of made sense to not even risk anything and fight Jojo Diaz and give any excuses as far as the hand being injured or even catching some crazy shot that they don't see coming from Jojo Diaz, who we just saw buckle Regis Prograis. I think they just chose strategically to bow out of this one, and they had a good excuse with the wrist getting twinked on. They just moved out the way. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Yeah, Curtis says he's injured. Nothing be done about that. Well, even Floyd Schofield Sr. said there is an injury there, but they could have competed. But they said they believe they still could have beat Jojo Diaz with that injury. But they said that they pretty much said out loud already what I'm saying, right? And I don't look at that as ducking per se. Some people might say textbook wise, maybe that is a little bit of ducking, being that if you could compete and you chose not to compete in a fight that you contractually were obligated to fight, that could be considered a duck. But yeah, I believe they could have fought. I don't believe the injury was so bad that they couldn't compete. But like I said, they're on the verge of getting a title fight. Why risk it, right? Why risk it? Matter of fact, I'll show you. You know me. I'll bring in the receipts, right? Let me show you what was said.
that damage in that hand and body, and he hits very hard. So
let's listen to him say it himself right here, right?
I had to make that decision. We're in line for the world title. And then the contender on the IBF. Do I send him in there with one hand? Do I think he will beat JoJo still? Yes. But do you risk that damage in that hand where now, it's just too much a risk to put him in there with one hand? That, as a businessman, that would be the dumbest thing to do. So I have to listen to the doctor. Then I called Michael Miller, my advisor, called Oscar.
There it is, right? There it is. Speaks for itself, right, guys? There he's letting you know that he could have competed. He's saying with one hand, but is it one hand? Another low blow. Yeah, Perro been hitting him with these low blows, man. Oh yeah, look at that. That was kind of on the belt line. That left hand was kind of on the belt line, bro. That was kind of on the belt line, man. They took away a point. That was kind of on the belt line, man. That was kind of on the belt line, but it is what it is. Perro continuing to still dominate this fight here as Thompson is working off of that back foot. Thompson doing a good job, though, man. I don't even say dominating, right? Dominating might not be the way to describe it. Perro's being very effective with his pressure. And I think he's edging out these rounds. But Thompson is still a live dog in these rounds. Beautiful left hook to the body, right hook to the body right there, Thompson. As I believe Thompson's starting to feel it, trying to play like there's sweat in his eyes. 15 seconds left in the 7th round here. Another round looking like it should be for Perro, but we'll give it to Thompson, being that a point just got taken away from Perro, right? I ain't gonna lie, I was talking and I wasn't keeping score of the last round, which is kind of weird. But this round right here, obviously, you got to give it to Thompson. 10-9, I would say, not 10-8. I'll take 10-8. I'll say that scored at 10-8. Perro's comfortably ahead in this fight, though. Oh, they didn't take no point, Curtis? Okay, I thought the referee might have taken a point. So, that being said, that's another 10-9 round for Perro. That's another 10-9 round for Perro. Oh, Curtis, they did take a. He said, "Yeah, they did take." Okay, thank you. Yeah, man, I'm gonna say 10-9 the other way. Curtis is like, "Yeah, they took a point." I'm about to say, I thought they did. It looked like they did. +50 people in the building. Make sure we're hitting the like button as we step in the building. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Beautiful work here. Yeah, they did take that point right there, man. 67-60. Oh, he got this fight close, man. Oh, he gave Perro. Yeah, he gave him that 5th round. I gave him the 1st round. What do I got my scorecard? Hold on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yeah, I got it 4-2. 4 rounds of 2. And then you take that point away, make it a 10-8 round. Okay. I see how you did it. I think we got a similar card here, but let's see here. 9 times 3, 5 equals plus 20, 65. Yeah. I think I have the same scorecard as Mannix does, but let me see here. 9 and 8, 9. see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 plus 9 plus 8 equals 7. Yeah, I got a 67, 65 so far. Yep. That was a 10-8 ride. 4-2, right, Curtis? Same thing over here. Same thing over here. 4-2. But I'm missing a round. What happened here? How am I missing a round? Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what it is. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Y'all are boxing pick professionals. Chat. At chat, y'all are boxing pick professionals. Dylan, what happened, Dylan? Y'all are boxing pick professionals. What the fuck is you talking about, Dylan Johnson? What is you saying, brother? Maybe missed that round right there. I'm gonna assume Pero won that round. That's what he was doing. I was watching it before I got distracted. Baseball tied 4-4. I used to watch baseball, man. I haven't watched baseball in so long, man. Yo, Pero looks like a young Brian Norman Sr. Actually, Thompson was looking good in that round. I might have to give it to Thompson. I don't know. I'm gonna put a little star next to that one. Asterisk. Top of the 9th round right here. We got some people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button. Trying to hit that 200 mark. Nice. Big check right hook by Pero. Jordan Thompson responds. Jordan Thompson's starting to let his hands go, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm liking what he's doing now all of a sudden. He's picking his shots good, attacking that body. He's working behind that jab. Not bad looking for Jordan Thompson so far in this round right here, at least. Beautiful picking his shot. Oh, big overhand left by Pero. So Jordan Thompson is done giving up the real estate. He's done going backwards for right now. He understands he's in the championship rounds. He needs to make a statement. I'm sure Don Charles gave him the speech of a lifetime, telling him what he needs to do. Nice counter punch by Pero. Responds with a straight left hand right over the top of Jordan Thompson's right hand right there. Beautiful work right there by Pero. Jordan Thompson has a beard on him. Nice body work nice uppercut by Jordan Thompson. Nice check. Nice hook. Yo, Jordan Thompson doing a good job picking his shots right here. Pero continues to stalk Jordan Thompson as Jordan Thompson keeps on measuring. Nice 3-punch combination from Jordan Thompson. Ends it with a left hook to the body right there. There he goes. Pero responds with his own 1-2 right down the middle. I don't know. This is a close round right here. Very competitive round right here. Jordan Thompson not looking bad at all. Nice. Oh, nice right hook Nice right hook by Pero. Hurts Jordan Thompson, puts him against the rope as Jordan Thompson tries to get his legs up under him. He is dancing around the ring right now as Pero's opening up on him right there, hitting him with shots, and Jordan Thompson doing a great job of clinching him right there, trying to keep him in the clinch. The referee not getting in the middle like you think he would do it. Pero has Jordan Thompson out on his legs right now, heading to the 12-second mark here of the 9th round here. Big overhand right by Pero. Nasty left hand right there. Jordan Thompson sort of catches it on his gloves, but look, when you're out on your legs, everything starts to hurt. We are at the end of the 9th round. Jordan Thompson was definitely out on his legs right there, but being tall and you know, probably got his decent pedigree, was able to go ahead and clinch up, tie up Lanier Pero. But that was a big fight, a big round for Lanier Pero. Definitely a 10-9 round for Lanier Pero right there. There might be an argument here that Jordan Thompson needs this to be a stoppage to win this fight, or at least knock him down to make this a draw, right? We got to see, man. Definitely hit him and had him out on his legs right here. Ooh, nasty check level, nasty left hook, big old overhand right. Let's go. Looking at Lanier Pero, I feels like he should be able to cut some weight and fight cruiser. Like, he doesn't need to be fighting heavyweight. He looks like he's kind of like being lazy a little bit. 50 plus people in the building. Let's hit the like button. If you haven't done it, hit the bell icon so you get alerts when I'm putting out videos like this, and definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Salute to everybody who is in the building. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. There we go. Getting ready to hit the 2-minute mark here in the final round here. This one's for all the marbles, as Jordan Thompson may need a stoppage to win this fight right here. That was a big round. Last round right there was a significant round. I think if he'd have won that last round, this round right here could have put it into a draw, or maybe even a split decision his way, if some of the judges are liking him boxing the way he's boxing, as Pero is just bringing the pressure the whole time. But Jordan Thompson's been able to work those combinations just like he did right there, sticking him with a straight right hand to the body and ripping the left hook to the body as well. Beautiful work by Jordan Thompson there, but Jordan Thompson still kind of seems like he's out on his legs a little bit. Just seems like he's there, but he's not all the way there. Beautiful, straight, beautiful work by Jordan Thompson, catching and shooting. We're at the minute and 14 mark. He getting ready to the minute mark right here of the final round right here, as Jordan Thompson tries to make an argument for a draw maybe, or a bad scoring that might give him a split decision win right here. Doesn't seem to be anywhere close to knocking Lanier Pero down. And Lanier Pero continues to apply that pressure, capitalizing, counterpunching, working him great on the inside, attacking that body and hitting him with overhand rights and straight left hands, as Thompson continues to work behind his jab and try to work and catch him with nice body work. Beautiful uppercut right there by Jordan Thompson. Beautiful left hook by Jordan Thompson. Pero continues to put that pressure. Nice 1-2 by Jordan Thompson. Rips a nice left to the body of Pero. This might be a Jordan Thompson round right here. Jordan Thompson doing real good job. Straight right hand. Beautiful stabbing him to the body right there. Nice check left hook by Jordan Thompson. We're hitting the 15-second mark of the 10th round here, as the referee tries to separate these fighters who are tied up. 10-second mark has just been hit right there. Thompson working behind that jab. Continue. Nice. Pero catches him with a nice 1-2 right there. Beautiful work by Pero, man. Oh, man. Who wins this fight here, man? Who wins this fight right here? Did Pero win this fight? This was a great round, man. I don't know, man. It depends on how the judges look at it. Let me score. Let me go ahead and I don't know how to score that final round. The part of me says give it to to Thompson. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and give him that final round. Let's see what happens if I give him that final round. Let's see what happens. Let me add up my scorecard and see what happens. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, let's see here. 10, 10. We already know what that is. What's that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 9 plus 1, 2, 3, 30, 4, 40, 94. And then let's see here what we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 70 plus 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 9. 96, 94. Pero is what I got. Let's see what the scorecard says.
Next year.
That's how that one goes. 97-93 on one of the cards in 96. I don't know how they got 96-93. I had 96-94 on my cards, but yeah, for Pero, maybe I did my math wrong. You know, it's pretty messy over here, but that's how that one ends, guys. It was a great night of boxing, man. Good news, 6.5 hours, good boxing talk. Shout out to everybody who was in the building. Please hit the like button as you guys are leaving the building or coming into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. I am about to let y'all go, man. On that note, it's your boy Clay More Rain. This at ATP Combat Media Show. This show right here is the Boxing Take. And it's been a great night, man. You guys have a good one. Until the next one. At this point, we out.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up.